Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you to today's public hearing. My name is Drew Watermullen, and I am the Chief of the Analysis Services Section in the Department of Natural Resources Bureau of Environmental Analysis and Sustainability. I have been assigned to conduct today's hearing. It is now 4:01 p.m. We are recording this hearing and we are on the record. With me today is Ben Callan, the Chief of DNR's Integration Services Section. Ben will be helping me conduct this hearing. Ben is also the media contact for this project. Joining Ben and me are Adam Mednick, DNR's Environmental Impact Statement Coordinator, and Tracy Fretwell and Chris Tall, who will provide technical support for the hearing. The DNR has set this time on February 2nd, 2022, for a public hearing to receive comments on the draft environmental impact statement that the department has prepared on Enbridge Incorporated's proposed relocation of its Line 5 petroleum pipeline in Ashland, Bayfield, and Iron counties. This hearing was public noticed in the Wisconsin State Journal on January 16th, 2022. The hearing is scheduled to run until oral testimony is completed. A recording of this hearing will be available afterward on the DNR's Enbridge project webpage. We appreciate all of you who have joined us today. Today's hearing is being held pursuant to Section 1.11 of the Wisconsin statutes and is informational in nature. This is not a contested case hearing, nor is it an adversarial hearing. I will start the hearing with a brief presentation on the EIS process, followed by the logistics and ground rules for providing testimony, after which we will open the hearing for comments. This hearing is being conducted on the Zoom webinar online platform. The hearing is also being live streamed on the DNR's YouTube channel. I will provide information on how to view the live stream shortly. Please note that if you are watching on YouTube, you will not be able to provide oral comments tonight. If you have joined this hearing via Zoom webinar or by telephone, you will be able to provide oral comments. You are currently muted and will remain so during the entire hearing unless you request to speak. This is a function of the Zoom webinar platform and ensures that everyone listening will be able to focus their attention on the person who is providing comments. We are not using video for this meeting. If you do not wish to testify at today's hearing and only want to view it, you can watch a live stream on the DNR's YouTube channel instead. The link to view the live stream of the hearing is on the DNR's Enbridge webpage. The same link can be used to watch a recording of the hearing after it has concluded. The DNR's Enbridge webpage, which includes the draft environmental impact statement, along with supporting materials and resources for the interested public, is at the following web address: dnr.wisconsin.gov/topic/EIA/Enbridge.html. Again, that is at dnr.wisconsin.gov/topic/EIA/Enbridge.html. You can also navigate to this page from the DNR's homepage, which is dnr.wi.gov. From the homepage, click the search icon, which is the magnifying glass on the top right of the page, and type the word Enbridge. Enbridge's proposed Line 5 relocation project would include the construction and operation of approximately 42 miles of new 30-inch pipeline in order to relocate the existing Line 5 pipeline outside of tribal lands of the Bad River Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. The relocation would require permits from the DNR for the crossing of 186 waterways, as well as the permanent and temporary fill of wetlands, conversion of wetlands from forested or shrub wetlands to emergent wetlands, the discharge of water used in hydrostatic testing of newly constructed pipeline, and construction erosion control. The DNR is following the environmental impact statement process for the proposed project in compliance with the Wisconsin Environmental Policy Act and Chapter NR 150 of the Wisconsin Administrative Code. The purpose of an EIS is to inform decision makers and the public of the anticipated effects of the proposed project and alternatives to that project on the quality of the human environment. This includes ecological, aesthetic, historic, cultural, economic, social, and human health related effects. An EIS is an informational tool and does not compel a particular decision by the agency. I will now take a few minutes to summarize the environmental impact statement process that has been carried out to date, along with the next steps. We are presently in the public review phase for the draft EIS. The scope of the draft EIS was determined based on comments the DNR received during a public scoping period, along with input provided by tribal governments and federal agencies. The DNR held a public scoping hearing on July 1st, 2020 to take testimony on the scope of the EIS, as well as Enbridge's application for DNR wetland and waterway permits. The department received over 2,300 written comments between June 8th and July 11th of 2020. In August 2020, the DNR contracted with TRC Environmental Corporation for services in preparing a draft EIS. Subject area experts from TRC and the DNR gathered information, conducted analyses, and drafted and reviewed portions of the draft EIS. Between November 2020 and October 2021, the DNR made 4 detailed requests for information from Enbridge to use in preparing the draft EIS. These requests, Enbridge's responses, and other information are available on the DNR's Enbridge webpage. On November 18th, 2021, the DNR shared advanced copies of the draft EIS with tribal governments, federal agencies, and the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission. On December 16th of 2021, the DNR posted the draft EIS on its Enbridge project webpage and initiated a public comment period. This comment period was scheduled to run through March 4th of 2022, but has been extended through March 18th of 2022. Written comments and a recording of this hearing are being made available on the DNR's Enbridge webpage. The DNR will consider all comments it receives, as well as any other pertinent information that becomes available in its preparation of a final EIS. The DNR will publish the final EIS on its Enbridge webpage, along with a document summarizing comments received and the DNR's responses. No DNR permit decisions will be made until after the EIS process is completed. In a few minutes, we will open the hearing for oral comments. But first, I will go over the logistics and the ground rules. For those of you who are attending the hearing via Zoom webinar, if you want to provide a comment after I open the hearing for comments, please raise your hand. You do this by clicking on the raise hand button at the bottom of the screen. If you are joining us by telephone, dial *9 to raise your hand. You can raise your hand at any time after I open the hearing for public comments. I will then call on people in the order that they have raised their hand. If you raise your hand, please keep it raised until I call on you. When it is your turn to speak, I will call you by the identification you provided when you registered to attend this hearing or by your telephone number. I will then send you a request through Zoom asking you to unmute so that you can provide your comments. This will appear as a pop-up window on your screen. If you are joining by phone, a Zoom recording will ask you to dial *6 to unmute. If you are on Zoom, click the unmute button. Only you will be able to speak, but everyone will be able to hear you. When you have finished speaking, I will remute you, turn off your raised hand, and call on the next participant. Each time a participant is called, I will notify the next two people with their hands raised that their turns are coming up. Zoom webinar does not allow attendees to see one another or where they are in the order of hands raised. We have a large number of attendees this afternoon, currently a little over 250 on Zoom, and we anticipate that this hearing is going to run well into the evening. Hearing staff will regularly post the names of the next 10 to 15 people in line to testify, that is, the attendees with their hands raised. Click the chat button at the bottom of the screen to see if you are on the most recent list. If you need to, you may leave the hearing and return later. To do so, click the Leave button on the bottom of your screen. To return, use the same Zoom webinar link you used to first enter the hearing. You may also step away from the hearing without logging out. Simply lower your hand so that I know not to call on you. If we call on you and you are away, I will lower your hand. If this happens, you will need to make sure you re-raise your hand when you return so we know that you still wish to testify. For those attendees planning to provide verbal comments, you must first identify yourself by stating your name and your address for the record. As a courtesy to everyone who wishes to offer comments, we are going to limit comments at the hearing today to 3 minutes per person. As noted, we have a large number of people who have indicated that they plan to testify. If you do not need 3 minutes to testify, a shorter comment period will be appreciated. Depending on the number of people wishing to testify, we may need to limit testimony to 2 minutes. I will let you know when your time is up, and then please wrap up what you're saying. If you use any inappropriate, offensive, or vulgar language, I will mute you and move on to the next speaker. I may also remove you from the hearing and you will be unable to rejoin. When you have finished providing your comments, I will again mute you and call on the next person to speak. If you are using someone else's Zoom webinar link that they received when they registered to participate, you will show up under their name. Zoom webinar does not allow participants to change the name under which they enter the hearing. You will need to leave the hearing, register for yourself, and re-enter. The link to register is on the DNR's Enbridge webpage. Finally, if anyone is having technical issues with Zoom, please use the chat feature to let us know. You will find the chat icon at the bottom of the screen. Online technical assistance is also available from Zoom at support.zoom.us. Do not submit written comments through the chat. If you have lengthy comments or if you do not wish to make comments at today's hearing, we invite you to submit them in writing. Written comments may be submitted in lieu of or in addition to an oral comment, and they will have the same weight and effect. Written comments can be sent by email to DNROEEA comments@wi.gov or by U.S. mail to line 5 comments, EA7, Wisconsin DNR, 101 South Webster Street, Madison, Wisconsin, 53707. All electronic and hard copy comments must be submitted or postmarked no later than Friday, March 18th, 2022. Finally, we will not be responding to questions during this public hearing. The purpose of today's hearing is to hear from you. If you have a question, you may include it in your comment, but we will not be answering questions during the hearing. The final EIS will be accompanied by a document that will summarize all comments received and the DNR's responses to those comments, including resulting changes made to the final EIS. You can find more information and documents on the proposed project, Enbridge's application for DNR permits, the draft EIS, and supporting materials on the DNR's Enbridge webpage, which again is at dnr.wisconsin.gov/topic/EIA/Enbridge.html. All right, so now it's time to hear from you. If you would like to speak, please raise your hand now. I will call people to speak one at a time, and we'll call out names to let you know who is next in line. When you hear your name called to speak, I will unmute you, and you can begin by stating your name and address. All right, first up will be Tom Tiffany, and Tom Tiffany will be followed by Mike Wiggins and David Steffen.
Drew, can you hear me? This is Tom Tiffany.
Yes, Tom, please go ahead and state your name and address for the record, and then we'll have your 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Tom Tiffany, 9463 Backwoods Lane, Minocqua, Wisconsin. I represent the area affected by this pipeline project in the United States Congress. The Line 5 pipeline is vital to Wisconsin and our country. I urge the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources to approve Line 5 to make sure it gets completed as soon as possible. The completion of this project is important for affordable energy, public safety, and jobs. I use propane to heat my home, and so does nearly 1/3 of the 7th Congressional District homeowners. So we've all seen just how quickly the price of propane can change in just this year alone. This pipeline is crucial to ensuring Wisconsinites have access to reliable, affordable energy. Propane is carried through this line, and we need to make sure that we have access to it. Pipelines are the safest and most efficient method to transport energy products. Data from the Department of Transportation, National Transportation Safety Board show this, as pipelines account for only 0.01% of all transportation accidents in the country, making them a better and more affordable option than trucks or rail cars. If this project were to be shut down, it would result in approximately 2,100 trucks a day leaving Superior, traveling east on US 2 every day to transport the same amount of energy that Line 5 moves. Think about that. That's 90 trucks an hour on Highway 2 That does not bode well for those that are concerned about CO2 emissions. This project will be responsible for $135 million in economic impact, 700 good paying jobs, and the state of Wisconsin will benefit with additional tax revenue of over $6 million, which is on top of the $36 million in taxes that Enbridge paid to the state in 2020. Remember, there are two major pipeline companies in Wisconsin that employ your neighbors in constructing pipelines here in America. Everything about this project is a win-win. A new line will give us better technology, make it even safer. And one of the tribes that is affected by this pipeline currently, they did not want this pipeline running through their tribal boundaries, and this honors that request by them. It will provide affordable energy to northern Wisconsin and ensure energy is being transported in the safest way possible. To sum this up, this is about security, job security, economic security, and national security for all Americans, including Wisconsinites. That is why it is so important to complete this project, because it's good for all of us, and it is good to make sure that America stays strong through the 21st century. I urge the Department of Natural Resources to approve this project. It makes sense for all of us here in Wisconsin. Thank you so much, and I yield back any of my time, Drew. Thank you for allowing me the time today.
Sorry, thank you for your time, Congressman. Next up will be Mike Wiggins. Following Mike Wiggins will be David Steffen and Naomi Tillison. Mike, you should be unmuted, and you can go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Mike Wiggins Jr., Tribal Chairman of the Bad River Reservation. Thank you for allowing me to speak. The first thing I'd like to say is that we shouldn't even be here today. An environmental impact statement for a reroute proposal for Line 5 when there's really no justification for the line and there has been no exploration of alternatives makes this process a little moot in my book. But at the same time, I will say this, that I hate to correct the congressman, but the characterization that 90 trucks, a day would be driving across US Highway 2 on Line 5 is a little inaccurate. Enbridge has existing infrastructure. Line 6A, Line 13, Line 14, Line 61 go from the Twin Ports, Duluth Superior down to Chicago on its way to Sarnia, thereby reducing Line 5 as obsolete. It's outdated, it's obsolete, it's ready to fail, it is failing. It's time for Line 5 to go. The crux of our issue is that they are in our hydrological connected waterways and groundwater aquifers. Again, with all due respect to the congressman, he says that this reroute proposal honors our request. The only thing we have ever asked of the oil company is to get out of our water. And that has been rejected, that has been disrespected, and essentially ignored. It's a simple request. We told them at one point to take their offers of money, which Enbridge is always under the impression they can buy their way through anything. We told them to take their $24 million they offered us to exist in our drinking water and put it towards their reroute project out of our watershed, out of our hydrological connectivities. And that underscores the essence of our defense and our resistance. We can't afford in this day and age to have an oil pipeline company, a foreign corporate oil pipeline in Americans' drinking water, in the Lake Superior drainage basin, and in our tribe's drinking water. What you have is Bad River watershed. It's the epicenter for the fishery powerhouse of Lake Superior. It is over 40% of the coastal wetlands of Lake Superior. This is a power center that drives the overall health of the Lake Superior as the grandmother of all the Great Lakes. In addition, getting Line 5 out of this area will prevent the extremism that's being proposed over in the Mackinac Straits. Not only are they proposing extremism in the epicenter of Lake Superior, they're proposing extremism by tunneling under the Mackinac Straits at the epicenter of the Great Lakes as it stands. This is the freshwater stronghold of America. I heard the term 21st century. How about the 28th century? How about the next 1,000 years? And so again, there isn't a justification or a alternative proposed, but the elephant in the corner is the fact that Enbridge's integrity of their of their investments, of their profits, has been put into all those pipelines that run from the Twin Ports to Chicago to Sarnia.
Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're coming up on time. Can you wrap up, please?
Yeah, the notion that Line 5 is necessary is obsolete. It's failing, and it's time for Line 5 to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be David Steffen, followed by Naomi Tellison and Michael Isham. David Steffen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is David Steffen, 715 Olive Tree Court, Green Bay, Wisconsin. I am the State Assembly representative from the Green Bay area and also the Vice Chair of the Energy and Utility Committee for the last 8 years. So I did want to speak today in support of the Line 5 relocation effort. The Wisconsin DNR should expeditiously process and approve this permit and allow this to proceed. I will be just speaking extemporaneously for these few moments, and some of it in response to what has been said. In addition to the economic impacts that Congressman Tiffany had mentioned, one of the points that I wanted to make clear that he touched on is the tremendous financial benefit to the state of Wisconsin in terms of jobs and tax revenue, additional $6.4 million in taxes alone from this project. Now that alone should not be a reason to approve it, but every major provision that relates to approval of a project of this kind has been met or exceeded by Enbridge and its related entities, whether it's economic, environmental, historical, cultural, all of them have been met or exceeded. It has been in close collaboration with the Wisconsin DNR, the Corps of Engineers, all the other related and interested parties have been met. Here's a core element, is that without Line 5, we are going to have to devise alternate mechanisms and streams in order to deliver that energy. The energy will still be used, and there is no doubt that a pipeline is by far the safest, most economical way to deliver energy. And so I'm very hopeful that the Wisconsin DNR will take great consideration for the amount of effort, interest, and success in collaborating with all the interested parties to ensure that a very safe, very economically beneficial project is approved here in Wisconsin and the Midwest. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Representative. Next up, we'll hear from Naomi Tillison, and following Naomi, we'll hear from Michael Isham and John Coleman.
Good evening. This is Naomi Tillison. I'm the director of the Mishkazebe Natural Resources Department, 72682 Maple Street, Odena, Wisconsin, 54861. Thank you for the time to provide comments on the draft EIS and how special our region is. Many communities will be affected by this proposal, not just the Bad River Band. This is a geographically unique region within the Lake Superior Basin, with critical habitats supporting rare species and numerous high-quality waters, including trout streams. This uniqueness is what makes this area special and draws people here to visit and recreate on our public lands and waters. The draft EIS relies on incomplete environmental data and lacks independent analysis and verification of the applicant's statements. The draft EIS tries to get around this lack of data and lack of impact analysis by talking about environmental effects in very general terms. That's not enough. We need analysis that is site-specific and activity-specific. We need more information on the effects of this proposal, such as the effects of an oil spill and the effects of a large land conversion. Other examples of where analysis is lacking includes wetlands, where we don't have a full picture of the impacts to these resources, both permanent and temporary. There's data missing, and the DNR must require more information from Enbridge to collect themselves to get a full picture. And that information must be included in the draft document to address issues like the lack of transparency regarding how wetlands were comprehensively scored in high, medium, and low quality wetlands, and the rationale of why different wetland types were grouped. This calls into question how assessments can be made regarding impacts to these wetlands and the important functions in the landscape. The draft document also does not fully elaborate on the impacts to waters and the fisheries and wildlife dependent upon them. Again, site-specific analysis is needed based on accurate and complete information to evaluate the effects of the construction, maintenance, and operation of the proposed pipeline. Furthermore, Bad River also has our own water quality standards as a downstream jurisdiction, and there is no analysis in the draft document of how this proposal will affect our waters and the uses supported by our waters, such as fisheries, wildlife, cultural, and recreational uses. Additionally, the analysis related to threatened, endangered, and special concern species is inadequate, and additional surveys are needed. We could give more examples, but due to limited time, want to focus on a critical point that the draft EIS does not have an adequate analysis of the cumulative impacts of the project, which should take into account not only the direct impacts from the construction and operation, but the direct and indirect impacts of the construction, operation, and maintenance of the pipeline, both immediately and holistically to the region, including the impacts that blasting at 139 sites could cause to aquifers. The DNR needs to fix the draft EIS because it is so deficient. The Wisconsin DNR should require additional data collection, complete additional analysis, and then revise and reissue a new draft EIS for public comment. As a first step, we recommend Wisconsin DNR extends the current public comment period for at least an additional 30 days to provide the time needed to prepare more detailed comments. But again, we are requesting that the DNR collect additional data, complete additional analysis, then revise and reissue a new draft EIS for public comment. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for your comments, Naomi. Next up will be Michael Isham. Following Michael will be John Coleman and then Craig Summerfield. Michael, you can go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Michael Isham Jr., Executive Administrator of the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission, located in Odena, Mashkezibi, 54861. As I mentioned during the previous public hearing and many public hearings, tribal members depend on clean, healthy, and abundant natural resources to meet their physical, social, cultural, economic, and spiritual needs. Activities that have the potential to threaten those resources must be the subject of careful and thorough scrutiny and deliberate and informed decision-making. Unfortunately, the draft EIS does not appear to meet this standard. The purpose of an environmental impact statement is to disclose the environmental consequences of a proposed project so that decision makers can make informed judgments about whether to permit a proposal, and if so, under what conditions. This draft EIS fails to provide the most basic level of critical analysis on the impacts of the proposed project. Instead, the document is a summary of regional environmental characteristics coupled with the applicant's description of its own project. The DNR and its consultant have not independently verified many of the applicant's claims about the proposal, nor have they performed the independent analysis that would verify the claims that Enbridge makes. This undermines the usefulness of the draft EIS as a document that will lead to informed decision-making. Thus far, our review has found that there are important information gaps and missing sections in the draft EIS. Inaccurate or missing information includes incomplete and inaccurate characterizations of treaty rights and other tribal interests in the project area, incorrect route location information and mapping, the analysis related to the cumulative effects and water quality are disjointed and ineffective at describing ecosystem impacts. Broad claims are made without any supporting material. Missing and incomplete information on climate change as well. We are deeply concerned that all this missing information will lead to poor decisions to the detriment of tribes and Wisconsin. An important function of an environmental impact statement that properly discloses environmental impacts is that it facilitates the identification and development of mitigation options that can reduce the impacts of the proposed project. This draft EIS lacks baseline data and impact analysis in many areas, making it impossible to develop mitigation options. For example, the draft EIS does not include information on baseline water quality for the outstanding and exceptional waters that would be crossed by the proposed pipeline. These ORW, ERW waters are protected by non-degradation water quality standards. If no baseline data are collected and no analysis is done on changes to water quality resulting from the pipeline construction, how will the state verify compliance with the non-degradation standards? Given the deficiencies that have been identified, GLIFWIC has suggested that the draft EIS be revised and reissued for public comment. As a first step, GLIFWIC requests that DNR extend the review deadline by 30 days so the interested parties can provide a full identification of the additional data and revised analysis that are needed.
Michael, we're coming up on time. I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Miigwech, Bizendawiye, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be John Coleman. And after John Coleman will be Craig Summerfield, followed by Kyle Bukovich. John, if you start by stating your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is John Coleman. I am the environmental section leader for the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission in Odana, Wisconsin. I will cover 5 of the many topics which we plan to raise during the comment period. First, the impact of the right-of-way on hunting, fishing, and gathering. The pipeline right-of-way cuts through thousands of acres of public land that are used for hunting. Because of the new Wisconsin trespass law, it would be a felony for anyone to step into or cross that right-of-way while hunting, fishing, or gathering. Enbridge cannot negate that law and its impact on hunting with its statement quoted in the draft EIS. Enbridge's statement is not legally binding, and Enbridge could at any time renege on that commitment to allow hunting. Second, misleading statements. Enbridge has already reneged on other commitments, such as its March 2020 commitment to not drill in cultural sites until after cultural surveys were conducted. Yet it did so in at least one site identified by its own archaeologists. Finally, the draft EIS claims that Enbridge would comply with the timing restrictions for construction activities in streams and rivers in order to protect spawning fish. Yet Enbridge has applied for waivers of those restrictions for every single one of its 185 river and stream crossings. Third, scale of the project. The proposed pipeline extends 41 miles across 2 counties. It has 865 wetland crossings and 185 stream or river crossings. At 139 of those crossings, Enbridge expects to blast with explosives to install its pipe. Furthermore, Enbridge claims that the proposed route would disturb only 598 acres, yet our analysis shows that the construction workspace space covers over 900 acres. In spite of this, there's no comprehensive discussion of cumulative impacts of this project. Fourth, rare species and resources. Enbridge's surveys for rare species in the path of the pipeline construction has been feeble. For example, Enbridge recorded only 2 occurrences of a state-threatened plant along the entire 41-mile route, while tribal biologists found 10 occurrences of that same species in less than 1 mile of the project. Other rare species, undocumented by Enbridge, have been found by tribal biologists. There have been no surveys for mussels or fish, nor were important spawning areas documented. State-listed threatened and endangered mussels and fish occur in the counties where the project is proposed, and fish spawning in the area's creeks and rivers is critical to the Lake Superior fishery. Fifth, oil spill analysis. Enbridge's analysis of the movement of spilled oil in water bodies, including Lake Superior, is presented in the draft EIS so poorly that it is nearly useless for evaluating the risks to important resources. For example, in modeling of spill impact to important resources, there is no identification of the spill's extents, nor the location of the high consequence areas. Without specific information about those, it is impossible to determine potential impacts of a spill to natural and human resources. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. We do look forward to a substantially beefed up draft EIS in the future.
Thank you for your comments, John. Next up will be Craig Sommerfeld. And following Craig, we'll hear from Kyle Bukovich. And after Kyle, we'll hear from Anders Hanahan. Before Craig makes his comments, I just want to remind folks that the chat is available. The chat function in Zoom is available for seeking technical assistance if you're having problems with the platform. Please do not put your comments related to the draft EIS or the project in the chat. That just prevents our technical people from getting to the technical problems and resolving them. So we're not monitoring that for comments, and those are not part of the record. So please refrain from using that for anything other than for Zoom chat problems. All right, Craig, whoops. You can go ahead and state your name and address for the record, and then we'll hear your comments, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, my name is Craig Summerfield, 501 East Washington Avenue, Madison, Wisconsin. I serve as the Director of Environmental and Energy Policy here at Wisconsin Manufacturers and Commerce, also known as WMC. WMC is the largest business association in Wisconsin. We represent approximately 3,800 member companies of all sizes and from every sector of the economy. Since 1911, our mission has been to make Wisconsin the most competitive state in the nation to do business. Our business members depend on access to affordable and reliable energy in order to grow and maintain jobs in Wisconsin. Thus, WMC encourages the DNR to review and approve the necessary permits that Enbridge is seeking to construct the reroute of Line 5 that has been requested by the Bad River Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. For more than 2 years, Enbridge has studied the pipeline relocation route. In reviewing the permit application, we are confident you will find the application to be thorough and complete. Enbridge has completed numerous environmental surveys with the goal of reducing the disturbance to the environment, particularly wetlands and water bodies in the area of the reroute. The quality of our natural environment is important to WMC members as it is to Enbridge. The continued consistent supply of energy products via Line 5 is critical to Wisconsin businesses. This energy fuels our businesses, heats our homes, and it's imperative that the permit be granted so that this vital source of energy can remain operating. Additionally, Enbridge's operation of Line 5 is a critical source of revenue to our state's general fund, money that can be used to support state and community programs, education, infrastructure, and more. In 2020, Enbridge paid $36 million in taxes to the state of Wisconsin stemming from its operations. It's expected that the Line 5 project will increase annual taxes paid to the state of Wisconsin by approximately $6.4 million, including sales and property taxes, personal income taxes, as well as corporate income or franchise taxes. In addition to the state's tax revenue, the Line 5 project will provide a significant economic boost to the state and northern Wisconsin communities and businesses in the form of jobs and other economic activity. It is estimated that the Line 5 project will provide 700 family-sustaining construction jobs and will add $135 million in direct and indirect economic activity. This will be seen in money spent locally in hotels and motels, restaurants, laundromats, grocery stores, and across other businesses. And for families in the areas, it means additional dollars to pay for rent and mortgages, heat for homes, clothes for kids, transportation, and food for the family. Energy and infrastructure and the environment, energy infrastructure and the environment can coexist. It has for decades here in Wisconsin and across the country, and it really must. In summary, Wisconsin businesses depend on access to affordable and reliable energy in order to create and maintain jobs in the state, and relocating Line 5 is a critical component of that. Again, Wisconsin Manufacturers and Commerce, on behalf of our approximately 3,800 member companies, encourages the Wisconsin DNR to expeditiously review and approve the permits that Enbridge seeks to construct the reroute of Line 5. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you for your comments, Craig. Next up will be Kyle Bukovich, followed by Anders Hanhan, and then M. Franz.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, and then we'll take your comments.
Kyle Bukovich, 2284 East Foxborough Chafee Road, Foxborough, Wisconsin, 54836. Good afternoon. As I said, my name is Kyle Bukovich. I'm president of the Northern Wisconsin Building and Construction Trades Council, which is comprised of 15 different union construction trades who represent over 600 union construction workers that live in Northern Wisconsin. Additionally, I'm a lifelong resident of Douglas County, Wisconsin, who regularly uses Lake Superior, the Apostle Islands, and the Ashland area for recreation. The Northern Wisconsin Building Trades asks that the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources promptly process and approve the permit under review needed for the Line 5 relocation project located near Ashland. The relocation of Line 5 is needed to honor the request from the Bad River Band to remove the pipeline from the reservation while maintaining safe transportation of essential oil or essential energy. Without Line 5, it would take an estimated 2,100 trucks every day to transport the same amount of essential energy. The Line 5 project is a $450 million project, which was awarded to a well-known pipeline contractor whose headquarters are based right here in Wisconsin. More than $46 million will be spent locally, specifically with Native-owned businesses, including training and hiring tribal members. This project will create an estimated 700 family-sustaining construction jobs, which largely come from local areas' union hiring halls. This will add $135 million in economic relief at a much-needed time, as many of the local communities and businesses have been hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. The economic boost this will have on the area will be a much needed relief. Wisconsin does not produce crude oil, but depends on a system of pipelines to deliver energy to industries that heats homes, businesses, schools, and much more, not only in Wisconsin, but the entire Midwest. The Line 5 relocate project will be done utilizing the safest and highest trained workforce using the most state-of-the-art technology to safely complete the relocate. Again, I ask the Wisconsin DNR to promptly process and approve the permit needed for Line 5 so we can give the local communities the much needed economic relief and to honor the removal request from the Bad River Band. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Anders Hanhan, followed by M. Franz, and then John Greenler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes. My name is Anders Hanhan. My address is 711 East Bolt Way, Appleton, Wisconsin, 54911.
And you can go ahead and make your comments.
Thank you. So first, my name is Anders Hanhan. I'm a sophomore in college, and I'm an activist with the Sunrise Movement here in Wisconsin. There are so many reasons why this project would be catastrophic to the environment of not only Wisconsin, but to the environment globally. First of all, it infringes on Indigenous rights to hunt, fish, and cultivate wild rice. And although the new route is sent outside of the Bad River boundaries, it does not take the pipeline outside of the Bad River watershed, which means that if the pipeline leaked, it would still directly affect the Bad River tribe's rights to hunt, fish, and cultivate wild rice on their reservation. Secondly, it would bring a massive amount of human trafficking into the area and directly endanger the lives of Indigenous women and girls. As we saw with the Enbridge project of Line 3 in Minnesota this past summer, there were a large amount of encampments where pipeline workers stayed, and those areas in which there were camps had a large increase in human trafficking and women put in danger, particularly those women who are members of the Indigenous community. Next, when the pipeline leaks, because pipelines do always leak, there is no such thing as a pipeline that doesn't, it would be catastrophic to the Great Lakes watershed as a whole, which is a source for clean fishing water, drinking water for many, many people in the Midwest. Finally, we have 8 years to save our planet. We have 8 years to reduce our carbon emissions to zero, or else we will hit a catastrophic tipping point, which will send our world over the edge. We don't need a new fossil fuels project. As Chairman Wiggins said, there are already plenty of pipelines that run back and forth across the state that are owned by Enbridge. We don't need one that burns Alberta tar sands fuel, which is extremely carbon intensive and is worse for the atmosphere than average oil and petroleum is in the first place. And lastly, to address some comments brought up from some other people about the economic benefit to the area, these are short-term jobs. These are jobs that last for 3 months and cannot sustain families. And in addition to that, there's no way that we can pay for the environmental catastrophe that this project will cause with the $6.4 million extra in taxpayer money that this will raise, and it's foolish to do so. I return the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll hear from M. Franz, followed by John Greenler, and then Rob Lee.
There we go. Thank you. My name is Mark Franz. I'm environmental manager for Michael's Pipeline, and I'm also a wildlife biologist. I'm in support of the current draft EIS, particularly Enbridge's sustainable methodology for crossing of waterways and wetlands, which I have witnessed personally. With the abandonment of Line 5 through the Bad River Reservation, that 12-mile segment becomes 41 miles. That 41 miles represents meticulous route planning through a much developed land as exists in that region. Consider that Enbridge could have routed the pipeline directly adjacent to the reservation boundary and saved themselves miles of pipe. Using Google Earth, you can overlay existing and proposed pipeline routes, the reservation boundary, and the surface water inventory mapping. Doing so clearly illustrates the obvious avoidance and minimization of construction impacts to the region's environmentally sensitive areas, such as incorporation of farmland over forest, reduced construction workspace, and appropriate incorporation of horizontal directional drilling as opposed to open cut. Without Line 5, fossil fuel will continue to be transported through the reservation via the 3 existing pipelines that are uncontested currently. And without Line 5, Enbridge would likely utilize Highway 2 for the trucking effort. Within the reservation, the 15-mile portion of Highway 2 crosses the region's most concentrated area of surface waters, and historically, moving oil via pipeline is significantly safer than that of truck or rail. As it is currently being proposed, the Line 5 reroute has been exhaustively studied, completely avoids the Bad River Reservation, incorporates new cathodically protected steel pipe, avoids the majority of environmentally sensitive areas, and maintains service to thousands of Midwest and Canadian customers relying on this commodity to live. With that, I urge the DNR to issue a favorable determination of compliance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we'll hear from John Greenler, followed by Rob Lee, and then Bobby Wrongstad.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, John, go ahead and state your name and address for the record, and then we'll hear your comments.
Yeah, this is John Greenler, 706 Emerson Street, Madison, Wisconsin, 53715. I'm the executive director for 350 Madison. Thanks very much for this opportunity to speak today. The DNR environmental analysis does an exceptionally poor job of analyzing the impacts of this Line 5 relocation project, especially within the context of surrounding communities, including the Bad River Band of the Lake Superior Chippewa. For our Native American allies, a clean environment and especially clean water are exceptionally important. It is from these natural resources that their food, drinking water, and medicinal and sacred plants are sustained. Furthermore, for these indigenous peoples, Water is seen as being a part of their very body and self. My thanks to Chairman Mike Wiggins for his testimonies at the start of this hearing. Line 5 has a bad history. I think that's hard to contest. We cannot tolerate the types and frequency of spills that have resulted. At least 50 spills in the past 50 years are way too many. We are at a point when we can and need to rapidly transition away from carbon-emitting fossil fuels. The science and industry are in place for a clean energy future. We need to stop supporting the fossil fuel industry and immediately bring down carbon emissions. Furthermore, and specifically, the fuels derived from carbon tar sands oils being transported by Line 5 are among the worst fossil fuels, both in terms of carbon emissions and damage to our planet's lands and waters. Please help with putting a stop to this illogical and destructive infrastructure. Our time, energy, and limited resources are urgently needed elsewhere. We cannot pander with the delusion of a future that includes tar sands oils and fossil fuels in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Rob Lee, followed by Bobby Rongstad, and then Mark Rosenthal.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Lee, and I'm a staff attorney at Midwest Environmental Advocates in Madison at 612 West Main Street. I've been working on this proposed new segment of Line 5 since before Enbridge ever submitted its application for project permits 2 years ago. And as I've engaged with members of the public and other stakeholders, particularly over the last 6 weeks and meetings, webinars, and a lot of other one-on-one phone conversations regarding this draft EIS, a theme has emerged and can really be summed up in 2 words, and that's do more. I understand that DNR's authority over oil pipelines is limited, but that doesn't mean you can't and shouldn't do more with the authority that you do have. I don't want to discount DNR committing early on to following the environmental review process in the first place and holding a public comment period longer than the 30-day default under NR 150. That helps and is appreciated. But committing to going through the environmental review process is one thing. Following through on that commitment is another. As you know, the purpose of an EIS is to inform both decision makers and the public about the environmental impacts associated with any project, regardless of whether DNR has the authority to regulate those impacts. And it's clear to me that the public needs the DNR and its consultant to do more analysis. There needs to be a comprehensive look at the potential impacts, not just from constructing the new segment, but from what that construction is expressly purposed to facilitate, the continued operation of the rest of Line 5. And so we need to know more about things like the risk of spills and greenhouse gas emissions relative to the entire pipeline, not just this new segment. And for the impacts the draft EIS does actually address and get into, I urge you to consider for each issue, whether you've merely identified it and provide cursory analysis or engaged in the meaningful and thorough review the public deserves. If it's the latter, do more. Do more by demanding site-specific information for every water body crossing and wetland fill. Do more by ensuring you're fulfilling your affirmative duty to protect public trust resources and access thereto. And think about what we can learn from the well-publicized failures of Line 3 and how those can be prevented here in Wisconsin. And do more by requiring an individual stormwater permit. And finally, given the amount of public input you've already received and will continue to receive, do more than just extending the comment period. Consider holding another hearing and comment period on the draft EIS or the water resource permits, or both. And so we'll be supplementing my testimony today with written comments. Thanks so much for your attention.
Yeah, thanks for your comments, Rob. Next up will be Bobby Wrongstead, and following Bobby will be Mark Rosenthal and then Scott Suter.
Good evening. My name is Bobby Ronstadt. I live in northern Wisconsin at 14363 North Hefner's Road, Saxon 54559. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My husband and I are what they call abutters. That means that the proposed pipeline expansion, if approved, would be constructed on adjacent property, crossing two streams just upstream from where they flow through our land. I read the draft EIS. The first thing that struck me is that whoever wrote it should have read it again and done some editing. That's a concern because if the experts who signed off on this can't even identify typos, mistakes, and conflicting information, I'm afraid I'm going to have trust issues. They even spelled Mel wrong. How can we believe that they adequately identified the environmental threats to our land and water? I read the part of the draft covering spills. Sorry, but I'm not feeling at all comforted by these lines, which I'll read directly from the draft. A pinhole leak, for example, could be undetected for days or a few weeks if the release volume rates were small and below detectable levels. The risk of groundwater contamination from a release would be primarily to private residences, like mine. It's unlikely that a large volume of oil would reach Lake Superior since much would become trapped in sediments and vegetation at the river bottom, along streams and riverbanks and in wetlands before reaching this far downstream. According to the Enbridge Safety Accountability website, in 2020, Enbridge had 7 reportable spills on crude oil and liquid pipeline systems. But you know what? They kind of forgot to report that spill in Jefferson County for over a year, so maybe they forgot about others as well. Speaking of asking Enbridge, the phrase, quote, according to Enbridge, unquote, is used 19 times in the draft. If all you're going to do is ask Enbridge, then why even bother with an EIS? Isn't the point of the study to investigate the impacts independently? This draft just appears to be a very rough start. Please complete a more thorough analysis. As Rob mentioned, use the failures in Minnesota on line 3 to learn and improve before considering to approve this permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Bobby. Okay, next up will be Mark Rosenthal. Following Mark will be Scott Suter and then Phyllis Hasbrook. Mark, you can go ahead and state your name and address for the record, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Mark Rosenthal. I'm from Madison, Wisconsin, 1917 Monroe Street, 53711. I'm an ER nurse and I've spent many years promoting public health. Today, I want to thank the DNR for holding today's hearing. I have often spoken of human rights, for instance, the right to health care and clean water. But today I want to speak not of rights, but of obligations. The obligation to defend and protect the land and all things that are of it. I wish to speak today in defense of northern Wisconsin and my children's future. I ask that you deny any permit that would allow Line 5 to continue in Wisconsin. I am deeply concerned that the EIS does not deal with who or what Enbridge is. They have a clear and violent and arrogant track record that speaks for itself. They spend millions of dollars to create a social license. They lobby, buy, and divide communities. They use their money and influence to push state legislatures to criminalize nonviolent protests and oppositions to their actions. They make promises they have no intentions of keeping. In South Dakota, where they are invested in DAPL, they were responsible for extreme paramilitary violence against nonviolent protesters. In northern Minnesota, they virtually bought and militarized police departments and arrested over 1,000 people. Once granted permits, they simply did as they pleased. fracking 28 rivers, piercing 3 aquifers, taking water as they chose. The EIS does not mention the environmental devastation in Minnesota, and I do not understand how that is possible. No mention of a litany of pipeline ruptures and toxic spills. Oil spills in Wisconsin would threaten the Great Lakes and 186 waterways. Line 5 has already spilled over 1.1 million gallons of water. When Michigan's governor, concerned about the Straits of Mackinac, demanded that Line 5 be shut down, Enbridge just said no. The proposed route crosses multiple rivers that make up the watershed to Lake Superior. Enbridge has a history of total disregard for Indigenous sovereignty and uses the ODOT system to track Indigenous opposition. Indigenous peoples are seen and targeted as a threat. Unproven statements that minimize threats seems to be the norm for the TRC report. And this is never clearer than the claim that Line 5 will not affect climate change. To suggest that updating the existing line to enable tar sands oil to flow and be burned for many years does not affect climate change is a simple lie using manipulation of language. We are facing an existential crisis with climate change. We have an obligation to act, and in Wisconsin, that means stopping Line 5. Speaking on behalf of my children's and grandchildren's future, I ask that you deny this permit. Do not sell their future to the last, most expensive tar sands pipeline in history. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll hear from Scott Suter. Following Scott, we'll hear from Phyllis Hasbrook and then Tom Hildebrandt. Scott, you can go ahead and state your name, address for the record.
Thank you. My name is Scott Suter. I'm the Wisconsin Paper Council president. Our address is 44 East Mifflin Street in Madison, Wisconsin. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. The Wisconsin Paper Council is the statewide trade association which advocates for Wisconsin's paper, pulp, and forestry industries. Our trade association recognizes the diverse benefits that sound forestry produces. It produces protection and enhancement of water, air, and soil quality, producing habitat for diverse flora and fauna, aesthetics and recreation, including hiking and trail use, also hunting, fishing, camping, and nature appreciation. As we look through the lens of sound forestry practices, we really want to commend and support the efforts that Enbridge is taking as part of their pipeline construction process. The route minimizes impact to sensitive environmental areas of concern, as well as cultural resources in the area. And the project is being developed in a manner that will minimize wetlands, water body, and also threatened and endangered species impacts. This is very important to our members, and it's very important certainly to our state. And where there are sensitive areas, we're aware of the understanding that the construction right-of-way will be minimized and the workspace reduced. So we applaud Enbridge for their thoughtful approach to construction management planning in these sensitive areas. The use of timber mats to limit wetland disturbance, installing erosion control devices, and utilizing site-specific water crossing methods all represent best management practices and mitigation measures that mirror those shared by the principles of sound forestry practices that our members adhere to. Additionally, the production of paper products is a highly intensive energy process. To stop Line 5, a vital source of energy for the entire region, would be harmful to our members, their employees, and the industry, and ultimately the state. So permitting this project will help ensure reliable, predictable, and affordable energy resource that our members rely on every single day. Our nonpartisan statewide trade association supports this reroute of the Line 5 project, and we ask that the DNR approve the associated permits in an expeditious manner, thus allowing Enbridge the opportunity to move forward with this construction. Thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in this important process today.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we'll hear from Phyllis Hasbrook, followed by Tom Hildebrandt, and then Holly Cox.
There you go. My name is Phyllis Hasbrook. I live in the town of Dunn in Dane County. I'm with the Wisconsin State.
Phyllis, I'm sorry, could you please state your address for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. 3113 View Road, Madison.
Thank you. You can go ahead with your comments.
I'm with the Wisconsin Safe Energy Alliance, which opposes this project and all new fossil fuel infrastructure in Wisconsin, as fossil fuels are not safe energy. They are dangerous when extracted, when moved, and when burned, and they threaten our outdoor tourism industry. The 2020 report of the State Office of Outdoor Recreation gives us some numbers that confirm what we already know, that the beauty and serenity of the northern forests and lakes underpin an economic powerhouse that this region needs. And an Enbridge pipeline rupture could contaminate such a large area that you must examine whether their tax payments are worth the risk to our environment. This DEIS does not do that. Enbridge says that they paid $36.5 million in Wisconsin property taxes in 2020, which sounds impressive until you think of, imagine the aftermath of a rupture in Bad River or any of scores of streams that all head north and empty into Lake Superior. A foul smell, dead and dying wildlife, a thick coating of toxic oil on the waters and the shores. Would you travel to Lake Superior for that? Or would you cancel your family or corporate outing and look for a pristine place to spend your money? An environmental impact statement is supposed to lay out scenarios for what the impacts could be so that the DNR can make informed decisions. Section 7881 makes soothing statements like, it is unlikely, however, that tourism associated with Lake Superior, Chequamegon Bay, and the Apostle Island National Lakeshore would be impacted by a pipeline spill along the proposed or alternate routes, unless the spill was large enough to reach Lake Superior, unquote. And then nothing about just how likely the contamination of Lake Superior would be. Well, I'll tell you, when you are dealing with a company like Enbridge, who Greenpeace found to have an average of a spill or leak every 20 days, it is very likely that those prime tourism areas would eventually become stinking graveyards of fish and birds. Here are a few figures that I gleaned from the state's website. Outdoor recreation is big business in Wisconsin, generating $7.8 billion and supporting 93,000 jobs. Together, mountain bikers on the Chequamegon Trail System and silent sports enthusiasts in Ashland, Bayfield, and Sawyer counties spend a total of $21.7 million per year. When you combine these facts with the need to preserve 10% of the world's fresh surface water, Enbridge's tax payments just don't compare. There are non-polluting ways to create and deliver energy. Let Enbridge get into that business. They will
Phyllis, we're coming up on time. I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Yes, they will find the people of Wisconsin supporting them, not lining up to fight them. DNR, please reject this Line 5 project.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next up, we'll hear from Tom Hildebrandt, followed by Holly Cox, and then Trent Wetmore. Tom, you'll need to unmute if you're trying to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. If you go ahead and state your name and address for the record, and then we'll hear your comments.
Good evening. My name is Tom Hildebrandt. I live at 5463 Village Drive in West Bend, Wisconsin. I want to thank the DNR for the opportunity to speak my piece on this important topic. My ask is that you stop the madness of another fossil fuel infrastructure project and deny Enbridge Pipeline Company the permits necessary for the completion of their proposed Line 5 relocation project. Stop the absurdity of connecting 41 miles of new pipeline into a pipeline that is 68 years old. By doing that, it can only mean that in the near future, we will be back at the same table because Enbridge will want to replace the rest of this old 645-mile pipeline. Stop the madness of this project that puts the 1,000 square mile Bad River watershed, which includes Copper Falls State Park, 200 water bodies, and a portion of Lake Superior at risk of contamination. Contamination that may come from construction methods that include 20 miles of blasting needed to complete the line, or from possible frack outs that may occur at any of the 13 sites that require horizontal directional drilling. Then there is the ultimate source of contamination, and that is the possible future rupture of the pipeline, which would be a disaster of immense proportions. I ask again to deny the permits. Line 5 in its present location is a disaster in waiting. It already threatens 3 of the Great Lakes with contamination. To let Enbridge go ahead with its relocation project that would encapsulate the Bad River watershed in its boundaries is pure madness. Decommission Line 5. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Holly Cox. Following Holly, we'll hear from Trent Wetmore and then Karen Wilson. Holly, you can go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Holly Cox, 1 Day Court, Tawako, New Jersey. Thank you for holding this hearing. I'm here because I've experienced the climate crisis in my own life and understand the urgency of cutting our reliance on fossil fuels immediately. In the last 6 years, I've driven across the United States, including Canada, 8 times. I've seen major highways washed out from landslides due to deforestation, driven through areas of wildfire smoke, seen mile after mile of drought-stricken land with brown bushes and trees, which also means the wildlife living there are dying because there's not enough water. That is just part of my climate story and what brings me here to urge you to realize what a pivotal moment of history we're in. We have less than 10 years to drastically cut our emissions to keep our planet habitable. I'm here to ask you to update the draft EIS to acknowledge the severity of the impacts of Enbridge's proposed new fossil fuel Line 5 pipeline through the Bad River watershed and its impacts on the water, wetlands, indigenous people, and climate of Wisconsin and our planet. The draft EIS claims that Line 5 expansion would have no effect on climate change because this is a reroute of an existing line. However, updating an existing line enables oil to flow and be burned for decades more, ensuring that the climate-enhanced disasters like wildfires, droughts, heat waves, hurricanes, flooding, etc. will continue and intensify when we know we need to transition off fossil fuels now. The few people commenting that they need the pipeline for the economy and businesses are short-sighted because without a habitable planet, their economy and businesses are going to be worthless. We need to transition to clean energy now so these businesses and our economy can thrive in the future. Second, some places are inappropriate for a pipeline carrying toxic oil, and this is one of them. No stricter permit conditions can make the risks acceptable in the Bad River watershed. Pipeline accidents are not a matter of if, but when. Both construction and spills of a new Line 5 segment would cause devastation to wildlife, water, humans, and the environment. These impacts are not properly described in the draft EIS. Third, permit conditions that the DNR might apply to Enbridge will have no effect on a company that breaks rules willfully. During construction of Line 3 in Minnesota, Enbridge dug deeper than permitted, breached an artesian aquifer, and caused 28 frack outs. Enbridge plans to use the same technology here, so the impacts of similar disasters must be considered. Fourth, there's a conflict of interest in this EIS process. TRC, the company contracted to draft the EIS, states it has strong relationships with a number of large Canadian firms, including Enbridge. TRC is biased toward Enbridge and should be disqualified. Further, TRC made many errors, including using outdated data, showing an incorrect route, and completely omitting sections on cumulative environmental effects and water quality. Thus, Wisconsin DNR needs to thoroughly review all the information TRC included in the EIS, questions their assumptions made, and provide your own analysis based up by evidence and facts.
Holly, we're coming up on time. I'm going to need you to wrap up, please.
Yes, overall, this draft EIS is an inadequate portrait of all the potential impacts of the Line 5 expansion. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments, and I hope you continue to allow the public input before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll hear from Trent Wetmore, followed by Karen Wilson, and then Mark Silverman.
Good evening, Trent Wetmore. The address is 119 North 25th Street East in Superior, Wisconsin. I am the Director of Operations for Enbridge Pipeline Company based in Superior. And first off, I wanted to thank the Wisconsin DNR for your time and dedication on completing the EIS, as it is obviously a monumental task. I also want to thank all those who came out today to provide comment on the project. Whether you're here to discuss the merit or opposition of the Line 5 relocation project, we appreciate your efforts to hold us accountable to provide the best pipeline project possible. We all deserve the safest, most reliable forms of energy infrastructure available, and we will continue to operate Line 5 in this manner as we have since 1953. I'm here to speak in support of the Line 5 Wisconsin segment relocation project and ask that the Wisconsin DNR promptly process and approve the permit under review. The genesis of this project is at the request of the Bad River Band's request when they elected to not renew the easement through the expired portions of Line 5 across the reservation. We are honoring this decision by relocating the pipeline off the reservation while continuing to provide the energy we are all relying upon. And I want to address it as well. It is not a simple task to simply move the product off of Line 5 onto our other pipelines throughout the Midwest. Those lines are simply full and cannot accept the additional capacity. And another point I want to provide is that Line 5 does not move what's considered oil sands product, crude oil, out of Western Alberta. It moves only light crude oil, and it simply moves natural gas liquids. Back to the project, the rerouted portion of Line 5 will be built with the latest technology and the least impactful construction methods utilized by our contractor, Michaels. The $450 million project will provide a local economic boom as well for the state, with nearly $50 million committed to Native-owned businesses. As we've seen with other recent large infrastructure projects in our region, it will allow many local union employees the opportunity for a great family-sustaining job close to home, and will provide an economic boost for northern Wisconsin communities. The state of Wisconsin will also see over $6 million in increased taxes, adding to the $36 million that Enbridge already pays. I'm confident that the Wisconsin DNR will base their decision on facts and what's best for the state and its citizen, and be able to see through any sort of politics or fear mongering that may exist. Meanwhile, we will continue to do things the right way and provide the energy we all need every day. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we will have Karen Wilson. And Karen Wilson will be followed by Amanda Lewis.
Hello, I am Karen Wilson, living at 8391 Island View Road in Fish Creek, Wisconsin. As a citizen of Door County, I've had a lot of layperson's experience with water protection. So I'm very grateful for the efforts of all the people who've been working to protect the waters of the Bad River Reservation and surrounding area. When I was a young mother back in the 60s and 70s, it was an era of environmental optimism. Earth Day had resulted in federal and state laws to protect the environment. And even then, I could see that was a mere beginning, that to truly protect my children's future, I had to be involved. I had to help make sure that the new laws are followed, and also followed in letter and in spirit. And so that began many decades of contributing time, money, and effort as a volunteer. As far as the draft EIS, It has ignored the urgent concerns by all those people who have been working so hard for so long to protect this vital water-rich area of Wisconsin. The pipeline relocation must be rejected. It cannot be justified under the DNR's responsibility to protect the waters of Wisconsin. Most importantly, the draft EIS is severely inadequate in its assessment of the impact on climate change. That is the paramount danger of major fossil fuel projects. For all the exhaustive length and detail of the draft EIS, it does fail to acknowledge the drastic consequences of infrastructure that will lock in the use of oil for many decades. And in effect, for the Wisconsin DNR to grant relocation of Line 5 is to give a giant subsidy to Enbridge, ensuring their customers' dependence on fossil fuel for the long term at a time when it's critical to move rapidly to sustainable alternatives. Pipeline relocation must be rejected. And thank you so much for what I hope is close attention to the comments made here today.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, next up will be Amanda Lewis. Following Amanda Lewis will be Mark Silverman, and then Angela Evans.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Lewis, and my address is 1125 Jennifer Street in Madison, Wisconsin. And I am a graduate student in environmental conservation at UW-Madison and a Sierra Club volunteer. My biggest concern with Line 5 is that the 42-mile pipeline would cross over 186 waterways. Northern Wisconsin is known for pristine water, and it is discouraging that a pipeline filled with oil tar sands would be allowed to traverse over so many waterways that people depend on for recreation, drinking water, fishing, and livelihoods. The draft EIS claims that the pipeline construction will not have an adverse effect, even though later on in the document it states an oil spill could create permanent negative changes to wild rice beds even after cleanup, water chemistry could change, suspended solids could increase, and water clarity could decline. We have seen enough oil spills on the coasts and in the Gulf of Mexico to know that this is true, and oil devastates an area for many years, with many causing permanent damage. Lake Superior will be one of the Great Lakes most affected by the spill that will result from this pipeline, yet we all know the Great Lakes are connected, and years later, other Great Lakes will have to deal with the aftermaths of oil spills. And the Red Cliff Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa will suffer the most from years of dead land and water after an oil spill, making this an environmental justice issue as well. The Wisconsin DNR needs to update the draft EIS to acknowledge the severity of the pipeline's impacts on the people who live there and the waters of Wisconsin that will be polluted for generations, and to replace incorrect data, do its own analysis, and add sections on cumulative effects and water quality before moving forward. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the draft EIS. Please continue to offer many public inputs before moving forward with a decision on permits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Amanda. Next up is Mark Silverman, followed by Angela Evans. Mark, you'll need to unmute.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Mark Silverman, and I am my address is 3640 South 23rd Street. And I am the president of the Wisconsin Animal Protection Society, and I'm a proud member of the Sierra Club Wisconsin chapter. We ask that the DNR please deny the Enbridge permit to build this pipeline. We, of course, think about the effects that Line 5 would have on animals, wildlife, the environment. And sorry, I'm having a little technical difficulty here. I'll try to get this fixed in a second. Oh, brother, sorry. Somehow my we worry about the potential this has on the Great Lakes region. We think about where this tar sands comes from in Canada. Nature advocates estimate that the industrial development and wildfires in the tar sands region of Canada have cleared or degraded nearly 2 million acres of boreal forest since the turn of the millennium. This puts vital habitat for birds, caribou, and other animals at risk. It's also a climate issue since the boreal forest is a vital carbon sink. Tar sands chemicals have been linked to higher rates of cancer in Indigenous communities. Yeah, this is from Greenpeace. Rerouting, of course, has potential harm to the entire Great Lakes region. And what jumped out at me when I read the environmental impact statement, the draft environmental impact statement, were the effects on forests. This is under 612.1. Under forests, there would be both temporary and permanent impacts to areas of forest land cover in the proposed and alternative route corridors. As far as forest interior species would be negatively impacted temporarily and permanently due to habitat destruction and fragmentation. The loss of shrub and forest habitats would be long-term, requiring from 5 to more than 100 years for establishment of shrubs and trees within reclaimed areas of the construction right-of-way. Under birds, this is section 614.7 of the DEIS. Fragmented edge habitats could present permanent loss of habitat for certain bird species. As far as eagles and migratory birds, there is a potential for bald eagles to be present in any one of the route alternatives year-round. And eagles are affected because they rely on established roost sites because of their proximity to sufficient food sources.
Mark, we're coming up on time. I'm going to need you to wrap up, please.
Okay, it's wrapping up to the effects this would have on the animal life, wildlife, the environment. We need to remember why we're in Wisconsin, and don't worry about Enbridge. They are $1 billion corporation according to Forbes, and we need to think about what we enjoy about Wisconsin. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next, we'll hear from Angela Evans, and after Angela, Diane Brackharsh and Jason Collada will follow.
Hi, yes, this is Angela Evans. I live at N1385 County Road W in Chautauqua, Wisconsin. And first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to hear and receive our comments today. I'm a registered nurse and a Wisconsin resident and landowner. My husband, Jeremy, is a Navy veteran and a data analyst, and we absolutely love living in this state. Jeremy grew up here. His mother was born and raised on a dairy farm, and her parents, grandparents grew up here and loved this land. Of course, that's really nothing compared to the thousands of years of relationship that Native peoples have had with this land and still do to this day. Still, in my short time here, I've fallen in love with the North Woods and Great Lakes' unparalleled beauty and life. I grew up somewhere very different in Bridge City, Texas. My whole life, I was surrounded by big oil companies as my neighbors. They made lots of promises to us too about safety, jobs, and money to get their foothold in. There was a long running, only half joke we kids grew up hearing when we played down near the bayou in the hot summers. Don't swim in Cow Bayou unless you want to grow a tail. Ha ha ha. We weren't worried about the alligators. The pollution and toxins in the water were well known by everyone, even the oil workers. There were signs posted around all the waterways warning you to eat any fish you caught at your own risk. They were poisoned, toxic. I will always remember going to Searim State Park, our local beach, with my sister and parents when I was about 5 years old. My dad had finally gotten a day off from his job at the steel mill and wanted to take us swimming at our favorite spot. Something looked off, but my sister and I were unstoppable and ready to get in the water. We jumped in, and as we swam, we felt a strange slick sensation and realized to all our horror that we were swimming in a giant oil spill. This was not an uncommon occurrence. Oil spills happen a lot more often than what you see on the news. My mom one time watched an oil company cleaning crew scooping oil out of the ocean. She followed the truck down to an infrequently visited creek and saw them dump it out there. And from what I've seen from Enbridge's records and from the way that they acted with Line 3 in Minnesota, I don't have any faith at all that they will be different than the oil companies I grew up around. I've watched countless friends and families struggle with increased cancer rates in the area that are well documented to be related to the activities of big oil. 2 of my aunts have died, and my dad is thankfully in remission from cancer with no genetic link established. The beach road that my dad traveled as a child and brought our family on for countless road trips growing up to visit Galveston Island was shut down some years ago as the waters continued to rise in the face of increased hurricanes and eroding beaches. The asphalt is now broken up and almost unrecognizable as a former highway full of memories and life, a taste of the continued rising waters and things to come. My parents' house had been hit 3 times by quote unquote 100-year storms in the last 15 years.
Angela, we're at time, so you're going to have to wrap up, please.
Okay. It's time to ask if you want these companies to do in Wisconsin what I saw done in Texas, poisoning the water so you can't swim, eat fish, and drink. I ask the DNR respectfully to refuse these permits on behalf of our grandchildren and children and the coming generations.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Diane Brockhardt, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name there, Diane, followed by Jason Culata and then Jackie Dorman.
Okay, am I unmuted?
You are.
Yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Diane Brackharsh, and I live at 2230 Hollister Avenue in Madison, 53726. I do thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. I respectfully request that the DNR deny Enbridge's Line 5 reroute permit. There are a myriad of reasons why allowing this pipeline to operate is dangerous, but I'd like to focus on just a few of them. Mr. Wetmore testified just a little while ago that Enbridge would continue to operate Line 5 as they have and continue to do things the right way. However, Line 5 has a long history of causing significant environmental damage. The pipeline has had at least 29 spills, most of which were not even discovered by Enbridge itself, but rather by people walking in the area. The integrity of their leak detection systems has been found sorely lacking in many other locations as well. One of the several particularly vulnerable areas the pipeline crosses is the incredibly rich and diverse Bad River Reservation and watershed. This area includes 100-year-old forests, 16,000 acres of wetland, and hundreds of miles of rivers and streams. It's a spawning ground for walleye and sturgeon, and an important resting area for several species of endangered birds. Yes, the proposed reroute actually skirts the boundary of the reservation, but the highly interconnected waterways do not recognize a border such as this. An oil spill anywhere in this watershed will put the region's wildlife, wetlands, and humans at risk. It could easily damage the wild rice fields and poison tribal members. This is an unconscionable violation of Indigenous sovereignty. Approving this Line 5 reroute would extend the life of the pipeline for decades. How is this consistent with a clear directive contained in the governor's task force on climate change that Wisconsin should avoid investing in new fossil fuel infrastructure? The draft EIS states there would be no increased environmental impact with this new segment of Line 5. So does this mean there'd be no change in the status quo, that we'll just continue to support fossil fuel infrastructure as we have been? It is too late for this. Simply not making things worse is no longer acceptable. We need to make them better. Our climate is in a state of emergency. We don't need to extend the life of Line 5. We need to shut it down. You, the members of the DNR, are in a position to make a significant impact for our state, for our families, indeed for our planet.
Diane, we're going to have to wrap it up here.
Okay, thank you. For the generations to come, I implore you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Jason Collada. After Jason, we'll hear from Jackie Dorman and then Henry Stevenson.
Hello, thank you, Drew, for the opportunity to comment this evening. I'm Jason Collada. I'm the president of the Midwest Food Products Association at 4600 American Parkway in Madison, 53718. So MWFPA is a trade association comprised of food processors and affiliated industries in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Illinois. We advocate on public policy issues, including safety, food safety, workforce, and environmental regulations that assure the safety, quality, and nutrition of our members' food products. Our members depend on the safe and reliable delivery of energy to agricultural and plant operations in rural settings. We support the Line 5 Wisconsin Relocation Project and the draft EIS to ensure this energy source provided by Line 5 remains available to our members, growers, employees, and customers in the upper Midwest. Energy is vital to our industry and is needed to grow, harvest, and process our members' products, which is why so many agriculture groups support this project. After products are prepared for consumption, energy is needed to fuel the trucks that distribute the food to local restaurants and grocers. If this relocation project is not approved, and it was requested, my understanding, that the Bad River Band of Lake Superior Chippewa did want it to be moved, there is potential for Line 5 to be shut down. And if that happens, energy costs will rise, impacting everything from the heating of buildings, the processing of food, and the distribution of food to consumers. That would create significant hardships for a number of communities beyond the upper Midwest. Developing plans and environmental permit applications related to infrastructure projects is a long and thorough process, and companies like Enbridge take great effort to come up with an approach that makes sense for the project, the environment, and the nearby communities. We encourage DNR to review and approve the application in a timely manner and allow Enbridge to move forward with the reroute that's being asked for by the Bad River Band so that the food and agriculture sectors can continue to have a reliable source of needed energy. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jackie Dorman. After Jackie, it'll be Henry Stevenson's turn, and then Stefan Austin.
Hi all, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and address for the record, and then we'll hear your comments.
Okay, my name's Jackie Dorman. I'm at 15919 Water's Edge Drive, Traverse City, Michigan. And I'm also the treasurer for the Northern Michigan chapter of the Surfrider Foundation located in Traverse City, Michigan as well. I wanted to start off by saying thank you for your time and listening to all of these testimonies today. I'm here today asking you to please consider shutting down this portion of Line 5 and to not build an alternate route around Bad River Reservation. I'm asking you to respect the treaties that were put into place and have expired in 2013. In this case, with the Bad River Reservation, the tribes are entitled by the 1842 U.S. Treaty to inherit authority to hunt, fish, and gather in ceded territory, through which the Line 5 expansion is routed. I truly believe that this is one of those cases where if the pipeline were to be constructed around Bad River Reservation and spill, it would have a catastrophic effect on their land and water as well, which is home to wild rice and of course the beautiful Lake Superior. Rebuilding this pipeline is not only allows for more fossil fuel emissions, but there is also a high risk of spillage along Lake Superior and a danger to local wildlife and wetlands. The coating along the pipelines has worn away significantly due to the elements and age of the pipeline, exposing metal and weakening the line's integrity, causing a greater chance of spillage. This pipeline affects all of us who benefit from the Great Lakes because we are all connected to the environments that we share. The DNR needs to not issue Enbridge these permits to reroute Line 5. Ironically, today is World Wetlands Day, and I ask you in honor of that to please protect our lands, wildlife, and the sacred lands that belong to the tribes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll hear from Henry Stevenson, and after Henry, Stefan Austin and Mike Kerr.
Hi, my name is Henry Stevenson. My address is 700 University Bay Drive in Madison, and I am testifying to share my concerns about the draft Line 5 relocation EIS, which I believe does not properly address the potential dangers of the relocation. And I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. I'm originally from North Carolina, where 7 years ago, a drainage pipe at a Duke Energy coal ash containment pond burst, sending 39,000 tons of coal ash into the Dan River. The spill cost millions and necessitated years of cleanup, and the coal ash spilled into the river can never be fully removed. This catastrophe has made me acutely aware of the dangers posed by fossil fuels to watersheds that serve as a source of drinking water for thousands of people. Enbridge argues that the new line segment is safe, but Duke Energy was also certain that their coal ash ponds were sufficiently protected. We can't trust profit-hungry companies to fully consider the risks their projects pose to the environment, and the draft EIS is woefully insufficient in accounting for the risk posed by the new line segment. It only takes one mistake for a crucial watershed to be polluted for generations to come, so we should approach Enbridge's proposal with utmost caution. The draft EIS states that the proposed project is not novel. Nothing is uniquely different about it or the proposed environmental effects, end quote. I ask you to consider that the line's proximity to a watershed is indeed novel and posing a unique threat to a precious resource. The aquifer breaches during construction of Line 3 in Minnesota should serve as a lesson in Enbridge's trustworthiness and the ease with which irreversible damage can be done. I could also talk extensively about the fossil fuel use the line will facilitate, contributing to the climate change crisis, or the failure to consider the treaty rights of Wisconsin tribes, but I hope by speaking from my own experiences, I can urge the DNR to consider the hard lessons learned from my home state. In conclusion, I urge you to update the EIS to recognize the severe dangers posed by Line 5. Thank you again for listening to my testimony.
Thank you for your comments. Next will be Stefan Austin, followed by Mike Kerr, and then Joe Kramer.
Hello.
Hello. Please state your name and address for the record, and then we'll hear your comments.
Hello, my name is Stephen Austin. My address is 5 Airport Road. Thank you for hearing me. I am a native of Ironwood, Michigan. I've lived and continue to vacation in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and Ashland, Wisconsin. I'm against any and all expansion of existing pipeline. I demand Enbridge immediately cease construction and all related activities in the United States. The impact on our water, land, wildlife, and native flora is a direct attack on Indigenous peoples and their way of life. Tar sands oil is a deadly, cancer-causing substance that Enbridge has and continues to spill, leak, and leach into our lands and water. I wish to vacation in my native environment with my children and their children when born. You can't swim in water that will kill you. You can't drink water that will kill you. TRC Environmental Services cannot be trusted to provide accurate, factual, unbiased information concerning the environmental impact of Line 5. Look at what happened in Massachusetts, where TRC provided data for Algonquin gas transmission, a subsidiary of Spectra Energy Enbridge in 2019. TRC is already on the payroll of Enbridge. What you cannot buy or buy back is a clean environment. Furthermore, I demand that all comments by Enbridge, its subsidiaries, representatives, attorneys, employees, etc., be struck from the record. We must not allow them to affect the DNR's decision-making process. That is a clear, crystal clear conflict of interest. Furthermore, I demand Enbridge be required to decommission and deconstruct all existing pipeline in the United States, a trust be established to cover all cleanup costs, and for our lands to be restored to their natural state. Thank you again for taking the time to hear me, and I trust you will make the right decision that will affect our generation and all generations to come.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Mike Kerr. After Mike, we'll hear from Joe Kramer, followed by Terry Dawson.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mike Kerr. I live at 6103 Queensway in Monona. I'm a volunteer leader for Wisconsin Trout Unlimited. I currently serve as the state council chair. Trout Unlimited is our nation's leading cold water conservation organization. And here in Wisconsin, we're home to over 6,500 members and 21 local chapters working to ensure that future generations have access to cold, clean, fishable water. I would like to take this opportunity to express our organization's general reaction to the draft environmental impact statement. We are currently reviewing the plans for the individual waterway crossings and will prepare and submit detailed written comments before the March deadline. Overall, at first glance, we find the draft EIS to be well written and detailed, although somewhat lacking in its analysis of the threats posed from a spill or leak to both our economy and the water quality in the area. We do appreciate efforts to document both the environmental and cultural significance of this region and the people who call this place home. The sections on socioeconomics and environmental justice help frame the project in a much broader scope. As for the trout, the EIS calls for over 50 locations where the proposed pipeline and access roads would cross designated trout streams and their tributaries. Our native brook trout will not tolerate anything other than cold, clean water, and we see strong populations of these fish as signs of a healthy watershed. Draft EIS states that trout streams and perennial tributaries would have no construction activities from September 15th through May 15th. For the protection of fall spawning fish like our native brook trout, we expect that there be no exceptions to this rule on designated trout streams and their tributaries. Turning our attention to location, the proposed reroute of the pipeline moves it much higher upstream in the Bad River watershed, meaning the risks of a potential leak or spill are magnified. We are, however, encouraged to see the proposal to directionally bore the new pipeline below many of these stream crossings. We recognize this is often a more costly approach, but is generally accepted as a better environmental practice. Of course, burying the pipe below our waterways does come with its own set of risks, and we know that rivers naturally migrate and move over time, which could expose the pipeline to forces it's not designed to withstand. There is a crossing of the current pipeline on an oxbow of the Bad River that demonstrates this principle. The proposed route of Line 5 appears to cross similar oxbows on the White River, the Marengo River, Silver Creek, and the Bad River. The proposed route also crosses the junction of two headwaters that form the Potato River. These are areas where we are most likely to see continued river channel migration, erosion, and scouring from spring runoff and flood events. Due to these factors, additional monitoring of the pipeline at these key locations should be required. The people in this region understand all too well that these rivers are prone to flooding. Sheer abundance of surface water and wetlands, coupled with the impacts from high water events, makes this a poor choice for a location for a pipeline such as Line 5. In closing, after reviewing the draft EIS, Wisconsin Trout Unlimited feels the reroute of Line 5 is a high-risk, low-reward proposition for the Bad River watershed. We maintain our opposition to this project and would prefer to see the no-action alternatives detailed in the EIS utilized moving forward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your comments, Mike. We'll move on here to Joe Kramer. After Joe, will be Terry Dawson's turn, followed by Brittany Worth-Petrick.
All right, thanks, Drew. Thank you for letting me make comments tonight on the route here. My name is Joe Kramer. I'm the pipeline representative for the operating engineers. I live at 39716 677th Avenue, Watkins, Minnesota. This project has been designed to avoid and minimize the impact of wetlands, water bodies, and threatened and endangered species. The impact will minimize the reduction of construction workspace in sensitive areas and utilize the best mitigating practices. Wetland impact during the construction are mostly temporary and will be restored after construction is complete. Enbridge has reduced the construction right-of-way in wetlands from 120 to 90 feet and further reduced the construction in right-of-way among the most horizontal drilling and paths of 30 feet. Enbridge has developed a plan to produce that detail best mitigate the practices and mitigation measured to be used during construction to minimize construction-related impacts. Examples include using timber mats and limited wetland disturbance, installing erosion control devices, and utilizing site-specific water body crossing methods. Enbridge also has acquired Michael's Construction, who is one of the most best construction companies in the pipeline industry. They're based out of Wisconsin, and they will be employing Wisconsin men and women. I beg to differ with the previous caller saying this is a temporary project for these men and women. I've been doing this for 36 years and been providing for my family of good living. And also one other comment was made about human trafficking and man camps on line 3, which is totally false. Between the crafts and Enbridge and the contractors, we made big efforts on trying to make sure that this was not something that was beyond that project. So I'd like to correct that. And please don't let them move the goalposts on this. The EIS is adequate, and I hope you approve this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Joe. I want to remind folks that this is an informational hearing. It's not a adversarial hearing. So if you could direct your comments to the department and keep them focused on the draft environmental impact statement, that will help us move along in a productive way. Next up will be Terry Dawson, followed by Brittany Worth-Petrick, and then Jennifer Abel.
Hello, my name is Terry Dawson. I live at 1131 South Oneida Street in Appleton. I'm 73 years old and have lived most of my life in northeastern Wisconsin. I feel a deep connection to the North Woods through decades of camping, hiking, hunting, fishing, swimming, and boating. I currently volunteer in several nonprofit groups, including at my church, working on environmental justice concerns. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I ask that you modify the EIS based on the concerns expressed by many of the attendees speaking today. I know the DNR staff has worked with TRC on this EIS, but I'm dubious that TRC is providing objective input in the interests of Wisconsin's natural resources and citizens. My concerns include any newer expanded fossil fuel infrastructure will tend to worsen climate change. It's been said that energy infrastructure and the environment can coexist. It has for decades, but I think we need to pay better attention. Widespread threats to our environment are both global and local. The front page headline in today's Post-Crescent noted the threats to Wisconsin's economy and environment due to warmer and wetter climate. Further, any pipeline project is likely to be less than fully scrupulous regarding tribal sovereignty and treaty rights. I'm also concerned for the watershed and disruptions to many rivers, trout streams, wetlands, wild rice marshes, and potentially Lake Superior, even without any spills, pipeline breaks, frackouts, or other incidents, and we all know that these do happen and occur way too often. The draft EIS is lacking on the impact of potential spills on the tribe and the environment, and it minimizes potential dangers and consequences. Any oil spill in wetlands could be impossible to safely clean without long-term damage. The draft EIS fails to address issues of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirits, but all experience tells us there could be devastating human costs impacting not only families, but health services, social services, and law enforcement. To the DNR, please stand for the people and natural resources of our state and strengthen the EIS with the concerns that have been brought forward today. We're counting on you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Terry. We're going to move on to Brittany Worth-Pedrick, followed by Jennifer Abel, and then Suzanne Niemi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. If you could go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Thank you so much. My name is Brittany Worth-Pedrick. I live at 720 West 26th Street, Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I'm calling in to remember that you have the opportunity to honor treaties, and that treaties state the sovereign right for Indigenous people to hunt, fish, and gather, but they can only fish and gather if the water is clean. I also want to bring up the point about how in the Green Bay Press Gazette, it was mentioned how Wisconsin Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission survey says that there are more endangered species threatened by the Line 5 than the current environmental impact statement says. So the environmental impact statement is not sufficient. And I also want to echo what I heard from a Bad River tribal member who was mentioning the meeting place of the Potato River and another river, that area is where local people know is a trout stream, and that a lot of these waterways are trout streams that only really local people would know. And it just is highlighting that we really need to follow Indigenous leadership and Indigenous knowledge about these areas and water, and how the environmental impact statement is insufficient. I'm just want to say that I'm very grateful for the Dakota and Anishinaabe people who make a lot of this known, and all the water protectors who document all the oil spills. And I appreciate the people echoing other concerns about missing and murdered Indigenous relatives. And we want safe jobs for everyone. And these jobs, Enbridge has shown before to be really moving very quickly, and there being lots of injury and death for a lot of their workers, and Indigenous people will hold jingle dances in the area that people have been injured, and Enbridge employees have been injured. So, we want safety and clean air and safe jobs for everyone, and this is just not the way. So I know I wanted to keep it specific to the environmental impact statement, but I also appreciate the other people commenting on how this affects all of us, and that's why I'm calling in from Minnesota. And thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we'll hear from Jennifer Abel, followed by Suzanne Niemi, and then Natalie Chulu.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Abel, and I live at 6714 West Wells Street in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, 53213. very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak on Enbridge's requested permit to reroute the Line 5 pipeline close to the land of the Bad River Band of the Lake Superior Chippewa. While I don't live very close to the territory that would be directly impacted, I'm concerned about the welfare of my fellow Wisconsinites and of the impact that new fossil fuel infrastructure will have on the climate emergency. The draft environmental impact statement doesn't adequately take into account impacts that construction of the additional pipeline infrastructure will have on the climate crisis. The severe weather events we witnessed in 2021, wildfires, droughts, hurricanes, and intense attack on any new fossil fuel extraction or transportation plans that will exacerbate climate change's impact on the economy and public health. Just last week, a federal judge determined that the Biden administration's sale of oil and gas leases in the Gulf of Mexico was unlawful given the impact that extraction would have on the climate. If a federal judge recognizes the harmful effects of allowing those sales to go through, we should take similar action in our state to curb any continued or new fossil fuel projects. I'm also concerned about Enbridge's proposal because of the risk the pipeline reroute poses to the Bad River watershed. Enbridge wasn't able to prevent or mitigate harms to water, wildlife, and people along Line 3 in Minnesota, as evidenced by the frack outs and aquifer breaches that occurred during construction. And their current proposal for Line 5 doesn't provide assurance that things will be different this time. The Department of Natural Resources to update the draft environmental impact statement to take into account the true impacts of the pipeline of area residents. I asked the DNR to do its own analysis rather than relying on that of TRC. Honor the treaty rights of the Bad River Band of the Ojibwe. Recognize the impacts that fossil fuel extraction, transportation, and burning is having on the climate emergency and on the welfare of the present and future generations, and take action to stop and reverse those impacts. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the draft. Many more public input opportunities before moving forward with a decision on this permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jennifer. Next up will be Susan Niemi, followed by Natalie Chulu, and then Grace Quinn.
Hello, my name is Sue Niemi, and I live at 66695 Crooked Lake Road, Iron River, Wisconsin. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the draft EIS on Enbridge's Line 5 expansion around the Bad River Reservation. We are deeply disappointed in the DNR for, well, first of all, I am the president of the League of Women Voters of Ashland and Bayfield counties, and we are deeply disappointed in the DNR for releasing a flawed product. The document should be substantially rewritten to include detailed analysis of risks to ecosystems, infrastructure, and financial burdens to local communities. Inaccuracies and contradictions must be reconciled. Climate impacts were ignored and need to be included. Analysis of alternatives is far from complete, and the alternative of decommissioning Line 5 is absent entirely. Perhaps most important is the lack of analysis of the impacts and risks. For example, much of Section 6 is a description of resources rather than an analysis of the potential risk to those resources. It is full of unsupported statements of minimal or temporary effects. Language such as impacts would be expected but have not been quantified are blatant admissions of the lack of field surveys and risk analysis. The document contains little analysis of cumulative impacts. For example, the downstream effects of water quality due to the 186 waterway crossings. The section on eco-justice does not consider non-Indigenous populations. Analysis of risks for site-specific waterway and wetland crossings is absent. Geotechnical survey results should be presented as part of these analyses. Detailed analysis of the impacts of a potential spill is lacking. The risk in floodplains during a heavy rain event is only considered relative to the risk in the project and unsecured machinery, not risks to the ecosystem. The proposed plan and analysis regarding abandonment of the existing route through the Bad River Reservation are not explored. The impact of greenhouse gases and climate change are not analyzed relative to extending the life of the pipeline. The document contains many inaccuracies and does not make use of the latest information available. For example, the latest projections for the demand for oil and electricity are not reflected, nor is Enbridge's own analysis of the profitable lifespan of their pipelines. Under agricultural lands, a program is discussed that is not in use in our counties. The list of private wells at risk is incomplete. Treaty rights and affected tribes are not described accurately. We back the tribes and Glyphwick in their comments on these aspects. Because this draft lacks information in many crucial areas, the public has not had an adequate opportunity to review the potential risks and impacts associated with the expansion of Line 5. In summary, this document is a rough draft of what a draft EIS should be. We suggest that the next release be considered the draft EIS with further public comment invited before the EIS is finalized. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you for your comments, Susan. Next, we'll hear from Natalie Chulu, followed by Grace Quinn, and then Emma Holton.
Hello.
Hello, Natalie. Could you state your name and address for the record? And then we'll hear your comments.
My name is Natalie Chaloux, and I live at 2615 North Main Street in Racine, 53402. Most of my life, I've taken daily walks along the beautiful shore of Lake Michigan, and every day I appreciate not only its beauty and power, but the fact that 20% of the usable fresh water on Earth is here in the Great Lakes. Lake Michigan is a national treasure that deserves our respect, as vast as its area. Yet a few miles north of us sits one of the last coal plants built in the United States. Completed in 2010, We Energy's Elm Road coal burning power plant is already obsolete, costing more to operate than cleaner alternatives while polluting the air we breathe and the water we drink. The problem now is that the Elm Road plant is a stranded asset. It costs so much to build it that it's difficult to change to cleaner alternatives. The cost of building that plant becomes the incentive to keep using it. We're locked in by financial considerations that are too narrowly defined and counter to our best interests, such as health and a stable climate. That's what will happen to the Line 5 Enbridge pipeline, which will continue to be used because they'll want a return on their investment as well, even though its operations threaten so much of what we value most. Line 5 transports 22 million gallons of crude oil and natural gas liquids daily in a decaying pipeline, one that has had 29 toxic spills in the last 50 years. Line 5 carries toxic substances across 400 rivers, streams, and wetlands, and across the Straits of Mackinac. The University of Michigan scientists who modeled the currents in the Straits of Mackinac called the worst possible place for an oil spill in the Great Lakes. Rerouting the pipeline away from the Bad River Reservation still endangers people, wildlife, and the watershed. Not only has Enbridge proven that they cannot be trusted to protect human and natural resources, but these investments will become stranded assets, which will hinder the transition to clean energy. Please reject Enbridge's proposed reroute and decommission Line 5. As climate change accelerates, people will begin to move back to the upper Midwest. They'll do it because so far the effects of climate change are milder here. They'll do it because of the Great Lakes and the beauty of our natural areas. We should do all we can do to protect these resources from special interests. We should instead focus on the best interests of those who live here now and those who will follow. By denying the permit for the Line 5 pipeline, the DNR can live up to its own future-oriented mission statement to protect and enhance our own natural resources and to carry out the public will. And in this partnership, please consider the impact this decision will have on future generations. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Natalie. Next, we'll hear from Grace Quinn, followed by Emma Holton and Keys Brittany.
Hi, my name is Grace Quinn, and I live on Menominee land at 1501 Cranberry Drive, Appleton, Wisconsin, 54915. Hello, I'm an organizer with the environmental group Sunrise Fox Valley, and I am testifying that the DNR drafts a new environmental impact statement, as the current one fails to adequately represent local Indigenous tribes as stakeholders and unjustly minimizes the impact Line 5 will have on climate change. The construction and operation of Line 5 poses a significant threat to the tribal food system, as fisheries and monoman crops are put at risk. While the current EIS briefly acknowledges the negative impacts of sedimentation and turbidity on fish habitat, it fails to acknowledge the impacts of spilled drilling fluid, frackouts, and spills on the fish population. But we know that fish cannot swim in oil. Despite the EIS's inability to adequately address fisheries, they're spot on when addressing the risk Line 5 poses to monoman beds. Quote, and an oil spill could create permanent negative changes to wild rice beds even after a cleanup. We are talking about permanent and irreversible ecological damage to a sacred crop. These risks are not just a matter of treaty rights, but endangering native food systems. Enbridge is actively partaking in perpetuating the cultural genocide of local Indigenous tribes. Should Wisconsin allow the construction of this pipeline to continue, the state will be equally as compliant. Not only does the draft EIS fail to protect Native culture, but it fails to consider the impacts of Line 5 on climate change. Climate scientists have been telling us science since the 90s that our society's addiction to fossil fuels is unsustainable and perpetuates global warming. Recent reports show that how we address the climate crisis in the next few years are going to set us on course for what our future will look like in the coming centuries. If we choose to stand idle and continue our use of fossil fuels, the result will be catastrophic. That's why the global economy is shifting to cleaner and greener energy. It simply does not make economical sense for Wisconsin to invest in a piece of fossil fuel infrastructure at a time when the entire nation is transitioning to clean energy. I'm here today because I love the state I live in, and someday I hope to build a family here. But the construction of Line 5 compromises that hope and the future of all young people. I ask you to reevaluate the draft environmental impact statement, not just to avoid eco-destruction and mass extinction, but because the citizens of Wisconsin deserve better than this. I am certain that there is a future that ensures cleaner and happier ecosystems and lives for Wisconsinites. But that future does not include Line 5 or Enbridge. I request that you modify the current environmental impact statement to reflect my listed concerns, respect the treaties, and stop Line 5. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Grace. Next, we'll hear from Emma Holton, followed by Keys Brittany, and then Madeline Grieg.
Hi, I'm Emma Holton, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Superior Rivers Watershed Association, and we're located at 101 West Main Street in Ashland, Wisconsin, 54806.
You can go ahead with your comments.
Our mission at Superior Rivers is to promote healthy connections between people and the natural communities of our watersheds by involving citizens in assessing, maintaining, and improving watershed integrity for future generations. The proposed pipeline reroute corridor will be developed across our organization service area within the Fish Creek, Bad River, and Montreal River watersheds. It will cross around 185 waterways, including streams our volunteers monitor that have been designated by the DNR as exceptional or outstanding resource waters or as high-class trout streams. Considering the environmental risks, Superior River's position is that the transportation of hazardous materials, including petroleum products, pose a serious risk to and therefore should avoid crossing Lake Superior's watersheds. When this is not possible, all precautions should be taken to assess and minimize the potential for harm to water quality. We are concerned that the proposed reroute will increase and not minimize the potential for water quality degradation via Line 5. Aside from potentially devastating localized effects of pipeline leaks and spills on surface and groundwater, other impacts of our concern include, but are not limited to, the removal of shoreline buffers and protective wetlands, erosion and sedimentation, negative effects on monoman or wild rice and other treaty right resources, Enbridge's safety record with and beyond Line 5, and the inadequate inclusion of the priorities set forth in the DNR's Lakewide Action Management Plan for Lake Superior. We're also concerned that the impacts explored in this draft EAS statement are insufficient. It lacks an investigation into water quality effects, both immediate and long-term, on streams, rivers, wetlands, Copper Falls State Park, the Kakagan Sloughs, and Lake Superior. The proposed draft also lacks a cumulative impact analysis essential for assessing this project in the context of our current environment, emerging climate issues, and human uses. Finally, this draft acknowledges but does not properly address the impact of climate change, especially large-scale flooding events, on project construction and maintenance. Heavy rainfall events have already cost our region millions of dollars in property loss and damaged infrastructure, and current climate predictive models anticipate more of these rain and runoff events in our future. The EIS should address both methods and timing of construction and maintenance to minimize potential damage to our environment. The Superior Rivers Watershed Association recommends that the DNR revise this draft EIS to fully address the short and long-term effects of this project on our watersheds, the cumulative impacts of this project, and the local impacts of climate change on this project before moving forward with a decision. We believe in the protection of our clean water resources and hope that the DNR will take into account the impacts of this reroute on the natural and human communities that call all these watersheds
Emma,
home.
we're at time, so I need you to wrap up.
Thank you. That's all. We appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Yeah. Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Keys Brittany, followed by Madeline Grigg, and then Deborah Elsas.
Thank you. My name is Brittany Keys, and I live at 1611 East Ridge Road in Beloit, Wisconsin. So good evening. My name is Dr. Brittany Keys, and I'm a practicing physical therapist and locally elected official residing in Beloit, Wisconsin. And first and foremost, thank you to those at the DNR who organized this public hearing, and thank you for taking my comment. Given the potential long-term devastating consequences that this foreign company-backed pipeline project could have on the health of the humans, environment, and local economy in northern Wisconsin, I ask that you look deeper into the following areas as you move forward with this project. 1, the human health impacts, direct and indirect, short and long-term. 2, the benefits and the harms to the local communities and public good. 3, reflection on safety of established pipelines, frequency of failures, Enbridge's response and ecological impact of said failures, as well as Enbridge's plan and funding available for when the spills and cleanup happen, including when the oil reaches Lake Superior. As a healthcare professional, we cannot ignore the direct human impacts of this project. Enbridge's recent Line 3 project has had numerous episodes of frackouts already. So it's not a matter of if spills happen, but when. Contamination from all spills is noxious and harmful to animals and humans. Oil spills from these pipelines can cause lethal effects in both the short and long-term exposure, and are associated with neurological symptoms, numerous cancers, impaired immune systems, reproductive problems, and more. Enbridge's prior pipeline failure that caused irreparable damage to the Kalamazoo River also sent local residents to hospitals with acute coughing, choking, headaches, nausea, and eye pain. I also ask that you report on the longer-term health impacts associated with the continued burning of fossil fuels that this pipeline would transport. While the climate crisis that we are experiencing globally, in the US alone, there are more than 100,000 excess deaths annually associated with air pollution. This is not accounting heat events or other severe and extreme weather events. So in healthcare, we work for disease prevention. While this project poses extreme risk to the health of local residents, tourists, and tribal communities, there's an amazing opportunity to prevent this devastation from happening. So in the name of human, environmental, and economic health, I ask that you thoroughly investigate these areas of concern and ultimately deny all permits surrounding this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Brittany. Next, we'll hear from Madeline Grigg, following Madeline, Deborah Elsas, and then Nettie McGee.
Hi, my name is Madeline Gregg. My address is 4900 Smallwood Court in Fort Collins, Colorado.
You can go ahead with your comments, Madeline.
Thank you. I very much appreciate the board and its members taking time today to hear comments from constituents and considering our perspectives. I, alongside others who have testified today, am calling on the DNR to deny permits for Line 5. Over many months, I kept a watchful eye on the construction of Enbridge's Line 3 in Minnesota. After witnessing numerous frackouts, human trafficking stings, nonsense arrests of Indigenous water protectors, and aquifer breaches, I have lost faith in Enbridge to hold themselves accountable and respect the community. I think Mark Rosenthal said it well, Enbridge's track record speaks for itself. Constructing this pipeline through multiple waterways and adjacent to Lake Superior is a high-stakes move. For this reason, I believe that a comprehensive decommissioning plan and a cleanup trust fund are a bare minimum. A decommissioning plan and a cleanup plan are harm reduction tactics. However, if the DNR wants to be proactive, eliminate environmental risks entirely, and take steps towards climate justice, they will deny the permits for Line 5 and decommission it. Even with a cleanup plan, a spill of drilling fluid, a frack out, an aquifer breach, all of which we have seen with Line 3, puts the land and water at risk in such a way that it may never return to its natural state. The implications of this are not only environmental, but cultural and spiritual. Wild rice is the economic lifeblood of Indigenous communities of the area. Even though the draft EIS claims Line 5 does not enter through the reservation, its expanded pathway endangers culturally essential resources because it crosses the waterways that directly flow into the Bad River Reservation. Wisconsin has so much natural beauty and wildlife, and I, being young in my life, have not yet had the chance to travel and see such gorgeous landmarks such as Lake Superior. Thinking about the ways in which this pipeline would threaten such pristine spaces elicits anxiety and moves me to plan my travels before it's too late. I fear and have good reason to believe that drilling fluid and tar sands oil will permanently damage these open spaces. However, if the permits are denied, I would be overjoyed knowing that I would not only see these sites for myself, but that my children and grandchildren would see them as well. To the DNR, as you hear all of these comments, I not only ask you to consider what you think, but what you feel. After being in this meeting for several hours, I feel my body responding to the talks of climate disaster, stories about what the climate crisis has done to people's lives, and what they fear it will do to the lives of their children. As you listen tonight, I ask you not to reject or repress these reactions when they come up within you, because with issues such as this, the question is not what is most reasonable, but what's the risk. So I ask you right now, what are you most afraid of? Is it letting down $1 billion corporation, or is it climate apocalypse, the likes of which we are already seeing? I want to echo Mike Wiggins' words, it's time for Line 5 to go. Thank you very much again for hearing our comments today.
Thank you for your comments, Madeline. Next, we'll hear from Deborah Elsas, followed by Nettie McGee, and then Paul Demain.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Elsis, and I live at 207 South Whitney Way. I'm a citizen of Wisconsin, a citizen of the country, and a citizen of the world. I am a member of the Madison Area Democratic Socialists of America and the People's Green New Deal, as well as 350 Madison and First Unitarian Society. Thank you for your consideration of my comments. People in position to do something meaningful to address the climate catastrophe brought about in large part by unrestrained exploitation and use of fossil fuels have an obligation to themselves, their families, their state, and its citizens, as well as to the planet, to take that meaningful step and do what's right. People like you in Governor Evers' administration must acknowledge and abide by the Climate Task Force stated goal of no new fossil fuel infrastructure in Wisconsin. Permitting Enbridge to capitalize on more fossil fuel extraction and exploitation in our state is tantamount to caving into wealth and greed and unrestrained capitalism. At some point, and isn't this the point, people who can stand against those evils must. Giving in to corporate giants who want and need to suck the life out of the planet that we call home must be your conscious choice. It is also a conscious choice to do the right thing by the people. Standing against corporate money is hard. That's why we're in an emergency. You have the opportunity to stand for the rights of the planet, its native people, its water, its air, its future. Make a decision that honors the earth, our home, and not another bow to capital. No new fossil fuel infrastructure. It is past time to dismantle fossil fuel infrastructure and let the earth heal from the open wounds of pipelines and drilling and fracking. That will bring solid, good-paying union jobs to the state. Decommissioning pipelines, costs and benefits is not even addressed by this draft document. No new fossil fuel infrastructure. Do the right thing by the citizens of Wisconsin and reject fossil fuel infrastructure permits. One other note, the comments of some elected officials come straight from Enbridge talking points, sadly a reflection on the problem with our democracy, with the heavy influence of corporate money on policymakers. Their comments should be weighed with that in mind. Thank you again for listening and having this conversation.
Thank you for your comments, Deborah. Next will be Nettie McGee, followed by Paul Demain, and then Susan Zimney.
Hi, my name is Nettie McGee. I live at N4639 State Highway 76, Shiocton 54170. I want to thank my sister Natalie for mentioning the Wisconsin Department of Resources mission statement, because that's my intention, is to read it back to you. To protect and enhance our natural resources, our air and water, our wildlife, fish and forest, and the ecosystems that sustain that life. To provide a healthy, sustainable environment and a full range of outdoor opportunities. To ensure the right of all people to use and enjoy these resources in their work and leisure. To work with people to understand each other's views and to carry out the will of the public. And in this partnership, consider the future and generations to follow. Thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you, Nettie, for your comments. Next, we'll hear from Paul Demain, and after Paul, Susan Zimney and Jan Penn. After Paul concludes his comments, Ben Callan will be taking over as the hearing examiner, and he'll pick up with Susan Zimney.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead and state your name and address for the record, Paul.
My name is Paul Demain. I live at 13426 Gurnall Lake Road, Hayward, Wisconsin, and I'm affiliated with the organization Honor the Earth. Our local communities, some fraught with intense local infighting over the money that Enbridge floods our communities, demand that you be responsible in your deliberations. After what we saw in northern Minnesota and the mess Enbridge still needs to clean up there, Wisconsin regulators must do better. We need to make sure that we have a decommissioning plan, not only for Line 5, but all of their pipelines, not just the expanded reroute. We need to require that Enbridge establish a pipeline removal and cleanup decommissioning trust fund, as Canada requires for her pipelines. Wisconsin lines are all pre-EPA. Line 5 lacks an environmental impact statement. So I agree with the folks who said that you ought to do an updated draft in another public hearing. The whole line needs an EIS because it's never had one. Their lines are deteriorating and pose a threat to private and public lands and the public trust to protect clean water. Why would we want to issue a permit when so many lawsuits and actions might terminate the line for good in the future? Wait at least until the legal issues at the Mackinac Straits have been resolved. Make sure contracts for analysis and monitoring do not go to firms whose owners have previously worked for Enbridge. The conflicts of interest in butt covering in Minnesota and monitoring that was absent at Enbridge aquifer breaches and frackouts, while chemical drilling substances still percolate into the Mississippi watersheds today, is a scar on the work the Minnesota DNR did not do and is now being sued over for not protecting treaty rights and public water resources. All the while, DNR employees assisted Enbridge paid for law enforcement officials arresting water protectors trying to defend public lands. The geology of the Copper Falls State Park region are not white sand, and the geology serves as a Copper Falls aquifer. Enbridge has yet to answer to 2 of its 3 aquifer breaches in Minnesota, and there's no question of a loss of trust for those who permitted these disastrous activities in Minnesota. We need to know the cumulative impacts of all Wisconsin pipelines and the long-term impacts not identified from typical chemical spills associated with pipeline installation operations. In the case of Minnesota, maybe millions of gallons of chemical compounds left in the ground from drilling mud frackouts and fills. There needs to be compensation for the loss of carbon sequestering values. With 98% of Line 5 oil going to Canada and to other foreign countries, I believe that Canada ought to incur all the risks as long as they incur the benefits. They ought to build it over there. And while that doesn't resolve global warming, our tar sand union workers can go over there and help build that line while our workers here in the United States lay clean water lines.
We're at times. I need you to wrap up, please.
And consider denying this permit until Enbridge does its work properly as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. You're up.
Next up, we'll have Susan Zimney, followed by Jan Penn and Susan Semensky-Bitilla.
My name is Susan Zimney, 5217 West Bertaux in Chicago, 60641. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to voice my strong opposition to the proposed Line 5 project. Although I currently reside in Chicago, my family roots run deep within the state of Wisconsin. My ancestors were, and some family members still are, dairy farmers in the Stevens Point area. My husband grew up in Appleton and somewhat reluctantly relocated to Chicago, where we met, married, and raised a family. Our family vacations were always to Wisconsin, our favorite place being Eagle River, which we visited year after year. Trips to Bayfield, boat rides Superior, hiking in Copper Falls, and drives through the national forests in Ashland, Douglas, and Iron counties left us with a profound respect for that part of the state. So much so that we are considering calling northern Wisconsin home when we retire. But this project has caused us to rethink our plans, as the idea of purchasing property and building a home in an area which will be negatively impacted by a new pipeline is now much less appealing. If the proposed Line 5 project is approved, it will send a clear and unmistakable message that the environmental priorities of the state of Wisconsin are not in alignment with the state's natural beauty. With a foot firmly planted in both Wisconsin and Illinois, I am well aware of the long-standing Bears-Packers football rivalry. But there is also an environmental rivalry between the states, and Illinois just won that one with its passage of the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act. On a state level, that act now leads the nation in fighting climate change while improving the health of the people of the state of Illinois. Its passage makes me proud of Illinois, while the Line 5 relocation proposal makes me very disappointed in Wisconsin. In the 1970s, many cars in Chicago had a green and white bumper sticker which read, "Escape to Wisconsin." The message was clear and highly effective because many Chicagoans chose to vacation in Wisconsin. But now the state is sending a different message, which makes us wonder if, in fact, Wisconsin is the place we want to. The DNR, however, has the opportunity right now to send a clear message that the state of Wisconsin does, in fact, care about its natural beauty and the health of its residents. Please reject Line 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next up, we'll have Jan Penn, followed by Susan Semensky Vitella.
Hello, my name is Jan Penn, and we live along Billy Creek, Trout Stream in the Bad River watershed, 38792 Poppy Road, Highbridge. We are abutters. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. My comments on the draft DIS on Enbridge Line 5 can be summed up in one statement. The DNR must correct this flawed document. I will be submitting written testimony on the extensive deficiencies and inadequacies, but today we'll focus on environmental eco-justice. The draft presents a cursory view of eco-justice sourced from the Department of Energy and the EPA. Research from many disciplines argues this limited scope does not consider many very vulnerable groups, such as the elderly, children, folks with chronic disabilities or health conditions, or who are asset limited. Vulnerable people possess inadequate economic and or physical capacity to respond to any immediate or cumulative crisis associated with the permitting of Enbridge Line 5. There are readily available databases which identify these vulnerable groups in Ashland and Iron County. These were not used. The draft only cites economic data on those living in poverty. The United Way of America's research included those who are asset limited, defined as barely able to make ends meet to provide themselves and families with very basic needs, let alone replacing, say, a well that is ruined by Enbridge operations, whether that be an aquifer breach, an HDD frack out, or an oil spill. In Ashland County, 44% of our population, and in Iron County, 43% are unable to respond economically to a crisis. Enbridge calculates there are 53 to 167 wells within 120 to 1,200 feet of the pipeline along 42-mile route. These inconsistent numbers are found on page 172 and 279. The draft cites research in California, Texas, and Florida on oil spreads to wells, averaging the findings and then producing, this is a quote, a rule of thumb. There is no supporting research that the hydrogeological characteristics of those states can be reliably transferred to our watershed. We in the Bad River watershed are not the plains of Texas. I'm familiar with wells within a mile each side of our well and a half mile on each side of the proposed pipeline. There are over 24 wells, some shallow point, a few artesian, in our sandy permeable soil. Many of our neighbors fall into that 44% who would be hard pressed to replace their wells. Enbridge's rule of thumb does
Jan,
not
I'm going to
work
ask you to wrap your comments up, please.
that. It only represents the insincerity of Enbridge to address environmental eco-justice. I urge that you go back to the drawing board and bring back a new draft to reflect the comprehensive analysis of what would happen in our watershed. Water is life. Thanks, Miigwech Kitos, Dankeschön, gracias.
Thank you. Next up will be Susan Semensky-Bitella, followed by Jennifer Giegerich and Brian Dake.
Hello, this is Susan Semensky-Bitella. I currently am back in Milwaukee at 2602 North Booth Street, but I am a retired nurse and was for a time in the past county nurse for Ashland County. When I was in Ashland, I became familiar with the whole county. I visited people in their homes, and I traveled throughout the county, both on my job and because I love the North Woods. So I know where the rivers are. I've had the honor of being taken on a tour of the Kakagan Sloughs by Bad River Ojibwe neighbors. And so I know the land, I know the water. And I understand that the EIS is specifically about the reroute of line 5, but I find that the plan to reroute it makes no sense if one is looking at protecting the waters of the Bad River watershed. It just moves the problem further upstream, but the dangers remain exactly the same. The dangers of an Enbridge pipeline rupturing, of having leaks, is really well known to anybody who cares to take a look at it. But I have to look at where the pipeline originates and where it ends up. And as other people said, this is a Canadian pipeline transporting Canadian oil, a company that does not do proper surveillance of leaks, that is untrustworthy, that treats the citizens of the local areas like we're criminals when we question them. And so I encourage the DNR to not give any credibility to the statements from Enbridge and listen to the people of Wisconsin. I'll stop there and cede my time to other people, but I think that Enbridge is proving that it's believing a mammoth Canadian corporation, irony intended, means that these pipelines should become extinct. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I appreciate it. Next up will be Jennifer Giegerich, followed by Brian Dake, and then Melanie Weberg.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Gietrich. I'm representing Wisconsin Conservation Voters. Our office in Madison is at 133 South Butler Street. Wisconsin Conservation Voters is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to encouraging decision makers to champion conservation policies that effectively protect Wisconsin's public health and our natural resources. I appreciate the opportunity to testify tonight. We will be submitting written comments, extensive written comments. So for tonight, I just really wanted to hit the high point and the most important point, which many, many speakers have said, and that is this draft environmental impact statement is completely inadequate. And that would be a problem no matter what we were talking about. However, given that climate change is one of the most important issues facing our planet, and that pipelines such as Line 5 carry some of the dirtiest fuels in the world, the significant shortcomings of this draft EIS are completely unacceptable. The two major areas of deficiency in this EIS are, one, The draft EIS doesn't properly recognize how harmful Enbridge's proposal for a new Line 5 segment would be to Wisconsin's waters, wetlands, or climate. And secondly, this draft EIS fails to recognize the authority of the treaty rights of the tribes of Wisconsin. Most egregiously, it only lists 3 of the 10 tribes granted these rights. Citizens see the Department of Natural Resources as our last line of defense for our climate, our drinking water, and Lake Superior. The DNR should not move forward with an incomplete or inaccurate EIS that downplays the very serious impacts of this proposal. We urge the DNR to go back to the drawing board, and we urge you to publish an updated draft and host a public comment period and hearing on the revised version. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next up will be Brian Dake, followed by Melanie Weber and Jed Downs.
Ben?
Yes.
Good evening. It is Brian Dake. Can you hear me?
Yep. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Brian Dake, president of Wisconsin Independent Businesses. We are located at 122 West Washington Avenue, Suite 60, 650 in Madison. Our zip code is 53703. Wisconsin Independent Businesses is one of the state's largest small business advocacy organizations. Our mission is to provide small independent business owners with an effective voice in the legislative and regulatory activities of state government. To that end, we respectfully offer the following comments in support of the proposed Enbridge Line 5 Wisconsin segment relocation project. For Wisconsin small independent businesses to function and prosper, they need access to affordable fuel. That's natural gas, propane, and crude oil, as well as a long-term sustainable infrastructure network that can deliver that fuel wherever and whenever it is needed. Since 1953, Enbridge Line 5 has safely and responsibly delivered affordable fuel to thousands of small businesses throughout the state. Because Wisconsin is not a fuel-producing state, disruption of this vital link in the state's energy and fuel supply chain would have a devastating impact on Wisconsin's small independent businesses. Ashland and Iron counties are home to many small businesses that rely on the natural resources to draw tourists and residents for fishing, hunting, and recreation. We are pleased the route Enbridge selected for the pipeline avoids some of the more sensitive areas and offers protection to the natural resources available to so many of these businesses. We also appreciate the fact that the project was designed to negate and or minimize any impacts on the wetlands or watershed areas with which the construction project comes into contact with. The reduction of the construction workspace also minimizes any adverse effects on the tourism industry in the area. For these reasons, we respectfully ask the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources to approve the necessary permits and allow Enbridge to move forward with the construction and completion of the Line 5 relocation project. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Brian. Next up will be Melanie Weberg, followed by Jed Downs and Julie Gutmanis.
Hi, my name is Melanie Weber. Can you hear me?
Yes, Melanie, can you please state your address for me?
You bet. 1860 Swede Lake Drive, and that's Osceola, 54020.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yep, I'm a retired public school teacher. I'm commenting to ask the WDNR to deny the Enbridge Line 5 project. And I have 3 brief points to make. First of all, first point, I'm a citizen science monitor and a master naturalist, and I submit data to biologists in your agency, as do I know thousands of other Wisconsin citizens. I monitor water, frogs and toads, bumblebees and turtles. I do this as I'm concerned about our resources, our water resources, and other imperiled species. It has been conflicting for me to submit dozens of hours of data to the state agency while corporate extractors like Enbridge destroy habitat. Second point, one out of many Enbridge oil spills that may have been lost to time needs a brief retelling, and that's the tragic Enbridge Cohasset, Minnesota oil spill. On July 4th, 2002, a subsurface pipeline owned and operated by Enbridge ruptured near the town of Cohasset, Minnesota in Itasca County. The spill released approximately 250,000 gallons of crude oil into the surrounding area, which was a peat wetland complex within the watershed of Blackwater Creek, tributary to the Mississippi River, and then was situated also close to the Chippewa National Forest and the Leech Lake Reservation. Prior to the spill, this peat wetland complex had, as you can imagine, provided important habitat for a wide tapestry of wildlife, including migratory birds, mammals, amphibians, and insects. It included what they also called transition and edge areas, which provide all sorts of vegetation types needed for wildlife survival. In the end, it was determined that the oil spill caused long-term injuries to wetland vegetation and wildlife habitats. There was injury to air resources from the burning of the bog, which was to prevent oil from moving to the Mississippi River. Consequently, the total loss of the peat bog from the oil spill, and even more tragic, as documented, additional peat bog beyond the oil spill was also lost as Enbridge had to build a floating road through unspoiled peat bog to get to the oil spill site to remove the peat. Peat bog wetland complexes, as you know, take centuries, and it was considered quote unquote lost. If Line 5 is approved, it's not a matter of if, but when this will happen. Third point, in Wisconsin, Enbridge's Line 5 pipeline is going to be upstream. In other words, within the watershed of numerous SNAs, which are state natural areas, as you know, such as the White River Boreal Forest and the White River Breaks. And some of these are considered inaccessible, thus difficult to clean up by Enbridge when a spill occurs. So in closing, thank you for your time, and I'm asking you to deny the Enbridge Line 5 project. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie. Next up will be Jed Downs, followed by Julie Gutmanis and William Vanderpye.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jed Downs. I'm a member of the Wisconsin Healthcare Professionals for Climate Action, Wisconsin Environmental Health Network. My address is 3768 Birch Trail, Cross Plains, 53528. I'm opposed to the potentially illegal use of ongoing use of Line 5, as well as to the rerouting of Line 5. As history has demonstrated, Enbridge pipeline spills occur. Enbridge demonstrated in 2019 that they are not a reliable partner to the people of Wisconsin, and the spill of Line 13 or Fort Atkinson went unreported to the community for over a year. Does Wisconsin look forward to the economic benefits of future wages paid for oil spill cleanups? We need to acknowledge what is at risk from Line 5's expansion and continued operation. I start from the premise that we should not be investing in fossil fuel infrastructure, and that to survive the climate crisis, Line 5 must end up as a stranded asset. Unfortunately, it appears that rerouting and ongoing use of Line 5 is probably a fait accompli. Line 5 has the potential to put the watersheds of Lake Superior, Lake Michigan, and Lake Huron at risk. A failure of the pipeline in the Mackinac Straits has been modeled to potentially foul over 700 miles of Great Lakes shoreline, as well as 60% of the surface waters of Lake Huron and 15% of the surface waters of Lake Michigan. Failures on land in the UP and northern Wisconsin may impact the Great Lakes, as well as harm critical habitats and ecosystems. Those hurt would include indigenous peoples and local residents, as well as huge populations of migrating birds. Waters at risk include the Caucagon and Bad River sloughs, and all the wild rice growing in that ecosystem. These waters are recognized as a national natural landmark and recognized internationally as a Ramsar wetland because of their importance to migrating birds. Changing the quality of the wetlands via disrupting water flows would likely have implications for those migrating birds. My favorite Wisconsin trout streams, the Brule and White Rivers, continue to be at risk. Even if the pipeline skirts the southern border of the Bad River Bad River Reservation does not avoid impacts to wetlands due to disruption of water seepage and flow patterns. It does not avoid risking the reservation's resources and usufructuary rights from downstream impacts of a spill. The pipeline currently carries 5.26 billion gallons of oil per day, which when burned adds 232,632 metric tons of CO2 to the atmosphere per day, or 85 megatons per year. This is the equivalent of approximately keeping 33 coal-fired power plants online. We should be working on replacing fossil fuels, especially the energy-intensive filthy tar sands oils. I'd like to close with a quote from John Hollow Hornbear, an Ogallala spokesperson from the early 20th century. "Someday the earth will weep. She will beg for her life. She will cry with tears of blood. You will make a choice if you will help her or let her die. And when she dies, you will too." I cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jed. Next up, we'll have Julie Gutmanis, followed by William Vanderpye and Darwin Dice.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Julie Gutmanis. My address is 600 Janesville Street, Oregon, Wisconsin. Okay, I'd like to voice my concerns about sections 9 and 10, which are long and bold assertions and short on supporting evidence. This section 9 quote encapsulates this pattern. The extraction and refining of crude oil would occur regardless of whether the proposed route is constructed and operated, since there are other ways for crude oil to reach markets. First, this contradicts this section's clear message that in this case, at least, there are no other feasible ways. More generally, the lack of pipeline capacity has been a significant problem for the tar sands industry. Whether it leads to reduced extraction and refining likely depends on many factors. But Section 9 ignores this complexity and without offering evidence asserts that there is no link. In fact, effective pipeline capacity on tar sands production is a critical question for the EIS to consider. Does approving Line 5 contribute to giving the highly carbon intensive polluting tar sands industry a renewed lease on life? The next line asserts that greenhouse gases generated during the process of oil and gas extraction would continue as long as demand for petroleum products remains undiminished. This represents an all too common mentality, a passive, fatalistic, this is just how it is, what can we do? Though in the self-interest of the fossil fuel industry, it is not in the interest of the public, and our government tasked with public welfare should not endorse this mentality. Wisconsin being just a pass-through, Michigan's purported reliance on Line 5 for propane is often brought up. But it must be pointed out that these Michiganders, like all of us, are largely captive consumers to the current system. But scientific consensus is that we need to take on, without delay, the challenge of large-scale transformation of our energy systems. Sections 9 and 10 state that Line 5 does not contradict the state's climate action goals because it is a replacement and a reroute. But the project is more accurately a retrenchment and an extension into the future of current energy infrastructure. As the state's climate change report observes, avoiding fossil fuel infrastructure is one way to prevent a carbon lock-in, where policies, infrastructure, and investments made in the past or present commit us to high carbon emissions in the future, even when alternative technologies are available. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julie. Next up, we will have William Vanderpye, followed by Darwin Dice and Ann Chartier.
Greetings. My name is Nick Fishoff Vanderpye. I live at 631 Crestview, Mellon, Wisconsin, about a half a mile away from the Bad River. I spend about 40 to 50 days every year fishing brook trout. Tyler Forks, the white, the potato. I agree with Greg Brown that brook trout are a pretty good indication that the creation is a good idea. I'm embarrassed by the Wisconsin DNR EIS. The most glaring discrepancy or missing item for me is no comment or statement about Bad River's treatment as state water quality standards, which ensure pristine water. Maybe the reason the DNR doesn't mention this is that back in the Exxon days, BHP, Billiton, Nicolay Minerals, the treatment as state status for Mole Lake prevented mining from happening. I want us to really look at Brownstone Falls and then look at the tar sands up in Alberta. When I see Alberta tar sands, I see Mordor. When I see Brownstone Falls, I feel like I'm in heaven. The question boils down to this: are you going to honor the almighty dollar or almighty earth? I concede my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Darwin Dice, followed by Ann Chartier and Kurt Kelsey.
Hello, my name is Darwin Dice, 1764 330th Street, Ghent, Minnesota. I live on Dakota land outside of Ghent. My state has struggled with many of the same problematic issues around the Enbridge Line 3. Because healthy water and soil impacts all of us, I offer comments about your Line 5 and sincerely appreciate the opportunity to do so. I implore this committee to avoid the mistakes made with Line 3 in northern Minnesota. First, demand the halt of the new Line 5 and call for the removal of old Line 5. If that does not happen, Wisconsin regulators must require a comprehensive decommissioning and removal trust fund for current and future pipelines, similar to what Canada has in place, require that the Line 5 be insured against devastating spills and the long-term harmful impact on the environment. The EIS is a critical link to inform permitting agencies and the public of Line 5's impacts on the environment. Red flags arise around the EIS because TRC Companies Incorporated was used to help write the EIS. TRC itself admits that it has strong relationships with a number of Canadian firms such as TransCanada and Enbridge. Well, in its current form, the EIS does not do justice to clarifying the disastrous long-term effects of oil spill. Once again, treaty rights are overlooked as access to harvests are impeded by the pipeline, while downplaying the vulnerability of clean water and ignoring the interconnectedness of the watershed, a watershed whose health and vitality is essential to the people and other creatures living on and around the Bad River Reservation. Sadly, we live in a country where corporations with no life, pulse, or sentient existence are considered people, yet have rights of personhood. As you consider the mounting testimony against Line 5, I urge you also envision the very real rights of nature and nature's sentient existence connecting us all. The natural wonders that our very lives depend upon have much more value than the short-term profits of a Canadian-based corporation with a well-documented, shaky environmental record. With these things in mind, I refer to my opening ask. Stop Line 5, remove old Line 5, establish a comprehensive decommissioning and removal fund, secure comprehensive insurance to cover pipeline spills and their long-term environmental impact. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Darwin. Next up will be Ann Chartier. After Ann will be Kurt Kelsey, then Andy Cloud. Just working through one technical glitch here.
Should I start?
And yes, please, sorry about that. Please state your name and address for the record and then provide your comments.
Thank you. My name is Ann Chartier and I live at 1203 6th Avenue West in Ashland, 54806. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to voice my request that the DNR deny Enbridge permission to build an expansion to the Line 5 pipeline in the Bad River watershed. I believe it behooves you who are tasked with protecting our land, our water, our air, along with all the life that depends on them, to identify the reasons based on sound scientific knowledge for not granting Enbridge permission to destroy our environment. It is my understanding that the draft EIS has contradictions and inconsistencies. We must avoid the damage a pipeline expansion would impose on forests, fields, wetlands, streams, rivers, lakes, and all the nature that thrives here. I am not a scientist, yet I have sufficient information and experience to understand clearly that expanding a pipeline in this day and age is asinine. As a retired public school teacher who has lived close to the proposed expansion for over 3 decades, I am aware that industries have polluted our environment. The munitions plant in Washburn and the Chequamegon Bay Superfund site in Ashland are but 2 examples. On a positive note, we have been successful in avoiding mines, CAFOs, and water extraction. We must also succeed in stopping this latest destructive effort, which is, simply put, designed to feed greed. Our knowledge of contamination precedes our awareness of the ravages of climate change. The last thing we need is an expansion to the pipe that transports fossil fuels that contribute to temperature rise and pose a serious danger of leaking and spilling. Our efforts must focus on restoration and reduction of our carbon footprint, not building additional sources of destruction. Thankfully, the Bad River Tribe decided not to renew their lease to Enbridge. That decision has mobilized a very large group of people, including me, to bring light to the need to retire this and other pipelines while promoting renewable energy. It does not take a degree in science to understand that destroying the Earth's top layer of soil and the vegetation that grows on it, along with disturbing and contaminating the flow of water that nurtures all life that depends on the ecosystem and would be displaced by construction, is the wrong thing to do. Please use all the expertise you have to deny a permit that would allow Enbridge to wreak havoc on our well-being and livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Next up, we'll have Kurt Kelsey, followed by Andy Cloud, and then Corey Gall.
Hello, my name is Kurt Kelsey, 831 Pioneer Avenue, Rice Lake, Wisconsin, 54868. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm with American Excelsior Company in Rice Lake. We have a plant in Sheboygan, Wisconsin as well. Combined, we employ over 230 hardworking Wisconsinites. If this project moves forward, American Excelsior is prepared to provide high-performing natural erosion control, sediment control, revegetation, and dewatering filtration solutions from our local plant in Rice Lake. Our engineered seed-free products are made from sustainable aspen trees that are responsibly harvested from northern Wisconsin forests, which supports more jobs in that important Wisconsin industry as well. Last year, our products provided successful solutions to many applications across Line 3 in northern Minnesota. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an oral statement. Our staff of certified professionals in erosion and sediment control are ready to help in any way. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Next up, we'll have Andy Cloud, followed by Corey Gall, then Christy Jensch. Andy, if you can state your name and address for the record. We're not hearing you. Andy, what I'm going to do is skip down to Corey, and then we're going to come back to you. So I guess just a recommendation to check, make sure your audio is connected. Corey, can you state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Good evening. My name is Corey Gall, president of the Wisconsin Pipe Trades Association, 11175 West Parkland Avenue, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And I proudly represent our over 9,000 members. Our association invests over $10 million of private money each year to develop our future workforce and continually increase the skills of our existing members in order to provide the highest skilled, safest, and most productive workforce for Wisconsin's piping industry. These are not temporary jobs, they're careers, and area youth could get their start on this project and in a lifelong career in the piping or other construction industry. The Line 5 reroute project will bring an estimated 700 family-sustaining construction jobs, of which our union members will make up a significant portion. This will provide an economic boost for northern Wisconsin communities and allow labor from our area to work close to home. I'm a lifelong Wisconsin resident, hunter, and fisherman, as are many of our members. We're very conscious of our natural resources and protecting them. Enbridge has designed the reroute to minimize impacts on wetlands and waterways. Wetland fill will be minimal, and most wetland impacts will be temporary. Enbridge has continued to consult with the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources on threatened and endangered species and has surveyed the route for species with potential habitat in the area per DNR guidance. Pipelines are and will remain to be the safest and most energy efficient means to transfer natural gas liquids, fuels, and other products. It is estimated that 2,100 tanker trucks would need to leave Superior daily in order to transport the products currently carried by Line 5. We support the plans and procedures that Enbridge has detailed for best management practices to minimize construction-related impacts. The Wisconsin Pipe Trades Association, like Enbridge, want to keep our members and our community safe. Relocating Line 5 off the Bad River Reservation is the right thing to do to honor the request of the Bad River Band, while at the same time maintaining the safe transportation of essential energy that we all depend on. This concludes my remarks. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we'll try Andy Cloud, followed by Christy Jensch and Maxine Conradi. Okay, Andy, I can see you've unmuted, but I can't hear you. So we're going to try this again. And I'm just going to remind folks that if for some reason there's a problem, either technologically or logistically with providing oral comments today, that's okay. You can still provide written comments before the March 18th closure of the comment period, and they carry the same weight as oral comments provided today. So we're going to move to Christy Jensch, followed by Maxine Conradi and Sheila Mitchell.
Good evening. My name is Christy Jensch. I live at 410 Fifth Avenue East in Washburn, and thank you for this opportunity to talk with you today. I am in the fourth generation of a family who has summered or lived here since 1905, and 32 years ago, against a lot of odds, I moved here full time because of the waters. Tonight, I'm asking you to deny this permit, to close down Line 5, and to establish a fund to assist with the decommissioning and abandonment of the route. The potential for fractures, spills, frackouts, that would affect the Bad River, wetlands, other watersheds, and Copper Falls is simply unacceptable. In one of the few actually analyzed sections in the DEIS, 7.8.6, I wondered whether Enbridge was actually handing you an out because it was so clear the level of damage that could happen. The dangers of HDD are now showing up along line 3 as the drilling mud is squeezed to the surface in freezing conditions. Contaminated private wells, fish, and rice beds would have serious consequences. Changes in the pH in the water in streams that would be impacted would have very serious consequences to the fish and microorganisms that live there. There is no specific plan in this DEIS to fund remediation or decommissioning. Most of all, I cannot make sense of spending millions of dollars to build this when Enbridge itself expects it to depreciate in less than 20 years. In the meantime, we endure the risks. In Canada, Enbridge is doing something quite different. Their own website states, today, Enbridge is one of the largest renewable energy companies in Canada. Why are we allowing this to happen here? Last week, the sale of oil and gas leases in the Gulf of Mexico that the previous administration had set up was canceled due to an analysis that did not adequately consider the costs to the world's climate. I reached out to a friend who is an internationally recognized environmental economist at Stanford, who focuses on climate change, energy regulation, and public economics. Here is part of his comment back to me. The oil tar sands up in Alberta seem to be a long shot. I would expect the world price of oil to drift back as more and more oil demand is shunted to gas and renewables. I guess Alberta wants to be able to ship out its oil if it ever becomes viable, but it is a long shot. In conclusion, we are accountable to our future, and we need your help at the DNR. Please deny this permit and close line 5 down. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Next up is Maxime Conradi, followed by Sheila Mitchell and Liz Schallert.
Thank you. My name is Maxime Conradi, son of William Conradi. My official address is 5614 North 11th Avenue, Phoenix, Arizona. This is Tohono O'odham land in the southwest desert of Turtle Island. I was born in north, actually, in Dakota land, specifically the colony called Minneapolis, Minnesota. My home is my body. My home is my family. My home is Earth. When I hear $450 million win-win, business, mortgages, competition, revenue, jobs, economic security, taxes, costs, I'm surprised not to hear the same voices mention any debt to that which gives us all life. Jobs created without cooperation of those it impacts matches the mercenary threat of mobsters who survive by breaking families and then feeding off them. We are not alone in facing mercenary systems trying to recruit our voices to support its dirty work of running roughshod over much bigger agreements. I use my voice here to say I reject this behavior. As I explore the trauma that has affected my sisters and brothers since a time so unfortunately immemorial and buried, and caused them to act with such hurt spirits towards people of other backgrounds, I see trauma that is happening right now that can be stopped by simply not letting our imaginations be shrunk by intimidation and greed. Let me share with you what I and countless others were promised by abstract profit motives like those of oil companies. Temporary gains at the long-term expense of indigenous natural and environmental interests. Temporary gains from distant cultures whose interests, I was told, are inferior to interests falsely attributed to me and our culture. Irresponsible environmental destruction as an inevitability. There are infinite ways to solve human, technological, and food problems, but we are told by words like best technology that creative solutions do not even exist. It reminds me how this very land is considered terra nullis by the doctrine of discovery, which everyone should be demonstrating steps to repudiate. Many churches are. will Wisconsin and Minnesota? Denying the permit would show you don't still believe this land is terra nullius. You may ask, well, how do we use imagination to leverage reality for long-term solutions? Listen to and center the people who focus on reality. Indigenous people have consistently been the innovators most based in reality. If you are not capable of hearing them, even when they talk about existential concerns so magnanimously, I suggest you take a moment outside of offices and Zoom calls and economic spreadsheets and tune in, I mean deeply tune in to our home. She is trying to talk to you. We are a species ready for new ways to cooperate with good old ways that have worked for millions of years before genocides were taught as an inevitability. Health of body, family, and home is what to focus on. My home is Earth. Where do these people who carry on destroying her think they live? Thank you for considering. I raise my hand no more.
Thank you, Maxine. Next up, we have Sheila Mitchell, followed by Liz Schallert, and then Laura Kircher.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address and your comments.
Thank you. My name is Sheila Mitchell. I live at 65722 Lake Park Road in Ashland, Wisconsin, 54806. Thank you for taking my comments. I am requesting that you reject this draft EIS. In 2020, there was a total of $95 billion in damages, along with 262 known deaths in the United States due to climate-driven catastrophes. This doesn't even touch the physical and mental issues associated with this trauma. The fossil fuel industry, which includes Line 5, which traverses several miles south of where I live, plays a significant part in this. It continues to quietly pump up to 22.5 million gallons a day of fossil fuels past our area, adding an estimated 71 million metric tons of greenhouse gases annually to the environment. Not only is it transporting the most carbon-intensive fuel from the tar sands of Alberta, Canada, but this crude oil, which needs a lot of extra energy to transport this sludge, also needs to be diluted with toxic diluent in order to flow. The proposed Line 5 expansion DEIS, which reads more like a project manual, is lacking in specifics regarding the environment, which I thought was the whole point of the EIS. There's not a thorough analysis of oil spills or impacts on fisheries, and it is dismissive of any long-term damage to wild rice in the Kakagan sloughs. It minimizes direct and long-term construction impacts despite the recent Line 3 mishaps in Minnesota, where an aquifer was breached and 28 frackouts were reported. HDD, which is proposed for 13 sites, fails to mention the proprietary contents of the drilling mud used in that process, which will likely leak into nearby fragile wetlands and waterways. The Copper Falls aquifer, where there will be 20 miles of blasting, is also at risk for local and regional groundwater contamination. And lastly, climate change impacts are nearly missing entirely. We are told pipelines are the safest method possible for transporting this sludge. But who would know when there is no specific testing for specific contaminants by our local communities that get their water from Lake Superior, or by the landowners who don't even know there's a pipeline there? The environmental policy for soil and water near pipelines appears to be out of sight, out of mind, don't look, don't find. This region is a Ramsar region of international importance and is referred to as the Everglades of the North for a reason. Its environmental significance is enormous. There's nothing to be gained by transferring one dangerous line placement with an equally disastrous one when the responsible solution is for Enbridge to decommission this entire line. The world should not suffer through the ramifications of this 20th century energy infrastructure when there are 21st century energy solutions that are safer and fiscally more responsible. We should not continue to enable this process of permitting as usual that has gotten us into our current climate crisis. Please reject this flawed EIS. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Next up, will be Liz Schallert.
Hi, can you hear?
Followed, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, please state your name and address and then provide your comments.
Sure, thank you. Greetings, my name is Liz Schallert, address 1960 Lakeshore Drive, Fenville, Michigan, 49408. I'm a labor advocate, union organizer, and teacher from West Michigan. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the draft environmental impact study regarding the Line 5 pipeline. While I'm not a resident of Wisconsin, I grew up in West Michigan, where my parents and their parents grew up. We still have the joy of seeing the gorgeous iconic sunsets over Lake Michigan from my parents' home. I also spent 6 summers of my childhood as a guide on Mackinac Island and fell in love with and hold deep respect for a region I call home, its clear lakes and waterways. As a child, that place taught me about history, about what those waterways and land have meant and continue to mean to local tribes. It showed me my first Petoskey stone, and I could feel what it was like to not have the hum of vehicles around me, and for the first time see the northern lights and constellations I didn't know existed. As we all know, what you can see in the upper Midwest is astounding. I am deeply concerned about the impact Line 5 will have, not only in Wisconsin, but in all of our gorgeous Midwest waterways, and particularly through the Straits of Mackinac. Denying the permit to Enbridge for Line 5 in order to build a new energy infrastructure isn't only the right thing to do, it's the best thing to do to secure our future and the future of this gorgeous place for our children. I want to bring my children to the Upper Peninsula and for them to feel the same magic I've felt it for years. Additionally, denying this permit is also the best way to respect local tribes who have already stood up again and again to say no to these pipelines. Simply changing the route of this line doesn't fully take into account the impact that this will have on tribal territories and watersheds, as Mike Wiggins and recently Maxime Conrady and many others already pointed out in their testimony. We know the devastation these lines cause to our natural environment and to tribal territories, and there's a clear request for these lines to stay out of neighboring waterways, as demonstrated by protests in Mackinac City headed by tribal leaders this past year. Why are we not listening to them? This is our opportunity to do the right thing and support a just transition energy future, rather than revive an existing line that we already know has caused damage. I strongly believe the draft EIS must be expanded to include the threats Line 5 poses to our water supplies, to local tribes, including cultural sites, and must speak to past environmental degradation that's already taken place. As it is, these aspects are significantly minimized in the existing EIS, and we have other options. As a social work professor, I have to share that every day I hear how our students and young people know and are desperately calling for a livable energy future. They are literally marching out of classrooms and calling for a vision of a different infrastructure that doesn't include expanding pipelines. They know that different options don't have to mean a loss of jobs or lack of effective energy. There are creative solutions. One way to live up to their hopes now is by denying the Line 5 permit and taking a risk on something new, bold, and brave, rather than a risk on our environment. This is the perfect time for us to transition toward a powerful green energy infrastructure that has a powerful track record in other regions, including providing long-term sustainable jobs. It is not a time to cut corners for predictable outcomes. Now is the time to act and to be courageous. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Liz. Next up, we'll have Laura Kircher, followed by Nancy Larson, then Pete Rasmussen.
Good evening. My name is Laura Kircher. My address is 119 North 25th Street in Superior, Wisconsin. I want to thank you very much for allowing comments and for hosting this meeting. I really appreciate everybody's comments in making this project the best it can be. I want to share my support for this project. Enbridge operates pipelines that carry product we all need and we all use. And although we're doing work to reduce our needs for the fossil fuels that are transported by Enbridge, we're simply not in a position where we don't need the product that Enbridge carries every day. This is particularly important today, looking at propane needs in Wisconsin. It's terribly cold today, and to have reliable heat is something I think we are all grateful for. Enbridge has been operating in Wisconsin for 70 years and have coexisted with waterways and wild rice for each of those years. This reroute is in response to the Bad River Band's request to remove the pipelines from its reservation. And I think a company that's willing to invest private money to honor that request is a strong statement of responsibility. This project route has been very thoughtfully designed. And one thing I'd really like to point out is that during construction of the Line 3 replacement project in Minnesota, every worker on that project had training about human trafficking and being a part of the solution of that societal issue. I'm not aware of any other private company in the Midwest that has trained over 1,100 workers to help combat this non-pipeline related societal issue. Please promptly process and approve the permit to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next up, we have Nancy Larson, followed by Pete Rasmussen, then Laura Fair.
Hello, Ben. Can you hear me?
Yes, Nancy, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Larson. I live at 15135 Motor Lane, Drummond, Wisconsin, 54832, and I'm representing Wisconsin's Green Fire. Our members have extensive experience in natural resource management, science, education, law, and other fields. Our comments today highlight 4 major concerns with the draft EIS. We'll also submit detailed written comments. Overall, we encourage the DNR to produce a new draft of the EIS to address the gaps we and others identify and allow the public to review and comment. Number 1, climate change and energy policy. Investing in new pipeline infrastructure today helps lock in years of additional reliance on fossil fuels. The draft EIS does not clearly present the need for this project. In addition, a no pipeline alternative needs more evaluation. Number 2, climate change fueled storm events, spills, responses, and impacts. The risk of an oil spill in the high quality watersheds of the Bad River is a significant threat. The draft EIS does not adequately address spill prevention, climate change fueled storms, spill response, and impact to high quality resources. The Lake Superior region's steep, unstable terrain and soils increase flood severity and the impact and difficulty of responding to spills. The EIS should address how intense storms impact construction, maintenance, operation, and spill response. And the floods and infrastructure damage that we've experienced in the last decade in this region are indicators of what we should expect in the future. The EIS should provide scenarios and potential oil spill volumes and impacts. Spill response plans should detail routes, equipment, and maps for each stream or wetland where spills could occur. And the assumption that spills could not reach the Kakagan sloughs or would not reach the Kakagan sloughs in Lake Superior is questionable. 3, environmental justice. The EIS should have in-depth and accurate description and evaluation around environmental justice, tribal treaty rights, impacts to tribal and rural low-income communities, as well as economic and land use impacts to right-of-way property owners. Number 4, waterway and wetland crossings and impacts to water resources. The waterway and wetland permits are the most significant regulatory decisions the DNR has authority to make for the project. As in 2020, we remain concerned about the lack of information provided by Enbridge about crossings. For case in point, there's no specific site plans in the EIS or the permit applications for major waterways such as the Bad, White, Marengo, and Brunsweiler rivers. The public's entitled to review and comment on those specific plans. We're concerned about blasting in waterways and wetlands and that so much responsibility would be handed to Enbridge contractors, including impacts to private water wells. The plan to trench pipe through streams does not account for the possibility of disrupting subsurface flow, contributing to downstream waters, particularly trout waters. Complete erosion control plans should include site-specific plans for high-quality waters. Enbridge has requested exemptions from seasonal prohibitions of work in streams meant to protect fish spawning, but no rationale is given other than meeting schedules.
Nancy, we're coming up on your time, so I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
All right, thanks. In conclusion, we've got really high quality resources here that need to be addressed more fully in the EIS. We strongly encourage the DNR to redraft the EIS for more complete environmental, economic, and energy policy and social policy analysis, and allow public comment on the draft EIS and on the water resource permit information that's new. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we will have Pete Rasmussen, followed by Laura Fair, and then a phone call, the number ending 5427.
Hello.
Yes, Pete, could you please provide your address?
My address is 69248 Peterson Road, Marengo, Wisconsin. I live on Silver Creek, kind of the epicenter of this line wants to go right around all the water that flows right through our house. I'm I guess very thankful for all of the comments that have been made tonight. Well, not all of them, but about 90% or more so far. And so I want to start with that. That's who I really would love to thank, is everybody who's given such amazing words. As far as the DNR is concerned, I'm embarrassed that this is even happening. I guess I've said it before, but an EIS like this should just, actually a permit application like this should have just been thrown in the wastebasket. It's a waste of valuable people's time. I think that the job of the DNR should be to protect the beds of these streams and not let them be exploded 139 times, including just, a mile from my house or less upstream. I hear a lot of mistrust. And I think that's because you trust a corporation that deserves no trust. And who I have trust in is the people who have been speaking tonight. And up here, including, I believe, the second person who spoke, I have trust in that we're going to protect this place. And, we'll do it despite you or with you. And that's what's we need to do. And so, again, I think that the reason that this EIS is inadequate is because it's impossible to become adequate. How do you explore exploding 39 times? How do you even start to get your head around going over 186 waterways that goes around this watershed that's invaluable? You can't. And so it's always going to be inadequate because it's a project that's a dream and will remain a dream. And once again, I thank the people who spoke tonight. And I would also just add the first speaker, the congressman from my district, is a liar and has no problem lying in public or any place else, and proved himself again tonight immediately. So thank you.
We're going to wrap up with your comments at time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Laura Fair, followed by phone number ending in 5427. And then after that, Ron Spurl.
Hello, my name is Laura Fair. I live at Blue Heron Acres in Eaton Rapids, Michigan. I am the operator of a small organic farm in Michigan. I'm pushing 60 years old and have been blessed to have lived a life with extensive connections to the beauty, serenity, and bounty of the natural world. Hiking pristine mountains, kayaking rivers, and swimming in turtle-filled ponds and in the Great Lakes have enriched my life and brought peace to my soul. Sadly, neither my children or my children and grandchildren cannot be assured of a life blessed with such connections. Unless we heed the call to keep nasty tar sands in the ground, neither my grandchildren or many of the species currently inhabiting the planet will ever reach my age. I witnessed the horrors of the Enbridge spill on the Kalamazoo River in 2010. While Enbridge will tell you that they can shut a line down in under 3 minutes, it's a lie. In July of that fateful year, 1 million gallons of sticky muck flowed into the water before the flow was stopped. The impact was devastating. A thick slick of tar covered 40 miles of river. Fish, birds, turtles, grasses, trees were contaminated with toxic sludge. For almost 10 years, residents of nearby areas were prohibited from being allowed to go in or even near the river. If your child was 5 and had spent their early years learning to live with respect for the water and the species it sustained, they were learning to drive by the time they were allowed to touch the water again. The goals of the DNR are to protect natural resources and habitat, prevent pollution, and preserve clean water. How would permitting new tar sand pipelines allow you to remain committed to these objectives? Even new pipes, like those recently installed in Minnesota, have already leaked, releasing tar sand sludge into sacred waters and wild rice habitats. When you consider permitting these pipes, consider the vast watersheds into which they connect. Consider the interconnections of all species, the importance of clean water to life, and the rights of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next up, we have a phone call ending in 5427.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you please state your name and address and your comments?
Andy Cloud, N5540, Ho-Chunk Boulevard, Superior, Wisconsin. I want to thank the Wisconsin DNR for cooperating with me through my technical difficulties. I'm a member of the Ho-Chunk Nation. I'm a storyteller and an artist. Chief Seattle once said, "Humankind has not woven the web of life. We are but one thread within it. Whatever we do to the web, we do to ourselves. All things are bound together." The Anishinaabe people have a saying, "We are all related." Both these are a way of life. All of us are related. We are all family. The animals, the four-legged, the finned, the winged know this still, and yet they live among us. They offer themselves when we are hungry. They don't ask much, but for us to stand up for them when the time arises. And it's always that time to rise up. We Wisconsinites are progressive, ever moving forward, like our state flag declares. I am proud of our state. I am proud that we can boast that our state has the muskie and walleye capitals of the world. From the rolling hills of west central Wisconsin to the cliffs of the Great Lakes, we do have it all. There is no place like home. Anglers from around the country and maybe around the world come here to fish the North Waters. Construction of the proposed pipeline through the Bad River and White River watershed, where our finned and waterfowl relatives call home, will significantly harm their way of life. We are living in a time of sustainability, and how we prepare for the future is paramount, because the next 2 centuries and beyond will be about access to clean water. An Indigenous proverb asserts, "When the last tree has been cut down, the last fish caught, the last river poisoned, only then will we realize that one cannot eat money." If we let Enbridge in our state, the consequences are irreparable, and we jeopardize everything we love, everything we count on every year: our walleye harvest, our wild rice, our maple syrup, our tourism, and our way of life. I respectfully ask you, the Wisconsin DNR, to give thought to the full circle of harm this pipeline has upon our brothers, sisters, and the water. Pinagigi, Yawanko, Miigwech, thank you for hearing my words.
Thank you, Andy. Next up, we'll have Ron Spurl, followed by Jennifer Booley, and then Kathy Shute.
Can you hear me, Ben?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you for your time. This is Ron Spurl, and my address is 5455 Bowers Drive, West Bend. And I'd like to say I'm a Native American business owner, serial entrepreneur, and I'm someone who is proud to call Wisconsin home. Here in Wisconsin, millions of residents depend on gasoline-powered vehicles to complete necessary tasks daily. Second, hundreds of thousands of Wisconsin native and non-native businesses rely on diesel, gasoline-powered shipping and delivery vehicles to transport the products from suppliers and to customers. Around 280,000 Wisconsin homes depend on propane to heat their homes during our Wisconsin winters. We need this raw product, crude oil and natural gas liquids, that's transported by Line 5, an existing line. We're just rerouting it. So let me state that I'm supporting transitioning also to green energy. As a travel member, I believe we all have a duty to look after and work towards technologies to better care for our planet. But I also understand we cannot pull the energy rug out from our friends and neighbors. We cannot overnight expect families who are struggling to put food on their tables to purchase new $55,000 electric vehicles or purchase a $20,000 geothermal system. We're just not ready. I do believe we need to invest in and develop new green solutions, but this transition will take time, and we still must care for one another through this transition. The Line 5 relocation project was proposed because the Bad River tribe required Enbridge to move a 12-mile segment of the existing pipeline from the tribal lands. And as a result, and out of respect for the tribe, Enbridge agreed to propose the 40-mile reroute, which includes the agreement from all the landowners along the proposed new route, which this was completely remove the pipeline from the tribal lands. Enbridge has respectfully engaged with Native American leadership, business owners, while selecting the least impactful route to the environment for this project. Oil is used for the clothing we wear, to heat our homes, to the vehicles we even drive. If this project is not approved, two possible outcomes could occur. The first is the 540,000 barrels of raw product currently running through the pipeline would be moved to tanker trucks. Trucking raw product would not only increase fuel consumption through transportation, but would also cause risks and potential delays during the winters of northern Wisconsin and Michigan. The other option is crude oil and natural gas liquids are removed from our nation's energy supply. This would lead to propane shortages and prices increases in rural Wisconsin and Michigan. And as a major supplier in the Midwest, I'm sure you already know, has already warned that a Line 5 shutdown would lead to closures of the Superior and Rapid River propane facilities. Further, 2 oil refineries in Toledo, Ohio would also close, likely leading to additional price increases at the pump throughout the Midwest. What are our elders and our tribal members in the community supposed to do? In addition to the impact this would occur to Wisconsin families and businesses if the Line 5 project isn't approved, we can't ignore the efforts made by Enbridge to minimize the long and short-term impacts on the environment. Technologies like directional drilling are being used to leave waterways undisturbed, and the route was developed to avoid sensitive resources and minimize impacts of wetlands.
Coming up on time, so if you could wrap it up, please.
Thank you. Enbridge has committed to act a zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050. They are protecting our environment, and I have seen them restored, in example, in Kalamazoo, Michigan. We all support alternative energy and working towards our society to reduce emissions.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next up, we have Jennifer Booley, followed by Kathy Shute and Joan Elias.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Booley. I am at 210 Washington Avenue in Washburn, Wisconsin, 54891. I am a member of the Bad River Band of Lake Superior, Ojibwe, and a water protector. I'm speaking tonight to ask the Wisconsin DNR to deny all permits for Enbridge's proposed Line 5 and their inadequate and incomplete reroute proposal. Enbridge has an alarming history of causing environmental damage. Over the last 50 years, Line 5 specifically has had 33 oil spills, which released at least 1.1 million gallons of toxic oil into the environment. Most disturbing is the fact many of those spills were not detected by Enbridge's leak detection systems. Enbridge is in violation of the original easement to provide adequate structural support, which they have failed to do. Based on this abhorrent history of Enbridge, a deeper look must be taken to consider all environmental impacts. As a member of the Bad River tribe, I am very concerned about Enbridge's proposed reroute. The reroute proposes to cut through 12 miles of Bad River territory, the watershed, and threatens to significantly disrupt and damage the surrounding ecosystems, specifically damage to wild rice beds, fishing, hunting, gathering, and poisoning tribal members' drinking water. As you know, Bad River has opposed Enbridge for many years, including an eviction of Enbridge's operations on the several easements in 2013. Not surprising, Enbridge ignored Bad River's resolution rejecting renewal of these easements and forced Bad River to take legal action. Moreover, this environmental impact statement does not take into account tribal treaty rights. There are 11 federally recognized tribes in the state of Wisconsin. Why are some tribes included and others are not in this environmental impact statement? I ask you to uphold the United States Constitution, including Article 6, which establishes treaties as supreme law of the land. Bad River and all other 11 federally recognized tribes in the state of Wisconsin have multiple treaties with the US government, specifically to protect exercising our rights to hunt, fish, trap, and gather, which are our livelihoods. Line 5 poses not only an environmental threat, but a threat to human life via Enbridge's worker camps that target Indigenous women and girls. As Indigenous women, we are 10 times more likely to go missing or murdered than any other demographic. That has to stop. Enbridge has to stop it. Enbridge is a foreign company demanding eminent domain and being granted such authority by states to exploit the land, misappropriate and waste our precious water, and destroy our wetlands, our wild rice beds, sugar maple stands, lakes, rivers, and streams, and on and on and on. Enbridge's dangerous activities for profit do not take into account the devastation that has and will continue to have on our environment and the cost that damage will incur. Minnesota DNR allowed Enbridge to appropriate 5 billion gallons of water in the midst of a severe drought, draining valuable aquifers. Is this what Wisconsin wants? The promise of money is a thin veil over the catastrophic damage Enbridge's projects will definitely cause. Do not fall victim to their bribes. Deny all Enbridge permits, require them to safely decommission the existing Line 5 and all pipelines in Wisconsin, and invest in clean, renewable, sustainable energy. Please help us leave our beloved land and water intact and healthy for the next generations. It is your duty to determine potential impacts of this proposed project. Please factor in all our children, present and future, when you issue the environmental impact statement and consider permits by Enbridge. Stop Enbridge.
Jennifer, we're
Stop
coming
Line
up on your
5.
time, so if you could wrap it up, please.
Thank you. Stop Enbridge. Stop Line 5. Protect the sacred. Ninga Izichige Nabit Onja. I do it for the water. Miigwech, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next up, we have Kathy Shute, then Joan Elias, followed by Brian Hansen.
Hello, my name is Kathy Schutte and my address is 62522 Marengo, Wisconsin. And I live in the route of the new Line 5 and I am in support of it. We want to thank the DNR for holding the meeting and giving everybody equal time of 3 minutes. I think that's very important to hear both sides of the story. And in Marengo, where the pipeline is going through, where the landowners are on the route of the plan, 100% of the people living on that line gave permission for the DNR, for Enbridge to put their pipeline through. It's hard to get 100% of anything anymore, but these people understand the importance of it. It's cold in Marengo tonight. It's way below zero. We need fuel to heat our homes, drive our cars, get to work for health reasons. And this is one of the major reasons I am in support of Line 5. And not only has Enbridge taken care of all of us, they have even taken care of the animals that are in the line of Line 5 with food and shelter. So not only do they care about the people in this area, they care about the animals also. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next up, we have Joan Elias, followed by Brian Hansen, then Sarah Coombs.
My name is Joan Elias. My address is 11140 West Edwards Road in Saxon, Wisconsin. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the draft EIS for the Line 5 project. I have lived in northern Iron County for over 30 years, and I own land adjacent to the proposed reroute and expansion. I will be directly affected by construction activities, including noise, dust, traffic, and impacts to the streams that run through my land and are immediately downstream of proposed construction activities. This draft EIS should be considered a preliminary draft and should not have been released in its present state. Phrases like according to Enbridge, provided by Enbridge, and Enbridge determined make it sound like an Enbridge document rather than a DNR document. The draft is full of typos, incomplete sentences, and sections out of order, indicating sloppiness in preparation and lack of basic proofreading. It is incomplete. Analyses of the fate of spills, for example, and cumulative impacts of stream crossings on downstream water quality are missing. Alternatives are not fully analyzed. The draft dismisses potential impacts of spills on Lake Superior and impacts of sedimentation on the sloughs. Dismissing potential impacts instead of analyzing them is irresponsible at best. Blatant admissions of incomplete impact analyses are sprinkled throughout the document. For example, quote, without a comprehensive survey of all taxa, potential impacts reported herein are limited, end quote. The DEIS contains inaccuracy and contradictions. For example, locations of ephemeral ponds are listed with mileposts and access roads. Then a few pages later, the document claims such ponds are not present within or adjacent to the project area, and therefore no impacts are expected. In the section on sensitive species, dates are mentioned when construction activities should not occur in order to protect the species. When all of these dates are compiled, there is no time of year when construction would be safe for all species. Enbridge has already requested waivers or exemptions to many, if not all, of these timing restrictions, and the DEIS does not analyze the impacts should these timing restrictions not be adhered to. For all of these reasons and many more, this draft environmental impact statement should be rejected and a second draft be prepared for public review. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Next up, we have Brian Hansen, followed by Sarah Coombs, and then Matthew McDermott.
Oh, man. Good evening. My name is Brian Hansen. My address is 2731 Jefferson Street in Duluth, Minnesota. I'm the CEO of Apex, and Apex is a business and economic development organization serving 10 counties in Northeast Minnesota and Northwest Wisconsin, including the Wisconsin counties in the project area. Apex represents more than 85 business members with a mission to leverage private sector resources to drive investment throughout this great region. The Enbridge Line 5 reroute is a perfect example of a project that drives investment in a way that coincides with environmental protection, because we all know pipelines are the safest means of transporting liquid energy products. One of the fundamental principles of our organization is a belief that responsible development projects can and do coincide with environmental protection. We believe the environmental, water, and wetland studies that have gone into Enbridge's permit application to the Wisconsin DNR and other agencies are thorough and complete, and the Wisconsin DNR should issue the requested permits for the reroute project to proceed. Enbridge has developed multiple plans and procedures that best detail best management practices and mitigation measures to be used during construction to minimize construction-related impacts along the route. We've heard many examples this evening, including timber mats, erosion control devices, appropriate water body crossings, and the like. Our understanding is that wetland impacts during construction will be mostly temporary and will be restored when construction is complete. From an economic perspective, the project will bring an estimated 700 family-sustaining construction jobs to the area. many coming from the region's union halls. I want to reiterate here that these are family sustaining jobs. Careers are made in the trades through multiple projects over a person's life. And isn't it nice to have a project in our backyard? More than 10%, $46 million of the overall construction budget will be spent specifically with Native-owned businesses, including the training and hiring of tribal members. Overall, the project will make a $135 million economic impact to the state of Wisconsin. On behalf of the 85 members of APEX, I urge the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources to approve the permits for the Line 5 reroute without delay. Thorough studies have been done, and now is the time to move this project and our economy forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we'll have Sarah Coombs, followed by Matthew McDermott and Cassandra Steiner.
All right, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sarah Coombs. I'm a resident of Wisconsin. I live at 71110 East Valhalla Way, Madison, Wisconsin, 53719. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to ask that Enbridge not be granted any permits for the Line 5 project in the state of Wisconsin. This past July, I went up to northern Minnesota for a few days to see Enbridge drilling for the Line 3 pipeline for myself, and I had a firsthand look at how they were treating the local residents who opposed them. I spoke to people whose livelihoods had been destroyed in a single afternoon as a frack out during the drilling process had contaminated their wild rice crops, such as that they wouldn't recover for at least 5 years. I also spent time with protesters who, for exercising their constitutional right to peacefully protest against the destruction of their homes' natural resources, had been arrested and jailed by local police whose activities had been paid for by Enbridge. Combined with their long history of repeated oil spills over the last several decades, I have no faith in Enbridge's ability to prevent such spills in a safe and ecologically sound manner. I'm appalled by their mistreatment and abuse of protesters and local residents while installing the pipeline in Minnesota. Furthermore, this pipeline only offers minimal economic benefit to the state while putting our precious freshwater resources, including the Great Lakes, at further risk. This draft EIS indicates, even with the flaws that have been brought up by other speakers, indicates many potential areas that will be put at risk of contamination should the pipeline be allowed to proceed. In closing, I'm asking you to deny Enbridge any and all permits for the pipeline project, as their past behavior, the inherent risk of the project, and lack of the project's merits to anyone but Enbridge's own profits should preclude any further dealings with them by the state of Wisconsin. And thank you again for taking the time tonight to listen.
Thank you. So next up, we'll have Matthew McDermott, followed by Cassandra Steiner, then Janet Waker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Matthew.
Tansei, my name is Matthew McDermott. I am residing at 4801 Sheboygan Ave in Madison, Wisconsin, and I am here to join the many others who are objecting to the existence and expansion of Line 5. I have a few facts to start with. Line 5 was completed in 1953 and has spilled 33 times, releasing millions of gallons of oil. And now they are looking to expand, which is frankly horrifying. If Line 5 spills again, the 186 bodies of water that it crosses will be contaminated, including Lake Superior. And so many people have brought up the economy when they are for the pipeline, but if it spills, when it spills, the economy of northern Wisconsin will be devastated, and the loss of land and water to the various fish and aquatic species will be catastrophic. There have also been comments about how this affects the murdered, missing, and Indigenous women, and we can see by the treatment of protesters at Line 3 that Enbridge does not discriminate in their harassment and degradation of Indigenous peoples who are protesting, who are there just existing, who are standing up for the treaties, for their own rights, for their humanity. And it's clear that Enbridge, they only think about money. They're not thinking about anything else when it comes to this. A few other things that I would like to draw upon is the tar sands oil. It's coming from the boreal forest in Alberta, Canada. And that has been described by Professor James Hansen as game over for the climate if we continue to extract oil from the boreal forest. In addition to that, there are several other very important areas that will be affected. Aside from Lake Superior, there is Copper Falls and Keegan Slows, where Indigenous people have been getting rice for generations. And to go over that, it's just going to be devastating for the Indigenous people and the people of northern Wisconsin, and for all the people who have enjoyed Wisconsin's natural resources. And I've seen Line 3, I've seen the destruction, I've seen the devastation, just the total mind-numbing cruelty that they've inflicted upon the earth that is just so devastating. So I am joining the many other people who are calling for Line 5 to be stopped and to get out of our state and the earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Next up, we'll have Cassandra Steiner, followed by Janet Waker and Ellen Sabelko.
Hi, my name is Cassie Steiner. I live at 2011 Atwood Avenue in Madison, Wisconsin. I've been advocating against Enbridge pipeline expansion in our state for almost 10 years since I was a college student at UW-Whitewater, which is less than 3 miles from Enbridge's Line 61 pipeline, which was expanded to be one of the largest oil pipelines in the world in an incredibly shady and undemocratic way. In fact, Ben, you were one of the people who spoke at one of the first ever events that I planned about Enbridge pipelines when at Whitewater. And I'm so disappointed how little has changed in regards to permitting of oil pipelines in our state. My comment today voices a lot of the same concerns that have been raised for years without being adequately addressed. Enbridge's oil pipeline proposals and existing lines pose serious risks to our climate, waterways, wildlife species, and extremely importantly, tribal rights and sovereignty. These concerns remain relevant, but some things have changed in the past decade. For one, the climate crisis is no longer a decade away. It is here, and we can't afford to wait any longer. Beyond that, this proposal and accompanying DEIS has uniquely atrocious flaws, and those have been raised by many people, so I won't belabor that point. What I do want to add is the disrespect to sovereign tribal nations by DNR and how appalling I think that is. This disrespect is evident in that the DEIS mentions some tribes, but not others. So the list is inaccurate and incomplete. Documents information is inaccurate and incomplete. Concerns raised by Bad River and other Indigenous leaders have not been adequately addressed in the document. Further, the disrespect is evident in this hearing, with a congressperson given the first word instead of Chair of Bad River Band, a sovereign nation. And finally, it's evident that representatives from the industry, DNR, and Enbridge are all saying that they hear and respect Bad River Band's requests, despite the fact that Bad River has made it abundantly clear they do not want Line 5 in their watershed. Rerouting a pipeline around the reservation but through the watershed completely misses the point. Given how gravely inadequate and frankly offensive the DEIS is and our current global context, an entire revision of this document is necessary. This should be revised, a new draft should be published, and a new public comment period and hearing should be held on the revised version. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Next up, we'll have Janet Waker, followed by Ellen Sabelko, then Ann Steinberg.
I'm Sister Janet Weicker, 3116 North Wisconsin Street, Racine, Wisconsin, 53402. Thank you for listening to our concerns this evening about the Enbridge Line 5 permit. I'm asking that the DNR deny any permit for the rerouting of that Enbridge pipeline. As founding director of the Racine Dominican Eco-Justice Center, I've spent years teaching about the importance of caring for Earth, our common home. If an unsustainable and dirty piece of equipment was being planned for my home, I certainly would not agree to it, even though it would not pass through my bedroom or living room. All the rooms in my house are connected, just as all the waterways and the air of our state and our planet are connected. For the sake of future generations and a sustainable life on this planet, I am convinced that any relocation of Line 5 should not be allowed. Fossil fuels in all its forms should stay in the ground. There is overwhelming evidence that shows that we are in a climate crisis, largely due to carbon emissions. Individuals, corporations, and governments all need to work to correct the problem rather than enabling wealthy fossil fuel industries to exploit our natural resources for profit rather than for the good of the earth. The native people of Wisconsin have tried to live in harmony with the land and all creatures with whom they share that land. They are mindful of the interdependence and connection of all beings. There's no denying that we need energy, but we know that human efforts to extract and burn fossil fuels are harming us and the planet. Permits and support need to go instead to companies that provide renewable energy. Enbridge needs to be held accountable for cleaning up the damage that they've already done to our land and waterways. The old pipelines should be decommissioned, and as far as possible, they should be removed without causing further damage. As said so well by Aldo Leopold, a thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the biotic community. It is wrong when it tends otherwise. Clearly, any pipeline that carries tar sands oils anywhere does not preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the biotic community. It is wrong. Therefore, I urge you to deny the permit for Enbridge to relocate Line 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Next up, we'll have Ellen Sabelko, followed by Ann Steinberg and Eric Hansen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Please state your name and address.
Ellen Sabelko, E2201 Bell Road, Aliba, Wisconsin, 54738.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I am an earth protector. I protect Mother Earth, who is suffering greatly right now in the throes of human-caused climate collapse. I protect all of Mother's many diverse children, and especially her life-giving water. I am a water protector. Last summer, while non-violently protecting Mother from imminent additional harm, I was arrested and jailed. Sadly, I now report that the aforementioned additional harm was allowed and violently inflicted. It was allowed in large part due to the complete and utter failure of the duty to protect of corporate captured agencies, including the Minnesota DNR. The inflictor of that aforementioned additional harm, Enbridge, has now come here before you, asking your permission to continue on their path of fossil fuel pipeline earth destruction. I am here today asking you to help stop them. I am specifically asking you to freeze, table, or otherwise temporarily stop this permitting process today at the end of this public hearing or ASAP thereafter. I ask this because Enbridge seems rather incapable of obeying any permits or laws, including any that you may request for this project. Why proceed now to make more rules for a very disobedient, lawless applicant to break? Enbridge must be brought into compliance with existing laws before proceeding any further. Earlier speakers testified to some of the serious violations Enbridge deliberately committed on Line 3. The state of Michigan has had to already take legal actions against Enbridge for their unlawful behaviors on Line 5. Here in Wisconsin, the Bad River Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, has filed a lawsuit against Enbridge too. Therein, they are asking the court to prohibit Enbridge's continued illegal use of the pipeline sections on their reservation. As this case now languishes in court, Enbridge, with impunity, continues to merrily run its filthy fossil fuels through the very heart of these people and their sacred land. I am asking you to temporarily stop the process now and until this mentioned court case is heard and resolved to its completeness. Once Enbridge is deemed fully in compliance with law, you certainly can restart the permitting process. You, right now, and continuously forward, you
Ellen,
have
you're
a priority.
approaching your time. If you could wrap up, please.
Yes, you have a priority to protect our beautiful state and all of Mother's many and diverse children who live here. Please do not fail us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Next up, we'll have Ann Steinberg, followed by Eric Hansen, then Henry Schienebeck.
Good evening. I'm Ann Steinberg. I live at 2934 North Prospect in Milwaukee. I've spent a lot of time up in northern Wisconsin, especially in the area where Line 5 is, around Copper Falls State Park, the Pinocchio Hills, and the Bad River watershed. Tonight, I'd like to just focus on Enbridge's record, which is full of duplicity and environmental damage, especially to water. We don't have to imagine the environmental damage that could be done by Enbridge in building a new pipeline through a water-rich environment. We just watched what happened last year as they built Line 3 in Minnesota. We saw at least 28 frac outs, the release of drilling mud with unknown chemicals as Enbridge drilled under waterways and wetlands. The total damages are still unknown and not fixed. Why should we expect this won't happen in Wisconsin? There were aquifer breaches. One gushed out millions of gallons of water for many months and was not reported by Enbridge. The draft EIS mentions this breach and then says, yet provided Enbridge follows its approved construction plan, an accidental impact to an artisan aquifer would be unlikely. The breach in Minnesota happened because Enbridge did not follow their approved permit. They dug 10 feet lower. Why should we expect them to follow their permits in Wisconsin? The proposed pipeline route is a water-rich area, and all the waterways lead into the sloughs and Lake Superior. This is no place for an oil pipeline. The EIS has to be updated to include a more complete and accurate account of Enbridge's history of spills, frac outs, and aquifer breaches, and the likelihood of this kind of damage in the construction and operation of a rerouted Line 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Next up will be Eric Hansen, followed by Henry Schienebeck and Joseph Meinholz.
Hello, sound check. I'm Eric Hansen. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you please provide your address and then your
Yeah,
comment?
I live at 2934 North Prospect Avenue, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53211. I'd also like to note before my comments that in a prior life, I was a 30-year veteran of the tool and die trade, including time as an elected union officer, steward, and safety representative. Here are my comments. A reasonable person would consider the climate impact section of the draft EIS for Line 5's proposed reroute fundamentally flawed. Climate change impacts are not similar to a well-behaved vehicle, driver observing the speed limit on a smooth highway. Rather, those impacts are like a vicious version of compound interest, ever multiplying and turning yesterday's mistakes, misunderstandings, and mistruths into catastrophic disasters today and even more horrifying realities tomorrow. To describe the Line 5 reroute climate impacts as a one-for-one swap is willful ignorance. I am familiar with Line 5 and the waters and lands it threatens. I walked 800 miles researching a Wisconsin hiking guidebook and another 900 working on a UP companion volume. I have shared my concerns. Our state's largest newspaper and public radio have published numerous op-ed commentaries I have authored on Enbridge and climate threats to Wisconsin. Notably, the Wisconsin Broadcasters Association gave my commentary titled Climate Change and Common Sense Conservation in Wisconsin a first place award. That commentary aired during the 2009 Copenhagen Climate Change Conference. Time showed that conference to be a squandered opportunity. Don't squander this opportunity. Don't kick the can down the road. Update the draft EIS to recognize the considerable climate impacts of both Line 5 and its proposed reroute. Thank you. I cede my time.
Thank you, Eric. I'm going to turn the hearing examination responsibilities back over to Drew Watermullen.
Well, we're now about 4.5 hours into this hearing. I want to thank everyone for their patience. We still have many people who have indicated they would like to testify. We will do our best to keep things moving and to let folks know where they're at in the lineup. We appreciate your patience. I want to remind everybody also that in lieu of or in addition to oral comments, written comments will be accepted until March 18th. And at the close of the hearing, I'll remind folks of how to submit those written comments. That information is also on the slides that are looping through. So next up will be Henry Schoenebeck, followed by Joseph Meinholz, and then Carrie Pickett.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. If you could go ahead and state your name and address, and then we'll hear your comments.
All right, my name is Henry Schoenebeck. I'm at 3243 Golf Course Road in Rhinelander.
You can go ahead with your comments, Henry.
All right, I'm Executive Director for Great Lakes Timber Professionals Association based in Rhinelander. We represent over 1,000 members from loggers to truckers, foresters, manufacturing mills, and sportsmen and women throughout Wisconsin and the Upper Peninsula. On behalf of GLTPA and its members, we support the approval of permits by the Wisconsin DNR and welcome the construction of Line 5 reroute as defined by Enbridge. Line 5 is a critical component to ensuring the availability of ample, consistent, and financially viable energy sources for GLTPA's members to operate and conduct business throughout Wisconsin and the region. Like everyone else in this area, GLTPA members use propane to heat their homes and fuel to power their equipment, cars, trucks, and even their lawnmowers. Over a 32-year period prior to working for GLTPA, I have personally logged and hauled wood on a great deal of the public and private property, including the Bad River Indian Reservation in Ashland and Iron counties, and understand the value of these lands to provide many things essential to our daily lives. In addition to working on these lands, I have also recreated and hunted on properties owned by Ashland and Iron County between the cities of Mellon and Hurley for more than 40 years. From GLTPA's perspective, forest management has helped maintain and improve forest health in these areas, and we have every reason to believe the department, in working with Enbridge, will adhere to the same or more stringent management guidelines to ensure the natural resources are conserved with little to no impact for the future quality of these areas. In reviewing Enbridge's proposal for the reroute of Line 5, we are confident the work will be done within established forest management parameters. In their considerations and processes used to develop the proposed route, Enbridge thoroughly surveyed and selected a route to avoid sensitive resources and areas. As learned with the use of forest management plans utilized by the timber industry, habitat changes and different animal species occupy the managed areas. Like forest management, mitigation programs are put in place to manage the risk of invasive species in this adjusted habitat. Enbridge has surveyed the locations of invasive species along the route, and it is GLTPA's understanding Enbridge will work with the counties as appropriate regarding management of those species in forested areas. I also want to note that we appreciate that Enbridge will be using timber mats during construction to minimize wetland disturbance. These efforts, along with the reduction of construction workspace in sensitive areas, represents the use of best management practices to mitigate and reduce potential environmental impact to protect the project footprint in adjacent areas. On behalf of GLTPA, we support the approval of permits by Wisconsin DNR and welcome the construction of Line 5 reroute as defined by Enbridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry, for your comments. Next up will be Joseph Meinholz, followed by Carrie Pickett and Sam Loud.
Check 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Joe. Yep.
Oh, go ahead. State your name and address for the record, and then go ahead with your comments.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Joe Meinholz. I live at 2725 17th Ave South in Minneapolis. Split my time between home here in Minnesota and home farm in southern Wisconsin. Not so far from the Line 61 spill at Fort Atkinson, the Enbridge went unreported with for months, so that those landowners' water was at risk. So I'm here today with that experience on my mind, and also the experience last summer that others have spoken to of watching with my own eyes the frack outs that happened repeatedly at the site of river crossings with the Line 3 pipeline. 28 known frack outs, though with my own eyes I saw 3 more than what was reported to us. Enbridge willfully making these mistakes as they did the construction project. I think we all have that experience in our mind, and we can watch that happen. But this permit, this EIS, I should say, does not put the responsibility back on Enbridge to prove that they will do it better this time. It just lets them put the same things together as I saw in the last permit in that process. And so without showing that they will do better, I don't know how we trust this company. And I think the DNR has a responsibility to make sure that the HDD crossing process is proved by Enbridge to be avoiding those risks. In the same regard, human trafficking and the real threat to Indigenous women and children, based on what we know happens with projects like this, it's well demonstrated they should have to prove it. When the mistakes were made with line 3, real people faced real danger in the worst ways people can imagine. And DNR, you can make a different choice this time and work with the MMIW task force already in place in Wisconsin, make this permit better, make Enbridge prove that they will do better. And those things are ways to make this permit better. But I have to say, in regards to the EIS, there is no EIS that takes away the possibility of a devastating oil spill downstream in the Bad River Reservation. And according to tribal sovereignty, there no means no. And this permit rests on breaking tribal sovereignty. And that continues a long, sad history that I'm hoping DNR will help our people, my people, settler people, change the narrative on. It's well time that we do that, respect our tribal neighbors, take their no as a no, and together work for a better future in Wisconsin. You really have an opportunity this time to free Wisconsin folks and tribal folks from this hanging threat of a foreign corporation that's only bent on profits. So that if you do the right thing, you can free some of us up, including myself and other people on this call, to get ourselves forward into imagining a world beyond fossil fuel addiction, where we can keep this important industries in Wisconsin based on the real wealth of our communities, which is those tireless workers that I'm sure Mr. Schimberg before me knows many of, and the creative visionaries of all of us Wisconsinites who want to see Bad River, Ashland County.
Joseph, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up.
Yeah, I want to see Bad River, Ashland County, Iron County thrive, and we can do that if we say no to line 5. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. Next, we'll hear from Carrie Pickett, followed by Sam Loud, and then Terry Matson.
Hi, my name is Carrie Pickett, and I am at 413 East Hennepin Avenue, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55414. And I'm my background is as a journalist, and I've been filming Enbridge in Minnesota since 2013 when they first announced the Sandpiper pipeline, and then followed the Line 3 pipeline all the way from its proposal in 2015 through the mess of construction in Minnesota starting in 2020 and then going through 2021. And so I just wanted to say that I witnessed one of the first frackouts caused by the Enbridge Line 3 construction. And it was the water protectors on the ground, or in this case, it was really in the water, who discovered the frackout. And that was July 6th. And there was, it was following a holiday, and there was really no other people on the site except water protectors. And then when the state did show up, it was in the form of the sheriff. And so it just seemed like the emphasis on the frackouts in Minnesota was on the water protectors and not on the pipeline construction. And so I saw how things just changed over time. Like the frackouts, of course, nobody was counting on those frackouts, and they had half the amount of water crossings that is proposed in this very short reroute of Line 5. And then there's the water, like their hydrostatic testing. I didn't see anything on your list for the water use. The Enbridge Corporation asked for 500 million gallons in the beginning to flush their pipes, and then they upped it to 5 billion in the time of a drought. And so I just also was there when the one of the 3 aquifer breaches up at the Clearbrook terminal spouted, and it started in January 21st of 2020, and they weren't able to stop it until almost 2 years to the day afterwards. And in those months, the aquifer breach, which was caused by not a bad plan, but well, it was a bad plan. They got down to where they were going to dig and they discovered that they had 2 other pipelines there. And so they went 10 feet deeper, piercing an aquifer. And in that 1 year, that aquifer flowed 120 million gallons of water, which has undoubtedly changed the aquatic nature of the calcareous fen that is up there.
Carrie, I'm going to need you to wrap it up.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, gosh, I just hope that the DNR does not give the permit and we can decommission line 5. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Sam Loud, followed by Terry Matson, and then Tom Nelson.
Hello, my name is Sam Loudy, and I am from Fox Lake, Wisconsin, 53933, and that address is 720 West State Street. I'm speaking here tonight because unfortunately, I have gained the privilege of understanding exactly what the potential climate change disasters could look like, as I've just graduated with a degree in environmental science. And as I'm sure we are all aware, this pipeline will lead to the continuation of CO2 emissions that will enter our atmosphere and continue to warm our Earth. One of the impacts that I want to focus on specifically is the Thwaites Glacier located in Antarctica. This glacier is the size of Florida, and new data indicates that this glacier may break apart in the next 3 to 5 years, leading to a high likelihood of multi-meter sea level rise that will displace up to 3 billion people worldwide. And when we talk about the negative impacts of the environment in this statement, we need to talk about specific things that include climate change disasters as well, because the failure to do that will not only impact Wisconsin, but it will impact the entire world. And decisions like this pipeline, and companies like Enbridge will be disproportionately the reason for that negative impact that unfortunately puts not only our state in jeopardy, but the entire society and civilization that we live on. And we can talk about water quality issues as we should, but the failure to address the massive amount of climate change impacts that this pipeline directly causes it's genuine insanity. And I've talked to people from the DNR throughout getting my degree, and a lot of them are aware of this, but there's inaction that unfortunately is systemic. And I know you guys are great, and I just urge you to do everything that you can, because our future literally depends on it, unfortunately. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Sam, for your comments. Next, we'll hear from Terry Matson, and then after Terry, we'll have Tom Nelson and Zachary Kirschbaum.
Hello, thank you. My name is Terry Vincent Matson. My address is 4165 Trillium Lane East, Minnetrista, Minnesota. My family and I are landowners along the proposed Line 5 reroute. We share concerns over this project's long-term devastation in exchange for very short-term foreign corporate profit. My family homesteaded this region at the turn of the previous century. While my current residence is in the Twin Cities, Ashland County is forever where I choose to call home, assuming Enbridge is not allowed to devastate the environment. We've been around a long time. We are deeply vested in protecting the environmental integrity of this area for future generations. I can appreciate the complexities the DNR faces in terms of stewardship and, frankly, the oftentimes ugly reality of the political world. Thank you for this opportunity to hear from the public. This pipeline, by the builder's own disclosure, doesn't have a viable future, yet we continue to be played. Why? Why? Quality of life is important. Look at this company's history of egregious violations and repeated failures to clean up. Rather than discussing cleanup, and you will need cleanup, let's talk about not going even another step further. Today, clean water is more globally precious than in any other time in our history. Protecting this valuable resource needs to be your top priority, period. I'm urging you to do the heavy work, rely on solid science, stand for what is right. This is an obsolete and very dangerous pipeline that is already operating illegally and should be shut down. There are grave concerns about well water within 100 yards of our well. Grave concerns about the water table. Grave concerns about the entire watershed. We need Lake Superior to remain whole, and this is all further impacted by the realities of climate change. Don't destroy people's health in the region's recreation economy. We don't need a pipeline containing acetone. I'm hopeful we can do better as a community. Please rely on science to analyze the upstream and downstream impacts. Please consider what this really means to the environment and to the vast majority of this region's residents. This is our home, and this is of global importance. The world is watching.
Terry, I'm going to need you to wrap up.
Okay. Any regulator approving this plan has blood on its hands. And just checking the math here, I'm along the route and did not, nor did many others, approve as erroneously earlier stated in a testimony. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Next will be Tom Nelson, and following Tom will be Zachary Kirschbaum, and then Kristen Welch.
Good evening. I'm
Hi,
Tom
Tom.
Nelson. Hi, I'm Tom Nelson. I'm the Outagamie County Executive, and I'm also a candidate for the United States Senate. Line 5 should be stopped.
Tom, I'm sorry, before you go forward, could you state your address for the record, please?
All right, sorry. 117 East MacArthur Street, Appleton.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for catching that. Line 5 should be stopped, plain and simple. It's an aging relic that threatens our environment, undermines the next generation of Wisconsin jobs, places an undue burden of risk on Wisconsin localities, and violates the heritage and sovereignty of Wisconsin's First Peoples. Meanwhile, throughout the long debate about Line 5, the Canadian corporation that profits from this aging relic has presented Wisconsin with a set of totally false choices, either Wisconsin jobs or the environment, either the antiquated heirloom or higher energy costs. I'm testifying today to oppose Line 5 because I support Wisconsin jobs and the environment and lower energy costs. The environmental threat posed by Line 5 is obvious, and there is a reason Canada wants it to run in our backyard instead of theirs, violating tribal treaties along the way. Line 5 is a rotten artery of fossil fuels that has spilled more than 58,000 barrels over its 64-year lifetime. The line crosses our Bad River and other watersheds that flow into Lake Superior, one of the greatest reserves of fresh water in the world. But it's not just the threat of spills that makes Line 5 unacceptable for Wisconsin. It's unacceptable because it represents a continued and dangerous reliance on the very fossil fuels that are causing the ongoing and ever-escalating climate crisis. We need to break this cycle of dependence, and we can do this while creating good jobs right here in Wisconsin with a blue-green New Deal. For example, right now, as we speak, innovators in the Wisconsin paper industry are creating alternatives to petrochemicals. And this means that Line 5 is bringing to market a commodity that will directly compete with Wisconsin goods and jobs. Instead of Line 5, let's honor our treaties with our tribes. Instead of Line 5, let's protect our water. Instead of Line 5, let's invest in infrastructure that lowers our energy costs, protects our markets, our environment, and our jobs. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Sorry, Zachary, I had a technical issue there. We can hear you. Please state your name and address for the record, and then we'll take your comments.
Okay, my name is Zachary Kirschbaum. I'm at 800 North 36th Street, Seattle, Washington. I'm also a member of the 350 Climate Action Team. I really appreciate you taking the time to hear us out. It means a lot. I'm going to urge you to reject the permit for the Line 5 reroute. I'm here mostly to support the Chippewa tribes. The current EIS draft neglects the Native people and our removal, relocation, and violence committed against them by our earliest government. That time period seems kind of like it's part of a regrettable, long gone era that we have nothing to do with ourselves. But as I read into that period, I'm sad to see that the same thing is happening today with a more modern version of the same excuse of progress, i.e. energy and jobs. This progress comes at the expense of real people, and it has since the beginning of our dealings with them. The treaty with the Chippewa tribes guaranteed them the right to hunt, fish, and gather in the ceded territory that Line 5 asked to be routed through. This might seem like a regular legal agreement that we can have debate over and negotiate around, but the Chippewa people have been swindled out of their land through wordy treaties and technicalities since their first dealings with our government, and the draft downplays this. Enbridge is just a modern continuation of this history. Just as we violated promises made to Indigenous people years ago, today, Enbridge has demonstrated the same attitude by violating permit limitations during the Line 3 construction. There's no reason for us to expect different behavior from them now. My heart breaks watching Native people once again be bullied out of the rights to their safety, food, and homes for our own benefit. We did this starting around 2 centuries ago, and we've been allowing Enbridge to do the same today, and it just can't continue. I also want to add on that job creation and energy can be used to justify just about anything. And if we continue to see these excuses as legitimate, we're in trouble. Please reject this permit and refuse to be a part of our long history of crimes against the people native to this country. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for your comments, Zachary. And I apologize for the glitch there when I was doing the tee up here. Next up will be Kristen Welch, followed by Susan Setterholm, and then Don Hammes.
Kristen Welch, 1499 Main Street, Gresham, Wisconsin. I'm the founder and executive director of Waking Women Healing Institute. We are and serve Indigenous survivors of sexual violence and families of missing murdered Indigenous women, or MMIW. And I am a Wisconsin MMIW task force member, Family Impact co-chair. I am asking that you deny the permit for Line 5 expansion and reroute and reject Line 5. Time and time again, MMIW advocates, survivors, and Indigenous peoples speak out about the impending violence that comes with pipelines, man camps, and resource extraction. And every time those warnings are ignored, every time our rivers and earth are forever damaged, and with every pipeline, more Indigenous women go missing, murdered, and are raped and trafficked. And who's left to clean up that mess? Who's left to wipe the tears for those mourning the missing and murdered? Who listens to the wails of the survivors as they relive their pain of rapes and trafficking? Who is left to comfort the children of the missing and murdered? Who is left to clean up the spills and cry for the rivers and wild rice that, like us as survivors, are forever scarred by this violence? Not Enbridge and not any institution. Who holds these perpetrators of violence on land and body accountable? I've sat with our families of missing and murdered, walked with our Indigenous survivors of sexual violence, and I am a survivor. Witnessing that pain is a pain that stays with you forever, and it moves you to do everything you can to prevent it from happening again. And now we have a chance. You have a chance to say enough. We're not allowing the rape, murder, and trafficking of Indigenous women and girls, not even one. And I say that because in the draft EIS, it mentions that this will be a smaller project than, say, the back and oil projects. So the influx of workers and potential increased violence would not be as great. So just how many rapes, murders are acceptable to you? How many polluted rivers are acceptable? How many desecrated sites are acceptable? We're here to say zero. There must be a zero tolerance policy against this type of violence on bodies and our land. We owe it to our future generations to prevent even a drop of pollution and destruction to the earth and water. We owe it to our communities now to keep them free of violence, trafficking, rape, and sexual violence. We are in a crisis, a fight for humanity, and we, all human beings, have a decision to make. Are we going to allow this violence and greed to continue, or will we be the voice for the voiceless? Will we speak up for the water, the earth, and Indigenous women and girls? Because we are. And we say no more pipelines, no more MMIW, and we're asking you to do the same. Deny this permit for Line 5 and prevent any future harm from coming to our bodies and land. And it will end, and thank you.
Thank you, Kristen, for your comments. We're going to go on to Susan Setterholm, followed by Don Hamas, and then Eric Peterson.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Susan. If you state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name's Sue Setterholm. My address is 68616 Poor Farm Road, Highbridge, Wisconsin 54846. Thank you for this opportunity to speak at your hearing. My husband and I live near the proposed relocation of Line 5. We're third-generation landowners and are looking forward to passing this land on to future generations of our family to cherish and enjoy as we have. However, we fear this could all be in jeopardy due to the dangers posed by Line 5. Unlike Enbridge, we do not have unlimited resources. Enbridge is a Canadian corporation that seems to have unlimited money to bombard the media in this area with their frequent ads and offer financial rewards to our local governments and organizations in order to gain favor for their pipeline. My family and our neighbors may not be that wealthy, but we do feel richly blessed to live in this beautiful area where we enjoy fresh air, wonderful scenery, awesome sunsets, great fishing streams, abundant wildlife, and of course, our most valuable resource, our access to abundant clear water provided by numerous aquifers, which must be protected. Examining Enbridge's history of spills, aquifer breaches, frackouts, neglect of pipeline maintenance, and their failure to respond to pipeline problems in a timely manner certainly raises many red flags for us. This is particularly concerning when you consider the 186 waterways Enbridge will be crossing. It pains me to think of damage to Copper Falls State Park, which is treasured by locals and tourists alike, or to our valuable Kakagan sloughs where we fear rice beds may be at risk of being damaged. That's why I urge the DNR to do a more intensive study research and analysis of the potential irreversible damage that this pipeline could cause, just as many before me have requested. The current one does not seem to be adequate. I do not believe that this draft EIS has adequately or realistically addressed the potentially devastating impact that this pipeline could have on our water, our wetlands, and our climate.
Susan, I'm going to need you to wrap up shortly here.
Sure. Our future depends on your honest and thorough evaluation. As alternative energy replaces fossil fuels, please consider whether it's really worth the tremendous risk of putting our watershed at risk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, next up will be Don Hamas, followed by Eric Peterson, and then Greg Mickelson.
Don Hamas here.
Yeah, go ahead with your address, please.
Okay, I live at 3507 Valley Ridge Road in Middleton, Wisconsin. I'm the former vice president of the Sierra Club of Wisconsin. I am the former Wetlands Committee Chair for the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation and past president of the Dane County Conservation League. Of all the reasons that the Enbridge 5 pipeline project is bad, it seems like the biggest reason is that it will threaten 185 waterways, including the Great Lakes. And what is the threat? Is it a real threat or an imagined threat? The threat is an oil spill. And do we need to worry about Enbridge and oil spills? The answer, everybody knows, is that yes, we do. Line 5 has already leaked oil and gas more than 30 times in Wisconsin. And if you take a look at Enbridge's record and other pipelines that they are in charge of, there have been hundreds of spills. Hundreds of spills. Take a look at Kalamazoo, where Enbridge had to spend over $1 billion over a 10-year period to clean up that oil spill, and they never succeeded. Take a look at Minnesota, the most recent one, where how many thousands of gallons of oil were spilled. Enbridge is a bad actor. They do not deserve to do anything in Wisconsin. They have a record, a proven record of bad environmental protection. They do not care that much about the environment. They care about their profits. A leaking pipeline in the Great Lakes would be a disaster. Think of the thousands of fish and birds and other life that would be killed with an oil spill in Lake Michigan. In the thousands, in the millions. TRC, the company contracted by the DNR, has strong business relationships to Enbridge, TransCanada, Kinder Morgan, and the Canadian National Railway. How can they act in the public interest with these business relationships? How can DNR hire them? In addition, TRC made numerous errors in the DEIS, using outdated data, showing an incorrect route, and completely omitting sections on cumulative impacts and water quality. This project not only violates treaty rights, it impacts the very heart and soul of the Bad River tribe. and 10 other tribes. It's time we respect these people and not disrespect them. We've been disrespecting them for years in many different treaties. It is time now for the people of Wisconsin and the people of the DNR to respect these people and their rights.
Yeah, Don, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay. The human body has blood vessels. And if those blood vessels are damaged, it affects the arteries. And if the arteries are damaged, it impacts the heart. Please do not allow Enbridge to destroy the heart of northern Wisconsin. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. Next up will be Eric Peterson, followed by Greg Michelson, and then Carol Terrell. Eric, you'll need to unmute. All right, I'm going to move on to Carol Terrell. I'm sorry, I'm going to move on to Greg Michelson. And after Greg Michelson, I will move on to Carol Terrell.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My name is Greg Michelson and my Wisconsin address is N3303 Fifth Avenue Road in Polar.
You can go ahead with your comments.
Thank you to the DNR for this chance to comment. My family goes back 5 generations in northern Wisconsin, and I spend as much time there as possible. I look forward to making maple syrup there this spring, just as my great uncle Ralph did for many years, and Indigenous people have done for millennia. I recently quit my job as a professor of environmental studies in Canada because of the corrupting influence of the fossil fuel industry on my university. Unfortunately, I read the same kind of influence at work in the draft EIS under consideration tonight. I'm here to read part of a declaration by more than 30 organizations in Canada, calling on the DNR to resist this pressure, do the right thing, and deny the permits for this project. Our signatories and allies include the environmental organization co-founded by the current Canadian Minister of Environment, an Indigenous organization fighting the toxic consequences at the downstream end of Line 5 in Ontario, and indeed, the Montreal Council of Quebec's second largest federation of trade unions. From our declaration, we, the undersigned organizations in Quebec, welcome the actions and affirm the rights of Lake Superior Chippewa bands and the state of Michigan to shut down Enbridge Line 5. We who reside near Line 9 in Quebec or Ontario also live and work literally downstream of Line 5 regarding the flow of both water and oil. But the whole earth lies figuratively downstream, since the pipeline drives growth in fossil fuel production and consumption, whereas both must shrink now by 5 to 10% every single year to stem climate chaos. Governments must reject obsolete assumptions about the need for oil and work together to protect the public. Enbridge should have stopped pumping oil and gas through Line 5 in 2017 when the Bad River Band revoked the easement for it to cross their reservation. Likewise, in 2021, when Michigan revoked the easement for it to cross the Straits of Mackinac. Enbridge has defied both shutdown orders and proposed 42 miles of new pipeline and a new underwater tunnel instead. We denounce all of these moves by the company since they violate Indigenous and democratic rights, threaten rich local ecosystems and the Great Lakes, and would further lock in North America's disastrous addiction to fossil fuel. We applaud the governor's task force on climate change for recommending to, quote, avoid all new fossil fuel infrastructure, end quote. Please now affirm the obvious fact that 42 miles of new pipeline following a new route would violate this recommendation. Prevent construction of this new infrastructure and shut the old pipeline down. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Greg. Next, we'll hear from Carol Terrell, followed by Michael Friend, and then Guy Ryder.
My name is Carol Terrell. I reside at 19 Red Maple Trail, Madison, Wisconsin, 53717. The Great Lakes are precious to me, based on my professional career and personal recreational visits. Copper Falls State Park and the Apostle Islands are important destinations for my family during our regular visits to friends in Bayfield, Ashland, and Washburn counties. The Line 5 pipeline threatens tribal land, the Great Lakes, and the climate. Despite Bad River's request that Enbridge not put a pipeline in the Bad River watershed, Enbridge has moved forward with their reroute just south of the reservation and obviously still in the Bad River watershed. If or when a rupture occurs on the current or proposed Line 5, it could be devastating to all the things that we love. All of the waterways in the area flow into Lake Superior. Spills impact streams and fisheries. Spills impact groundwater, providing drinking water to the city of Mellon residents and those residing in the Bad River watershed. Oil spills also impact wetlands and the internationally known Kakagan Slough and its culturally significant wild rice beds. I am very concerned about horizontal directional drilling, the process Enbridge is proposing to use on many of the wetland and waterway crossings along the rerouted Line 5. Enbridge has not provided DNR with adequate information and commitments to best management practices to analyze the risk of using this technology. Yet we know that Enbridge's use of this drilling technology on Line 3 resulted in so many spills that the Minnesota DNR issued fines of $3.3 million to Enbridge for breaching aquifer during Line 3 construction. The DEIS is deficient on this drilling technology. Our state and nation need to be moving away from fossil fuel infrastructure, not investing in new infrastructure. Please redraft and improve the draft environmental impact statement. DNR needs to do its own analysis and correct the omissions and inconsistencies. Decision makers need and deserve fact-based, accurate, realistic evaluations of the risks of this 42-mile rerouted oil pipeline.
Carol, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
Thank you for considering the many in-depth comments received tonight as you rewrite the DEIS.
Thanks for your comments. We'll hear from Michael Friend next, followed by Guy Ryder, and then Danny O'Brien.
All right, am I live?
You are live. If you state your name and address for the record, and then we'll take your comments.
Sure. This is Michael Friend, now living at 2562 Prairie Avenue in Evanston, Illinois, 60201, but born and raised in Middleton, Wisconsin. 3 years ago now, I started volunteering with 350, a nonprofit working to prevent the worst effects of climate change. I started volunteering because I was worried about the future of my home and the threat that climate change poses to the things I love most: good food, my family, natural beauty, peace, and safety. I started volunteering because I was afraid and wanted to do something about it. Recently, I've started orienting new volunteers, and I always ask them why they want to do this work. Though there are many reasons, there are two very familiar things that everyone seems to have in common: fear and hope. Climate anxiety is becoming unbearable for me, they say, or my son's friends say they don't feel like they have a future. And it seems it's not just us tree huggers who are worried. Research by Yale from last September shows a third of all Americans are very worried about global warming, and 70% are at least somewhat worried. We see that more and more frequently and intensely, we are experiencing the consequences of previous choices by society, companies, and governments not to address the climate change. On the other hand, new volunteers and myself see hope. We see projects like the proposed Koshkonong Solar Energy Center, which can provide clean energy while coexisting with native plants and grazing animals. We see comprehensive climate action plans that reject new fossil fuel infrastructure. We see the United States government shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline for good. The DNR has an opportunity right here to show the people of Wisconsin that it will take action to keep them safe from climate catastrophe. Of course, rejecting the Line 5 reroute won't solve the entire climate crisis by itself, but approving it will encourage the continued destruction of our densest terrestrial carbon sink, the boreal forest. Creating and transporting construction materials will generate significant emissions, as will the pipeline's expanded capacity. These emissions are not seriously considered in the draft EIS. Neither is the threat the pipeline poses to treasured natural resources like the Kakagan Sloughs and Copper Falls State Park, nor are the long-term impacts the spill would have on the livelihoods and treaty rights of the tribes who depend on affected waterways. Just since 1996, Line 5 alone has leaked or spilled more than 1 million gallons of oil, and of course there was the Kalamazoo spill. Line 3 construction in Minnesota has contaminated numerous waterways through frackouts and punctured an aquifer, which Enbridge apparently didn't feel it needed to report. Given this kind of track record, I think it's not unlikely for the same things to happen here. I also think it's a clear conflict of interest for a company like TRC, which openly touts its close ties with Enbridge and other Canadian oil companies to prepare the EIS for this project. So the EIS is sorely lacking as it is now. Consequently, I think the DNR should reject the project altogether, or at least require an extensive revision addressing all the issues which myself and others have pointed out tonight. To close, I'd like to thank the DNR for the opportunities you've already provided for public comment. And in the event of a revision of the EIS, I ask you to add additional public comment periods. I also thank you for how seriously you take your commitment to protecting Wisconsin's natural areas and taking so much time to listen to us all tonight. I'm impressed at your fortitude. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Michael. Next up will be Guy Ryder, followed by Danny O'Brien, and then we'll hear from Gina Peltier-Ely.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
No, what's called Kikitim Natana way Malkanak. Onaquit Natakam Nakato Manowit Kikitim. My one in its case, Pian Maoni Wayakeo Saitua. My English name is Guy Ryder. My real name is Onaquit. And my address is P.O. Box 1522 in Kashina, Wisconsin, 54135. I want to first just by saying I want to stand with my brothers and my sisters who have spoken before me in opposition to this disastrous project. It seems like disastrous projects have been happening since 1492. They've been here, not listening to us, but we have been here a lot longer. We have been here and we will continue to be here. I've been doing environmental justice for a while now, and I've learned two things. One, common sense isn't so common. And two, you're never going to change somebody's mind who's being paid not to. So my question or my comments are directed to my relatives that are listening to this right now. I want every one of you to know that I will be there, that we will stand up, and that we will defend our mother. We will defend our animals. We will defend our water I want Enbridge to know. I know the DNR will not vote for us, will not stand up for us. We need to stand up for ourselves. I appreciate all my relatives here. They haven't listened to any of us Indigenous people since they've gotten here, and they're not going to start now. So I had asked that my brothers and my sisters that are listening to me, that have been on this call for a long time to talk, that we choose Earth today. We choose Earth right now, and we'll choose Earth tomorrow. And we're going to stand together, and we're going to stand shoulder to shoulder. And we're going to love this place, love this Earth. We're going to take care of it. That's all I have to say. And hey.
Thank you, Guy, for your comments. Next will be Guy Ryder. Oh, sorry. We just heard Guy Ryder. Next will be Danny O'Brien. And following Danny will be Gina Pelletier-Ely, followed by River Aikman.
Hi, this is Danny. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Danny.
Hi, thank you. My name is Danny O'Brien, and I live at 615 Vaughn Ave in Ashland, Wisconsin, on the shores of the Chequamegon Bay of Lake Superior. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Ideally, I believe this project should not be approved and Line 5 should be decommissioned. But at a minimum, the environmental impact statement needs to be updated to reflect the shortcomings that Mike Wiggins, Bobby Rongstad, Amanda Lewis, and at least 70 others have raised tonight. I'm an educator and a teacher educator, and because of that, I think a lot about what the choices we make teach young people about the world. Tonight, I want us to consider what lessons the choices around Line 5 will teach. In Wisconsin, state law requires that every school district develop and implement a kindergarten through grade 12 sequential curriculum plan for environmental education. One of the environmental literacy standards states that students engage in experiences to develop stewardship for the sustainability of natural and cultural systems. Likewise, Act 31 requires that all students learn about the history, culture, and tribal sovereignty of Wisconsin's federally recognized American Indian nations and tribal communities. As a state, Wisconsin has expressed a commitment to tribal sovereignty and environmental stewardship. Yet approval of this project violates this sovereignty and could significantly impact treaty rights. Likewise, the environmental risks this project presents does not reflect the stewardship of natural and cultural systems we teach to our children. We need to hold ourselves to the standards we hold to our children. We need to model for them the kind of care and respect we want them to show our tribal communities and to our earth. When I work with college students who are studying to become teachers, I ask them to reflect on what children learn from the choices adults make. Today, I ask you to think about what you want to teach our children from the decisions you make about Pipeline 5. Do we want to teach them to be stewards of the environment? Do we want to teach them to respect our tribal communities and treaty rights? Or do we want to teach them that potential short-term gains matter more than long-term harm? Do we teach them to put profits over everything else? Do we teach them to listen to those who stand to benefit and ignore the voices of those who would be most impacted by the harm this pipeline could cause? Do we teach them to accept the status quo despite the risks, or do we teach them to innovate in order to respond to current and future challenges? Young people are watching us and learning from us. The actions we take or don't take, the choices we make or don't make, the people we listen to and the people we don't listen to all teach them something about what and who matters. So when you deliberate and make your decision, I urge you to consider what you want to teach to our young people. Thank you. I'm done with my time.
Thank you, Danny, for your comments. Next up will be Gina Pelletier-Ely, followed by River Aikman, and then Stephen Cuppery. Gina, I'm having a problem giving you permission to speak because it says that you're using an older version of Zoom. So I'm going to have to consult with our technical people before I can get you online here. Just please sit tight and we'll come back to you. We'll hear from River Aikman and then Stephen Cuppery and then Jerry Hoffer.
Hi, my name is River Ackerman. My address is 1925 Corner Road, Amherst Junction, Wisconsin. I'm a video journalist. I've been documenting Line 3 for the past year and a number of other issues having to do with water. And yeah, I think really the environmental impact statement, like a lot of other people say, is very inadequate. I mean, one thing I think it could probably mention a lot of examples of what could happen in more detail. Like line 6B, for example, in Kalamazoo, about 1 million gallons of oil spilled and into the Talmadge Creek and completely ruined that whole Battle Creek area, Marshall, Michigan, which is where a lot of my family lives and where my mom grew up. So super heartbreaking. Line 5 alone, since it's been operating, has spilled over 1 million gallons of petroleum as well, and should be revoked, like the Bad River Tribe and the governor of Michigan is asking. It should be immediately closed, or like go into decommissioning as soon as possible. It had an expiration date of 50 years and we're pushing the 70th year of operation. We don't need to expand it or reroute it. It just does not make sense. And then also line 13, the Southern Lights pipeline, which goes
River, I'm going to need you to wrap up because we've got time.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm just wondering, what is the DNR actually doing about that? Because why are we the criminals? I'm a journalist who has been arrested by law enforcement in Minnesota for filming on a roadway. Why am I the one being arrested and charged when Enbridge should be the one being charged? Why is Enbridge having closed meetings with the DNR, like the one on May 17th of 2021 about, you know,
River, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I had to say. I think there's a lot of reason for distrust, and yeah, you should heed what we're all saying. That's all.
All right. Thank you for your comments. All right, next up will be Stephen Cuppery, followed by Jerry Umheffer, followed by Rajpreet Grewal.
Hello, am I there?
Yes, Stephen, please state your name and address for the record, and then we'll hear your comments.
Thank you kindly. My name is Steve Caperi, and I reside at 4208 North Stowell Avenue in Milwaukee. I'm a lifelong union member with over 40 years experience as a union representative with the labor movements in Wisconsin, New York, and Michigan. Shall I go ahead with comments?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm asking the DNR to oppose the proposed expanded route because it would continue to threaten the water relied upon by the people within the Bad River Reservation for their drinking water, for the wildlife that they eat when hunting and fishing, and the wild rice beds that they care for and use for food. Furthermore, in addition to the dangers posed to those within the reservation, the proposed rerouting line also poses the same dangers to water quality to those who live outside the reservation and use the potentially impacted waterways and aquifers for recreation, fishing, hunting, agriculture, and sustenance. Finally, I'm opposed to the expansion because Enbridge is a company that is not worthy of our trust given its record of spills, one of which I have a personal connection to. I grew up in Kalamazoo, Michigan. The river that runs through it is the Kalamazoo River. And what happened there serves to punctuate the point that I make about trust in the choices that you will be making soon. As River and the Laura Fair noted earlier, over 1 million gallons of oil entered Talmadge Creek and which flows into the Kalamazoo River, a Lake Michigan tributary. Heavy rains caused the river to overtop existing dams and carried the oil 35 miles downstream on the Kalamazoo River. This is an area I have canoed and know well. According to the Sierra Club, this was the worst inland oil spill in US history. Ironically, this happened when Enbridge embarked upon a project to replace 210 miles of a 30-inch pipeline known as Line 6B. Affected residents were told construction would last 4 months. It lasted nearly 4 years. The public was given the same safety claims as are being given about Line 5. When the line broke, sludge sank to the bottom and volatile hydrocarbons poisoned the air above. Hundreds of homes and businesses had to be evacuated. The impact was not temporary. About 150 families were moved away permanently. The total cost of this single spill has amounted to over $1.2 billion in $20,014. Imagine the impact such a spill would have on Copper Falls State Park. The park has over 250,000 visitors per year. Imagine how their experience would be changed by the strong smell of hydrocarbons and the visual appearance of tar sand sludge on the Bad River's rocks and fauna. Most importantly,
Stephen, we're coming up on time here, so I'm gonna have to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay. Again, I would ask the DNR to hear the overwhelming comments from those testifying tonight. Please do your own analysis rather than relying on TRC. I encourage you to do a deeper dive into the climate analysis, pay particular attention to the voices of our Native community, and oppose the rerouting of Line 5. Thank you again for your concern and my time.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. Next, we'll hear from Jerry Umhofer, and then following Jerry, Rajpreet Grewal and Ivan Basaik.
Hello, I'm Jerry Umhofer, 3348 Highway 76, Hortonville, Wisconsin. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I listened in on the July 2020 public hearing. I didn't comment, but I stayed on the call until the end. After the hearing, I was thinking to myself that Line 5 has most likely exceeded or is approaching the end of its life expectancy. I wondered what the intended lifespan for Line 5 really is and what would be done with it afterward. I work as a design engineer at a company that manufactures commercial vehicles. When engineers design something, all of the various functions and performance requirements are considered, as well as the desired lifespan for the application. In my world, at the end of the lifespan, the product is either thoroughly reconditioned or retired. While reading through the draft EAS, I was searching for any information related to the expected life. In section 4, 2.4, pipe design, quote, external cathodic protection systems would be installed to inhibit corrosion during the operational life of the pipelines. So here is a reference to expected life that I was searching for. The author of the draft EIS uses the term operational life. Section on integrity management program. The integrity of, quote, of a pipeline over its operational lifetime depends on how well protected it is against threats such as corrosion that can lead to defects in the pipeline over time. I found a section on pipeline removal noteworthy. Quote, if the Line 5 pipeline were to be removed in whole or in part, impacts to sensitive environments would be similar to those associated with pipeline construction. These two sections from section 7.4 go together. Pipeline age, quote, the effect that pipeline age has on the risks of spills is unclear. Now, this statement is deceptive, but it ties directly in with the next about fatigue. Pipe fatigue, inline inspection, quote, of a pipeline inspects for fatigue or stress cracking and is part of standard pipeline inspections. I would expect that. I found this section interesting because fatigue is a major design consideration. Age leads to fatigue. Fatigue leads to stress cracks. Stress cracks lead to fractures, and fractures lead to leaks. So pipeline age does increase the risk for spills or for leaks at the least. What is Line 5's operational lifetime that is referred to in this draft EIS? I don't know. I didn't find it. What is the plan for Line 5 after its operational lifetime has expired? I don't know. I didn't find that either. What is the environmental impact of an end-of-life plan? I don't know. The only end-of-life plan hinted at is for pipeline removal, which has a similar environmental impact as that of pipeline construction.
Jerry, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap
After
up.
reviewing this draft EIS, my initial questions to myself from right after July 2020 are unanswered. What is the intended lifespan for Line 5? What will be done with it afterward? Although historically, definitive operational lifetime and end-of-life plan for a pipeline may not be in an EIS, I believe they should be. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you for your comments. All right, next we'll go to Rajpreet Gruwal, then Ivan Bisaik, and then I'm going to come back to Gina Peltier-Ely because I think we've solved our technical problem.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rajpreet Grewal, and I'm a law clerk at Midwest Environmental Advocates at 612 West Main Street in Madison, Wisconsin. I'm a student at the Wisconsin Law School, and I was born and raised in the city of Milwaukee, right next to one of our Great Lakes. WIPA implementing regulations in NR 150 require environmental impact statements to include an evaluation of the direct, secondary, and cumulative impacts of the proposed project and the listed alternatives. The current draft EIS does not adequately take into account these impacts of the proposed project in a variety of ways, including a lack of information and analysis on impacts stemming from greenhouse gas emissions due to the continued operation of Line 5. Although Enbridge alleges there will be no increased throughput and the status quo will be maintained, without this proposed project, Enbridge may not be able to continue operating Line 5. By facilitating the continued operation of the pipeline, we are allowing the ongoing release of CO2 emissions without thoroughly considering what impacts this may have. The repeated activity of transporting oil to market and its ultimate combustion and release into the atmosphere will have impacts on the environment. This repeated activity is of significant concern and must be analyzed under WIPA as greenhouse gas emissions have been proven to have significant environmental impacts. The proposed project facilitates those impacts, and the current draft EIS does not consider them. Respectively, WIPA requires an analysis of the compounding effects from repeated activities and reasonably foreseeable indirect effects caused by a project later in time or farther removed by distance. Again, this is one example of many in the draft where there needs to be a more comprehensive analysis regarding secondary and cumulative impacts of facilitating the continued operation of Line 5 and not only the direct impacts of the proposed construction project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Rajpreet. Next up will be Yvonne Besaik, followed by Gina Peltier-Eli.
Hello, my name is Yvonne Bessick. I live at 8818 Camp Lake Road, Salem, Wisconsin, 53168. Thank you for allowing me to speak at this comment period. I just want to say that I've been a bank auditor for more than 30 years, and I understand the principle of independence, particularly in assessments of this nature and importance. And the company who completed the EIS, TRG, clearly lacks independence and does not meet the very definition of an uninterested third party. The number one principle of audit independence, and you can Google this, is auditors should not have mutual or conflicting interests with their audit clients. The TRC's website says that they already have a strong relationship with a number of large Canadian companies, including TransCanada, Enbridge, and others. It doesn't say that they've reviewed other EISs of revolving around Enbridge or anything like that. It says that they have a strong relationship with a number of companies, including Enbridge, and that is clearly not independent. I feel like the one-sided conclusions of the draft EIS also prove that out. It's kind of like the fox is watching the hen house. And the number of typos and errors and lack of spell check are also a bit of concern. To me, they show a lack of attention to detail and accuracy. But then the EIS also concludes that there's no effect on climate change. I find this defies logic. New replacement, reroutes, they all extend fossil fuel infrastructures that others have talked about more extensively, so I won't go into that. But it's just clearly affects climate change if it extends fossil fuel when there are others things available they talk a lot about. And I just want to set the record straight that we do not get any propane in Wisconsin from Line 5. They kind of speak about this as if the only option is continued fossil fuel, but there's plenty of other options out there now. It is solar, geothermal, heat exchangers, so that it's sort of a very one-sided argument. And it says the project is not novel, and I ask that you take a hike through Copper Falls State Park, and there's very sensitive, fragile interconnections going on there in that ecosystem that are novel, and if they're disturbed, they're not going to continue to work the way they used to. So as an auditor, I also assess risk, and it's clear to me that the risks in this project are not worth it. They're not properly mitigated. They're one-sided, and I would not myself consider that to be a risk that's properly mitigated.
Yvonne, we're at time, so could you wrap up, please?
Sure. The last thing I'm going to say is that I also feel strongly the most important thing I feel about this is that I'm a little uncomfortable coming from a country that doesn't honor its treaties, and I feel I stand with my Indigenous friends. I've been fortunate to volunteer with some of their activities. If I had a culture that deep and old and interesting, I would fight to preserve it too, and I trust their opinions on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Gina Peltier-Eli. I know I'm asking.
Bonjour. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Gina Peltier Ely, Indigenous, Anishinaabe Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa, Grand Forks, North Dakota, and Dudum, and I'm also with Honor the Earth. Miigwech, thank you for your attention to this matter, giving me the opportunity to speak, and for listening to what I have to say.
Gina, before you get into your comments, could you please state your full name and your address for the record?
Yeah, most definitely.
Thank you.
Gina Peltier Ely. Indigenous women are 10 times more likely to end up missing or murdered in the United States more than anybody else. And rejecting an oil pipeline heightens that danger. But if you insist, my street address is 730 North 7th Street, Grand Forks, North Dakota.
Thank you. You can go ahead with your comments.
Okay. Today, I am asking you to include all effects line 5 poses in the environmental impact statement for the proposed construction of a new corridor for line 5, and to reject line 5 and to stop and prevent any oil flowing through Wisconsin. Please include the effects of an oil spill if it were to reach Lake Superior and its fish spawning grounds across the Apostle Islands in the EIS. Portions of line 5 crosses waterways that drain into Lake Superior. We need to preserve and enhance the natural resources of Wisconsin, and letting a foreign corporation pump toxic oil through our water and land is not promoting a healthy, sustainable environment. Over the past year, I have witnessed the foreign corporation Enbridge destroy and threaten and poison land and water for the sake of fattening their pockets. The only ones to benefit from Enbridge's terror against our land and water is Enbridge. Enbridge has a devastating record regarding oil spills. I've seen firsthand the destruction Enbridge has done to the United States water and land with the construction of their pipelines. There is always human error, and new technology does not guarantee there will not be a spill. The only safest option would be to not pump toxic oil through our land and water. Enbridge wreaked havoc on Minnesota lands, water, and people with their recent construction of Line 3, with multiple aquifer breaches losing millions of gallons of water, frackouts where thousands of gallons of chemical compounds were left in the ground from drilling and constructions of the pipeline. Their history of leaks. Enbridge does not care, and they have no problem leaving the risk to the American people to deal with. Minnesota experienced a severe drought this summer, and Enbridge had no problem taking water from local rivers, streams, and lakes in Minnesota, while Minnesota residents were put on water restrictions. The MPCA said the state water permit issued to Enbridge for Line 3 construction does not authorize the release of drilling fluid into wetland or river. But I, like many others, have seen firsthand how negligent Enbridge is, and we saw the damage they did when they continuously fracked out into the Mississippi River and nearby wetlands. Frack outs appear to be a reoccurring incident that happens with Enbridge's pipeline construction. With Line 5, Enbridge plans to blow up bedrock with explosives where machinery cannot dig trenches. Blasting may fracture bedrock and impact aquifers, possibly losing millions of gallons of water. I'm just flabbergasted that anybody would think this is a good idea. We have and always have had the capability and technology to use better alternative sources of fuel. What is your money worth when there is no clean water? We cannot allow Enbridge to reign terror and continue the destruction any longer. We need to preserve and enhance the natural resources of Wisconsin, and letting a foreign corporation pump toxic oil through our water and land is not promoting a healthy, sustainable environment. Please reject Line 5.
Gina, we're coming up on time here, so I need you to wrap up.
Yeah, please reject Line 5, other oil pipelines. No more MMIW. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my concerns, and I hope you will consider them as you make your decisions.
Thank you. Okay, next up will be Eric Rohrholm and Jamie Gaither. and Jill Ferguson will be following.
Cool. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. If you could state your name and address for the record, and then we'll take your comments.
Yeah, my name is Eric Rohrholm. I live at 2477 North Oakland Avenue in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, zip code 53211. I'm here with our Wisconsin Revolution. I'm also running to represent my community in the Milwaukee County Board of Supervisors. So to that end, I felt compelled to speak in defense of my district and my community, on behalf of the environment. In response to some of the comments that have come before, this is an environmental impact statement, not a corporate profit statement, and certainly, not a business impact statement. So I want to really push back on some of the testimonies today that talk about the economic need. Fossil fuel energy is just not necessary. That's just straight up fallacy. In fact, we need to be immediately transitioning away from fossil fuels as much as possible. Obviously, alternative sources exist for our energy needs: solar, wind, hydroelectric. I could go on, you get the picture. And in particular, I want to draw attention to how the spill section is really ridiculously inadequate. As has been said before, spills is a matter of when and not if, especially for Enbridge. Carcinogens and other chemicals that we don't necessarily know are added, of course, to tar sands in order for it to even be pumpable through a pipeline in the first place. And a major red flag for me is Enbridge as a Canadian corporation. And I will remind everyone, this is a Canadian corporation. We're here today to discuss whether a foreign corporation has the right to destroy our ecosystem. But they can't even get the line insured, which should be a phenomenal red flag about the tremendous risks that this pipeline poses. And I want to say it again, it is really laughable that climate change is not going to be worsened by this project. This is accelerating the trend of reliance on fossil fuels, which poses not just a severe direct risk of environmental spillage and such into our ecosystem, but through rising global temperatures and global use of fossil fuels, we will see an immediate impact here, both in terms of air quality and rising waters and all things that I clearly do not need to describe to you all. So I will say that any impact statement that doesn't acknowledge the looming meteor, so to speak, that is the climate crisis is really not realistically assessing the risk at all. So I really would love to encourage y'all at the DNR to really assess what the climate impact is going to be. And in my assessment, there's no world in which Enbridge is able to get these permits that they're seeking. And I'd love to yield the rest of my time. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for your comments, Eric. Next, we're going to go to Jamie Gaither. And then I have two people registered as Jill Ferguson. So I will unmute one, and then we'll figure out if somebody has shared a link or if we have just two people logged on. And following that will be Jadine Sananda.
Hello there, this is Jamie Gaither, 25288 County 2, Elida, Minnesota, 56676.
You can go ahead with your comments.
I live in 1855 treaty territory near Upper Rice Lake, 10 miles north of the Mississippi headwaters. While Wisconsin DNR's DEIS feels more considerate to the tribes and the environment than what we saw in Minnesota for Enbridge's Line 3, even the public notice surprisingly missed highlighting the obvious risk that all these lands drain into Lake Superior. I noticed also that 4 of 5 occurrences of the word risk in this document happened in the title and paragraph at the top of page 255. That seems far too few mentions of risk. As an abutter to the Line 3 project, I witnessed Enbridge's destruction firsthand. This rushed project included a DNR allowance on June 4th, 2021 for a 10-fold increase in Enbridge's dewatering permit to 5 billion gallons during a year of historic drought, no less, and ignoring the voices of the tribes, asking us to honor the rights of Minoman. Perhaps one single incident tells you all you need to know about how Enbridge does business, regardless of what they've agreed to on paper. On January 21st, 2021, Enbridge contractors punched through a natural artesian aquifer in Clearbrook, their company town, in a willful violation of their low-risk construction permit. Ignoring the 8 to 10 foot limit, operators dug a trench to 18 foot and pounded steel pilings 28 feet into the earth, rupturing the rural aquifer. While unrelenting water flow was reported in a half a dozen of the quote, independent, unquote, monitoring reports, DNR staff failed to recognize the damage until a chance chat with monitors in mid-June. While they quickly contacted Enbridge, it would be more than 3 months before the public was informed of the disaster. In fact, the DNR reports at least 2 additional aquifer breach investigations whose locations have yet to be made public. While Enbridge completed building their pipeline first, our aquifer bled out tens of millions of gallons of water threatening nearby calcareous fens. Everything the voices of opposition warned has come to pass. Frack out after frack out and thousands of gallons of drilling mud released into our environment, swaths of trees culled in a matter of minutes, and wetlands dredged. We've witnessed abuse, violence, and rapes, as well as sex traffic busts of pipeline workers. Yet water protectors are now the ones awaiting trial in Minnesota. We asked over and over for agency reps to come up and stand in this land, to meet her and know her as we do. It's clear with all the collateral damage that Enbridge had no understanding of this land. The Minnesota DNR and MPCA failed to listen to the public testimony on the risks from people who had needed expertise and who had done their homework, and now everyone is suffering. I close urging you to learn from Minnesota's mistakes. Do not trust Enbridge. Protect your land by heeding the voices of those speaking on her behalf. Deny this project a life as you have saved those on whom your grandchildren will depend. Miigwech Bizindawiek. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Joe Ferguson, and then Jadina Sananda. Jill, if you're trying to speak, you need to unmute.
Unmute. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, with an echo.
Okay.
Are you logged on twice?
You know what? I think I am. Hang on. It's gonna go off. You can't turn that on. Wait, hold on.
I did. What if I kick the wrong one out?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we do, with some feedback.
Okay. Can you go to the next person while I figure it out?
Yes. So we'll go to Jadine Sananda, and then I'll come back to Jill Ferguson.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jadine Sonada, and I live at 23 South 2nd Street in Madison, Wisconsin. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me and everyone else here today. I know it's been a long night, but I really appreciated the energy everyone is bringing. Like most people, I'm here today to voice my concerns about Enbridge's Line 5 expansion and to ask you to deny all of their permits. While so many people have been working hard to protect water, climate, and treaty rights, Enbridge has been doing their best to undermine these efforts. They've been circulating their own talking points, and I want to uplift a few of them to demonstrate why it's so crucial that we stop this project now. First, they say the relocation of a segment of Line 5 is needed in order to honor the request of the Bad River Band to remove the pipeline from the reservation. In fact, as we've heard earlier, the Bad River Band has made it clear that they don't want the pipeline in their watershed, and the route is squarely in that area. What's more, the band has treaty rights to hunt, fish, and gather in ceded territory, such as the land the proposed expansion runs through, and these rights are put at risk by Enbridge's proposal. Second, they claim the project will add $135 million in economic impact to the state. They clearly mean benefit, but what they conveniently ignore is all that their project puts at risk. For example, the local tourism economy, crop yields on disturbed lands, and the cost of clean drinking water should a spill contaminate the local watershed, including Lake Superior and the rest of the Great Lakes. And third, Enbridge's talking points promise that wetland impacts during construction are mostly temporary and will be restored after construction is complete and that Enbridge has developed plans and procedures that detail best management practices and mitigation measures to be used during construction to minimize construction-related impacts. Is that what we saw them demonstrate in Minnesota? I wouldn't call a willful violation of permit best practice. The many frac outs and aquifer breaches we saw from the construction of Line 3 shows that construction impacts are neither temporary nor fully restorable. Aside from the risks I've just shared, Enbridge's entire business model is built on reaping benefit from fossil fuels for as long as possible with no concern for how climate change is impacting the world now. This is inexcusable. To close, instead of ending with everything that's bad, I want to uplift what I'm working toward, and that's a clean, healthy future where communities are buoyed by strong local economies and the voices of residents are prioritized, along with the well-being of our environment and climate. Rewriting this draft EIS, opening up a second comment period on a comprehensive version, and using that to deny Enbridge's permits is one step toward making that future a reality. Thank you again for taking the time to listen to me, and I'm done.
All right, thank you, Jadine. We'll go back to Jill Ferguson, and after Jill, we'll hear from MJ Wong Engel and then James Dunn.
Hi, this is Jill Ferguson. Sorry for all the problems before. My address is 1720 South 82nd Street in West Dallas. And I'm a 68-year-old grandmother of 8, better known by the water protectors as Badass Grandma. I'm seriously concerned for the future of their generation. I have to confess to not finishing the 400-page EIS. And I got to say that what I read came across as straight out of one of the numerous propaganda brochures Enbridge distributed at an open house. The DNR EIS does not read as that of a government agency with a public trust doctrine. I refer to Wisconsin Constitution, Article 9, Section 1, which holds that all navigable waters are held in trust by the state for the public, that the state of Wisconsin, through all branches of government, has an affirmative duty to protect and preserve these public trust waters. As a parent, it was my responsibility to guard my children's health and well-being. That means doing the research necessary to ascertain the skill and integrity of a pediatrician before scheduling an appointment. The DNR clearly did zero discovery. Rather, you've shown a total disregard for our shared global treasure and all the life forms dependent on it. Enbridge's dismal record is easily found online. The 1.2 million gallons of oil flooding the Kalamazoo River, their failure to disclose, indeed hide their knowledge of seriously compromised pipelines, failure to provide indemnity and insurance guarantee for the probable Line 5 breach, leaving the public to pay for the cleanups, their failure in Fort Atkinson to report a pipeline breach for 15 months, resulting in groundwater with reports of benzene 4,000 times the state enforcement standard, their blatant criminal violation of environmental and safety laws, etc. They've incurred tens of millions of dollars in fine and has simply written it off as cost of doing business in America. Governor Evers and legislatures shamefully pandered to the will of Enbridge, a Canadian multinational corporation, as Governor Walker and Republicans pandered to the will of Taiwanese multinational Foxconn. Both are foreign corporations with abysmal histories of regard for people and planet. I was sorely off the mark in believing Evers would restore the integrity of Wisconsin's environmental legacy that was dismantled by Governor Walker. I am outraged that Governor Evers signed the Wisconsin 2019 Act 33, making peaceful water protectors criminals subject to jail time and up to a $10,000 fine, strictly to protect the oil industry and specifically Enbridge. Finally, all pipelines first. They don't leak and they don't spill. They send a deluge, a flood of oil into the watershed, killing everything it touches. Fresh water is not a renewable resource. When it's gone, it's gone. Thank you for the time.
And thank you for your comments, Jill. Next up will be MJ Wong Engel, followed by James Dunn, and then Steve Hogseth.
Hi, this is MJ Wong Engel, 2636 North Pierce Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53212. Thank you so much for this opportunity for the public to share our comments. I'm a lifelong Wisconsin resident and I have a degree in sustainable development. By my tally, since 4 p.m. today, we've heard about 102 people speak, and out of those, 84 have voiced opposition to Line 5. I join them in asking you to reject Line 5 and to decommission the pipeline. Picking up where Tribal Chairman Mike Wiggins concluded his remarks, Line 5 poses an existential threat to present and future generations of Wisconsinites and citizens of Indigenous nations. Sadly, as others have outlined, this is not an exaggeration. Enbridge proposes to build more fossil fuel infrastructure when what we desperately need is investment in renewable energy resources. The draft EIS does not offer an adequate environmental analysis of this rushed pipeline reroute and its potential impacts on the environment. The draft EIS claims that Line 5 expansion would have no effect on climate change. However, this new pipeline will only lead to decades more of fossil fuel reliance and stifle our efforts to build a sustainable Wisconsin. Enbridge's Line 5 also does grave injustice to the health and sovereignty of the Bad River Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. Tonight, we heard directly from Bad River Band leaders voicing opposition to Line 5, and I find it incredibly problematic that one of Enbridge's talking points that has been voiced repeatedly tonight is that it is relocating out of respect for the tribe. Actions speak much louder than words. As other folks have described in their firsthand accounts, Enbridge has an abysmal track record when it comes to preventing oil spills from their pipelines. In the past 50 years, the pipeline has ruptured at least 30 times, releasing more than 1 million gallons of oil in the Great Lakes watershed. The draft EIS does not include this information. When another oil spill happens, it will devastate the communities and economies in the region that depend on natural and cultural resources for drinking water, wild rice, and fish. I am 26. I have dreams of a future life in my beautiful home state of Wisconsin. I have dreams of our state leading the way in protecting our precious Great Lakes and restoring them to their natural glory. Allowing Enbridge to expand Line 5 threatens these dreams and makes me question if a sustainable future in Wisconsin is going to be possible for me and others in my generation. In closing, I'm asking you again to reject Line 5 and to decommission the pipeline. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MJ, for your comments. Next up will be James Dunn, followed by Steve Hogseth, and then Justine Rufus.
Hi, it's Janie, not James. And to follow up on the previous talker's point, it's not if.
Before you go further, could you, I'm sorry, state your name and address for the record.
My name is James Dunn, 614 Franklin Street, Spooner, Wisconsin, 54801.
Thank you, and you can go ahead with your comments.
Okay, and to follow up on her comment, it's not if, it's when, and even the EIS says that. I am a retired hydrogeologist for the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources with over 30 years in doing cleanups on these sites, spill sites. And I have cleaned up, I was involved in the Bad River when that happened. I spent almost 30 years on cleaning up the Ashland NSB Superfund site, which was in Chequamegon Bay. And I know about dealing with these materials. I've also spent many years because of this in the area that I live in and work in and dealing with the Miller Creek and Copper Falls formation, these formations that we deal with. Yeah, and the weaknesses, I guess, okay, because I only have 3 minutes. I have a long list here, and they will be written up and sent to you. If a spill was to happen, which it is clear a spill happens, and spills happen, and I will use the worst case scenario that I can come up with. If a spill happens on Tyler Forks or Copper Falls, they say it will be a while before you can clean that up. If a spill were to happen at any of those locations, and this goes out to Brunsweiler, White River, Potato River, all the way across the board, but I'm using these as just a place to look at. One, there's no way you can clean it up. You cannot clean it up. You cannot physically get in there and clean it up, and you will take the benthic organisms out. You will take everything out, and you're basically making a dead zone. That's what we cleaned up at the Superfund site in Ashland, was a 10-acre dead zone. That was contained. This is not contained. It is a river. It will continue down the river. You have a denabble, the dense portion of the liquid that goes down into the sediments and binds to the sediments. You have the floating part, the L-napple, the light non-aqueous phase that goes down the top and binds to all this stuff along the creek. There is no way, and I think the EIS weekly, terribly weakly, talks about that you're just not going to do anything about it. Well, think about that. This is the headwaters to the Bad River. This is the major thing going in, one of the major things going into Lake Superior. And we can't do anything about it. In the EIS weekly, I reviewed EIS.
James, I'm going to need you to wrap up because you're over time.
Okay, I think it was just completely weak. And I think it needs to be strengthened on what's going to happen if something happens. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. Next up will be Steve Hogseth, followed by Justine Rufus, and then we'll hear from Vincent Matson.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. If you just state your name and address for the record, then we'll take your comments.
Good evening, and thank you for putting on this hearing for all of us. I've learned a lot. My name is Steve Hogseth. I'm a retired engineer. My career is steeped in science, and I have been an ongoing astute student of environmental and climate science. I live at 614 Woodridge Court in Menominee, Wisconsin, 54751. I first encountered Lake Superior in 1953 as an 8-year-old kid. It was love at first sight. My love soon expanded to the rivers, streams, lakes, forests, and wildlife within her vast watershed. I have sought her natural beauty innumerable times. When in high school, I first viewed the rushing waters of the Bad River at Copper Falls State Park. And the last time I visited the river was 16 months ago. It is this very region that has been experiencing environmental assault. It must stop. I am here today to express my respect and support for the Anishinaabe people of the Bad River tribe of Chippewa Indians. I am voicing my opposition to the development of the Enbridge Line 5 pipeline. Mother Earth's health has been in peril since the advent of the Industrial Revolution, with corporations around the planet being given the green light to pollute with minimal constraint. We are witnessing reckless exploitation and abuse of the only home we have. Allowing this corporate greed and their quest for money, 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 with little social conscience, borders on criminality. Sadly, that greed is powered by immense wealth. Satisfying their gluttony is allowed at the expense of nearly 8 billion people, soon to become 10 billion. Unless we do an about-face promptly, we are gravely endangering the future of our grandchildren and our children. In recent years, diseases caused by air, water, and soil pollution were responsible for 9 million premature deaths annually, with 92% of those deaths in poorer nations and poorer communities. The global financial costs of pollution totals 4.6 trillion, with a T, dollars per year. We have all heard the denigration for stupidity, calling somebody a bird brain. But even a bird knows to not crap in its own nest. Yet one facet of man is doing just that.
Steve, we're coming up on time here, so I'm going to need you to wrap up.
Sure, those doing the nest crapping will not pay the consequences, and the people will pay for it, especially the Anishinaabe people. So clearly money powers America, and it's short-term profits first, with little concern for a long-term healthy and sustainable environment. And the problem, the pipeline is emblematic as to what is wrong with America. Please stop this insanity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next will be Justine Rufus, and then Vincent Matson, followed by Marcia Sampi. Justine, I'll need you to.
Bonjour, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. If you could start with your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Justine Rufus, and I'm a tribal member from the Bad River Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. Address is 3735 Community Road, Red Cliff, Wisconsin. I have the pleasure of living directly on the beautiful Lake Superior. I wake up every morning to her beauty each and every day. I'm here to testify as a concerned tribal member. I've worked in the field of sexual violence, sexual assault, and have been elected as a volunteer to serve on the Wisconsin's Murdered Missing Indigenous Women's Task Force as the co-chair. I'm here today to ask that you deny any permits for Line 5 expansion and reroute. I cannot ignore what I've learned. One of the most pressing issues that impact murdered and missing Indigenous women is the connection between areas of resource extraction, man camps, and increased violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit peoples. Every single day, we see a new missing and murdered flyer for a relative. Every day, we feel the cumulative grief and deep pain that our families face in searching for justice and healing. I've heard directly from families that have been impacted by violence while living in areas of resource extraction and man camps. I have heard the real fear, the real stories of violence, and these stories are deeply heartbreaking, and honestly, often they haunt me. Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit relatives go missing and are found murdered. Our job is to look for solutions, and we have one: stop this pipeline. In the draft EIS There are concerns about human trafficking and the acts of violence our Indigenous women face in areas of resource extraction. And now we're asking, when will you finally listen? When will you be brave enough to say every life has value and not one is worth this pipeline? Not one. Advocates from Minnesota warned that with the pipeline, you would see trafficking and violence increased. No one listened, and the cost was devastating. There were several increased acts of violence reported to shelters, and the attempted trafficking of young girls by pipeline workers. I know that several people earlier testified about human trafficking, and Enbridge testified about the training for their workers around human trafficking. And I think the most important step is to acknowledge that the harm is being done to Indigenous peoples. Enbridge has stated that they have taken efforts to address these issues, and I'm reminding you that if there is no pipeline, we would not need them to take efforts to address. All of our health, all of our well-being is
Justine, could you begin to wrap up?
Is dependent on the health and well-being of our Mother Earth and her lifeblood, her water. Miigwech to my sister, we are all related. Miigwech to my brother, we choose Earth. What we do now will have impacts in the future. If Mother Earth is sick, so are we. What you do to her, you do to our Indigenous women and girls, and we've had enough. Stop the violence, the trafficking, and rapes of our Mother Earth and our relatives. We're not giving permission for this pipeline. Do your part, deny the permit and the proposed expansion of line.
Justine, I need you to wrap up. We're at time.
Which?
All right, thank you for your comments. Next up will be Vincent Matson, followed by Marcia Sampi, and then Jeremy Almond.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. If you could
Okay.
start with your name and address for the record, and then we'll take your comments.
Okay, my name is Vincent R. Matson, 40495 State Highway 13, Marengo, Wisconsin, 54855. I have lived my entire life on the land my ancestors homesteaded here in 1901. Line 5 presents a direct risk to the water supply for our homestead as the pipeline would be located within 100 yards of our well. The risk to the groundwater integrity at our homestead is not a concern that I state in general, but based upon my 38 years of experience as a research aquatic biologist for the Department of Interior and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. I was one of the charter employees of the EPA when the agency was formed in 1970. My work over the decades included contributing to the establishment of the first freshwater quality standards in this country. I also spent many years working on fisheries toxicology, research, and regulation. I also was one of the scientists who discovered the reserve mining contamination. So I speak before you as one who understands what an environmental disaster to a complex ecosystem truly means. The damage will require decades of remedial effort, millions of dollars, years of litigation, and still contamination at some level will remain. That level of disaster happens when government fails to make decisions based upon scientific fact and instead allows industry to impose its will on the land and the people who have been the stewards for generations. Enbridge's proposed Line 5 presents just such a risk. It should not be permitted on any of the potential routes because the likely damage to this Lake Superior watershed outweighs any purported benefit. In the end, the analysis really is that simple. The science supports that conclusion, and so does common sense. As regulators, you know that all pipelines leak. The only questions are, when will a leak occur and how much contamination will result? You also know that Lake Superior watershed is recognized as a world-class resource. We are now in an era of intense scientific concern about the availability of adequate, clean water supply for the global population. Protecting this watershed in the Lake Superior should be the #1 priority of the Wisconsin regulatory authorities. Enbridge's proposal is all about money. Enbridge is nothing more than a foreign corporation with a profit motive. They are willing to say and do anything to be able to sell their product. Enbridge can't be trusted with a permit to deface the natural resources of this Lake Superior watershed. Just look to the facts of their history of violating their permits and failing to remediate in a timely and complete manner.
Vincent, I need you to begin wrapping up.
Okay, that's just what happened yet again when Enbridge constructed Line 3 in Minnesota. Why would the state of Wisconsin risk an environmental catastrophe to Lake Superior for the benefit of a Canadian corporation? We have not learned anything from the saga of a reserve mining company. I am asking that you do not grant any permits to Enbridge. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments, Vincent. Next up will be Marcia Sampi, followed by Jeremy Almond, followed by Harper Hollis Heinrich.
Good evening. My name is Marcia Sampi. My address is P.O. Box 444, Mellon, Wisconsin. I own property abutting the proposed new Enbridge pipeline route. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening, expressing my concerns. Briefly, I was born and raised in Ashland County, moved out of state to work and raise our family with the dream of returning to the beauty and solitude of the Northwoods. Over the years, we'd return home to our homeland for vacation and maintenance, nurturing, and enjoying our property with our children. It was always such a feeling of peace, excitement, and pride of ownership. I have now retired and relocated to Ashland County to enjoy that feeling of a smaller community where everyone is there to help one another. It certainly confirmed my decision to return home. But now, Enbridge appears to be bulldozing through our peaceful, serene community. It's very disturbing. I received the letter and offer to purchase an easement on my land. I didn't want my land disturbed and declined their request and monetary offer. I wanted my land preserved for my children and future generations to enjoy the outdoors, hunting, fishing, and the pure, clean, natural resources. Other property owners accepted over the big dollar offers, which was their choice. However, the ploy to dangle the big dollars to a depressed area has now caused much discord among the neighbors. It's no longer a friendly environment, in fact, hostile in some cases. Unfortunately, it's become a great divide to the landowners. I would like the DNR to deny the Enbridge permit. The property abutting mine has been bought by Enbridge. My property has a well on it, as do numerous properties that have been homesteaded in that area, in this area. When we were looking for the property, one of the issues in the area was the lack of water. Many homeowners drilled repeatedly before they hit a productive vein. And still today, there's a limited volume and supply of our precious water. If there is a breach in this new Enbridge pipeline and the wells are contaminated, or if the aquifer or the water table is disturbed by blasting, drilling, or other methods used to install the pipeline, what will happen to these wells? Will another source of water even be available? And furthermore, whose pocket will the expenses to relocate, drill, and install a new well come from? Fossil energy sources, including oil, are not renewable resources. Where will the maintenance come from when these wells fail or a leak occurs in the pipeline and Enbridge is focused on new technology? Enbridge has already moved on to wind turbine technology. Per their advertising, Enbridge is one of Canada's leading suppliers of renewable energy with ownership in offshore wind projects in England, France, Germany, as well as Ontario.
Marcia, we're at time, so could you please wrap up?
Okay, as they state, these projects are the next natural step for Enbridge. Why not invest that money earmarked for new Line 5 into this new technology rather than endangering our community? Enbridge didn't want to disrupt their beautiful land in Canada with this pipeline. Why risk our beautiful lands, including Copper Falls State Park? It can never be replaced. Thank you for listening to me and my concerns as a landowner. I have seen concern, hurt, pain in my neighbors' hearts and eyes. Again, in closing, I respectfully request the DNR to please deny any Enbridge permits for Line 5. Thank you allowing me to make my comments.
Yes, thank you for your comments, Marcia. Next, we'll hear from Jeremy Almond, and following Jeremy, we'll hear from Harper Hollis Heidenreich, and then Joe Fitzgerald.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Almond. I live at 415 Misty Glen Lane in Minot, North Dakota. I'm calling in support of the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources to approve the permits for the Line 5 reroute and feel that the environmental impact statement is adequate and shows that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed to make a pipeline that can cross this land effectively and coexist with the environment in an ethical and responsible manner. I think it shows good due diligence throughout the report of how that's going to happen through the construction techniques that were chosen. So appreciate you taking the time and listening to both sides of the argument throughout the day. It has been a long day, I'm sure, for you as well. But please consider the facts in this case and look at it that it can coexist, and the petroleum products that are shipped through these pipelines are needed, and they're going to be needed for a while. And as the last person did state, Enbridge is investing in wind and solar, but this is needed until we're really there, and the rest of the infrastructure is up to the task to enable that energy transition. So please approve the permits and move this one forward for your timelines. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your comments, Jerry. Okay, next up will be Harper Hollis Heidenreich. I hope I said that right. And after Harper, we'll hear from Joe Fitzgerald and then Brody R. And after Harper, I'm going to turn administration of the hearing over to Ben Callan, who will be helping out for a little while.
Hi, my name is Harper Hollis Heidenreich. I'm 11 years old and my address is 1019 6th Avenue West, Ashland, Wisconsin, 54806. I wanted to speak here today because personally, I've always been raised to think that having clean water is important, and I've been raised on the land here, and I've been able to enjoy nature and the waterways here in my area. And I'd like to be able to have, I'd like to be, generations to come be able to have that, and I'd always feel that's important. I'm asking you to please not approve of Enbridge's plan, because even though it is technically not on Bad River Reservation, it still goes through waterways, and it's still going to harm the water. And I really thank you for listening to me, and I hope you listen to other people speaking here today about this. And thank you.
Thank you, Harper, and thank you for staying up so late to participate in the hearing.
Okay, next up, we're going to have Joe Fitzgerald, followed by Brody R. and Al Gedix.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yes, Joe, please provide your address and your comments.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I'm Joe Fitzgerald. I'm a program manager here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin with a nonprofit called Milwaukee Water Commons. Our address is 1836 West Fond du Lac Avenue, 53205 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I was born and raised here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, but I've also spent some time up in northern Wisconsin. I travel there frequently throughout the year, and I also lived in Ashland, Wisconsin for 4 years researching watersheds around the Chiquamon Bay of Lake Superior. I wanted to start out my comments today just by thanking everybody who's committed time to speak out on this project. I have a lot of gratitude for the time and emotion that folks have volunteered here and all the information that folks were able to squeeze into these 3-minute comment periods. To me, it's kind of hard to believe that we're here having this conversation today about an oil pipeline in Wisconsin. I think this is a huge step backwards for the state of Wisconsin, especially, following the year of a climate task force in the state, seeing the DNR and other state agencies talk about the need for addressing the climate emergency and addressing environmental injustice. It's not true that the fossil fuel infrastructure and the fossil fuel industry has existed in our communities in harmony with communities and the environment. We see communities of color and low-income communities disproportionately bearing the weight of climate disasters around the country, and especially here in Wisconsin, we see those communities disproportionately impacted by environmental hazards and pollution that create huge disparities in economic outcomes, in public health outcomes. As we're talking about pipelines and oil spills destroying watersheds in the country, around the country, folks quoting around pipeline oil spills on Line 5, and just thinking about the communities in northern Wisconsin and Ashland and Bad River, low-income communities there, and what the impact of having the Lake Superior watershed be destroyed would have on the economy in that region of Wisconsin. The potential impact to the Bad River watershed and the Lake Superior Basin is an enormous risk. I think one that's been, folks have repeated again and again today, has been underrepresented in this environmental impact statement. We're talking about one of the most fragile ecosystems in the Great Lakes that contains up to 20% of the world's fresh water, drinking water, both in the Great Lakes and in well water in the surrounding watersheds. We're talking about implications on tribal treaty rights, which have been voiced very clearly here today from Lake Superior, Chippewa, Bad River Band by Glyphwick about that this is not something that they support.
Hey, Joe, I appreciate your comments, but we're coming up on time. So if you could please wrap up.
Yeah, I just think that, continuing these conversations about Line 5 is really hazardous to trust in conversations about climate resilience here in Wisconsin. And I think we've heard an outpouring from communities here about the need for us to reject this kind of project in Wisconsin. I'd really like to be having more conversations about job creation from taking on renewable energies and a clean energy environment. So
thank you, Joe. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right, next up we have Brody R, followed by Al Gedix and Tom Gallazin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Brody.
All right, thank you. My name is Brody Robinmeyer from 51 Stewart Street, Hamilton, Ontario, from so-called Canada. Why am I on this call? Because I felt it was important to represent some of my community of some 1,200 people who are involved with struggles and have dealt with Enbridge in the past. We also have a recognition that although we're living across this made up border line, we realize that we're connected by the water and the land and these life-giving systems that have been oh so great for our economy, you know. So there's a few things that I was hoping to mention, and that was with the EIS, from what I saw, it looks like there was a lack of analysis of the risks in terms of the upstream and downstream impacts. Also, the alternatives to this pipeline project. I'm thinking of section 3.3.2, the decommissioning of line 5 with no alternative route. And I mean, I think this has been brought up before, but the question of, is Enbridge trustworthy? Of course not. Of course not. As someone who is, you know, on the other side of the border, I would think that it's important to bring up as well that when we look at the board of directors of this company, they're from all across this continent, and appealing to their moral kind of stance to avoid these sorts of things that have such huge and most likely negative impacts to a lot of the living systems that we rely on it's almost like appealing to someone who's assaulting you and just hoping for them to come around. As has been mentioned before, with these financial incentives, you really can't expect someone to change their mind. I think it's important to bring up too that the EIS report really does smack of a lot of Enbridge talking points, and it has that same sort of what's the word? It's politeness, but it oozes with condescension. And I think in Enbridge's proposal of this project, we can see clearly that they are not worthy of trust given the situation that we face globally. I mean, it's really important to drive home with all these issues that have been brought up. We're also in a crisis of ecology. I mean, the way that we interact with the planet and the world, it seems like these individuals and these companies that they make up seem to treat the natural systems as this sort of endless piggy bank that they can keep pillaging and bankrupting future generations. I think my time is up now, but I think it's important that the DNR and folks who are supporting Enbridge know that we are expendable to them as so much else is. And it's kind of naive to assume that they won't just sell all of us out for their own financial gain. Thank you for the time, and much love and respect to all the folks who put in so much effort here to try and stand up for these issues.
Thank you, Brody. Next up, we'll have Al Geddix, then Tom Gallazin, followed by Christopher Lafroge.
Good evening. My name is Al Geddix. I live at 14 Copeland Avenue in La Crosse, Wisconsin, 54603. I'm also the executive secretary of the Wisconsin Resources Protection Council. Regardless of whatever decision the DNR makes about this permit, it is clear from the overwhelming comments in opposition to the permit that Enbridge has no social license to operate this pipeline, and therefore the investors in this project are taking a major financial risk with Enbridge. The main concern I have is that the draft EIS does not contain enough information on potential oil spill events to assess how severely a potential spill would impact Chippewa treaty rights, the cultural survival of the Anishinaabe people, and the long-term impacts of an oil spill on the environment. The 1842 US treaty with the Chippewa tribes guarantees them the right to hunt, fish, and gather in the ceded territory through which Line 5 expansion is routed. This right is violated if a spill results in contamination of the resources within the Bad River watershed. According to Naomi Tillison, director of the Bad River Natural Resources Department, who has testified earlier in this hearing, she has stated on another occasion, "I can't overstate how devastating a spill in the watershed would be. The Bad River Hatchery is the largest producer of walleye fingerlings in Lake Superior. If the waters that our hatcheries and wild rice beds rely upon were contaminated with oil, not only would our food supply, water, and medicines be depleted, our coastal wetlands would be devastated, and all the businesses and people in the region who depend on our fisheries would suffer." The draft EIS does state that any manoomin or wild rice, quote, directly affected by an oil spill would likely die and all harvestable crop within the water would be contaminated. It later states an oil spill could create permanent negative changes to wild rice beds even after cleanup. Water chemistry could change, suspended solids could increase, and water clarity could decline. The draft EIS does not consider the long-term impacts of the cultural impact of the destruction of wild rice, which is central to the identity of the Anishinaabe people and the reason why the Anishinaabe tribes have located in this part of the country because of their prophecy to migrate to where the food grows on the water, referring to the wild rice. Finally, the draft EIS has not considered whether Enbridge's proposal will meet the Bad River Chippewa tribe's downstream water quality standards. Treaties are the supreme law of the land. Respect the treaty and protect it, and the protection it provides for all the communities in the Bad River watershed. Thank you for the opportunity to present these comments on the draft EIS.
Thank you, Al. Next up, we have Tom Galzin, followed by Christopher Lafroge, and then Philomena Quebec.
Got it.
Tom, if you could state your full name and then your address, please.
I can do that. My name is Tom Glazin. I live on Valley Road in beautiful, bountiful Bayfield, Wisconsin. And one of the reasons Bayfield is beautiful and bountiful is because of the clean water of Lake Superior that laps up on its shores. And it's not far from the shores of Bayfield to look over toward Bad River and the Bad River watershed. And I would cringe at the pollution that could come from this project in that area, or even float over to Bayfield on the waters. So it's my position, obviously, against this proposed reroute. In fact, I think the DNR would be wise to just dismiss the reroute application. It appears, first of all, that the company is operating illegally in 2 states. Michigan doesn't want them, Bad River doesn't want them. And another factor, which Ecological just mentioned, is ceded territory litigation may eventually prevent the construction of the reroute. So, you know, we may be holding all this hearing stuff for naught. But you're probably not going to dismiss it tonight. So I'll continue on with some of my principal concerns in addition to water pollution, and that would be primarily climate change. We're in a pretty dire straits for climate now. If you don't get that by reading the paper, you can just by frequently going outside and observing the changes that occurred over the years and the spikes and troughs we have with rains and temperatures that we're in the midst of some climate change that will end up being fairly severe fairly shortly. And researchers and analysts tell us that we've got to start dealing with this problem now, not wait till 2050. And I think this is a major project, the continuation and the patching up of a major project. The rest of the line is probably ready for renovation also. So it'll end up being a large energy sucking project just to put the lines through, not to mention all the CO2 that will be released from the life extension of the project. So I think we should be serious about decommissioning this as quickly as possible. I've been off grid since 1982 with solar and wind, and heat with wood, heat water, cook with wood. It's a lot can
if
be
you
done.
could wrap up your comments, we're at time.
Sure will. A lot of it can be done locally and with small scale stuff by individuals. Thank you for the opportunity to talk tonight, and I hope this application will be dismissed and the pipeline will be decommissioned.
Thanks, Tom. Next up, we have Christopher Lafroge, followed by Philomena Quebec, and then Jacob Gingrich.
Greetings, Ben. Can you hear me?
Yes, Christopher, please go ahead. State your address and then
Thanks
provide
so
your
much.
comments. Yep.
I live at 77480 Evergreen Road, Suite 1 in Portland, Wisconsin. And tonight, I'm asking the DNR to take a little zoom back just for a second and realize that what you've started and what you continue to use is what's called the permitting process. So the EIS review that we're supposed to comment on here is part of this inherently biased process that is designed to permit harm. I'd like to suggest, we should really rebuild this someday so we can have a precautionary validation process that looks at entire projects. Because if you look at this big project over time, what we've got going on here is one of the most disastrous old lines that there has ever been. And if we only look at this little part of it, this extension that goes around the people that are concerned for their way of life that denied an additional extended easement, our friends at Bad River, and we look at the whole project, we realize that there's several different things in the EIS that aren't being concerned because we have an inherently narrow permitting process that's going to permit harm. So let's try and think of that and come up with a more validation process that can have a precautionary approach. Anyway, now we're going to zoom in for a second here, back to our EIS. And it's supposed to take into consideration both the environmental and the social economic impacts of the project. Now, the economic impacts include here a bunch of public and private investments that are going to become stranded in the next 5 to 8 years. They have to be because of the existential crisis of climate crisis. We're just stuck here. So these dollars we're pouring into there, both public and private, are going to become stranded. And those are assets that are going to be wasted instead of investing in positive options like investing in the development of renewable energy, right? Now, I am a certified master trainer in the area of solar energy, and I've studied this for a long time. And I can tell you that we can look at the situation here and understand that Enbridge is understanding it as well. The parent company in Canada already invests in wind in a large way because they know that the coffee is being brewed to change. Now, their limited liability partnership here, Enbridge Energy US, is designed to be abandoned when their liabilities exceed their profits. We want to look at an EIS that looks at alternatives that have not been explored. We need to look at alternatives to continuing this antique fossil fuel system that has failed and that is toxifying the environment. And we need to look at investing in clean energy infrastructure with these same assets.
Christopher, if you could wrap up your comments, we're at
let
time.
the rest of my time go. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next up, we have Philomena Quebec, followed by Jacob Gingrich, then Riley Kaiser.
This is Philomena Quebec. I live at 718 12th Avenue West in Ashland, Wisconsin. I currently serve as a Ashland County Board of Supervisors on the county board. My grandmother grew up on the Bad River Reservation in a time when it was deemed the best use of our land and waters to sell all the trees to the timber barons. So all the trees were removed, and there were processes that were not as maybe not as regulated as this, but there were people sitting in rooms just like this saying that this is the right thing, even though in their hearts they knew it was the wrong thing. And today, what we have is land and waters and forests that are still recovering. And the fact that the timber barons removed all that value means that we are vulnerable to flooding and forest fires and other devastation. It did not bring long-term wealth. It brought long-term poverty to my community, Bad River. I'm a Bad River member. That brought long-term devastation. I am ashamed that my great-grandfather worked for the Stearns Lumber Company. Now, this DEIS is a D- or F level effort. This is a politically controversial project, as you can see from all of the people who participated. And if the department goes forward with this project, giving it a rubber stamp using this level of evaluation, there is going to be serious consequences for your reputation as staff personally, when you look in the eyes of your grandchildren, and for the entire state of Wisconsin. Now, as tribal members, a lot of people have talked about our treaty right to hunt and fish and all that. We actually have a treaty right to exist. The Treaty of 1854 granted us a permanent reservation homeland. We have no other homeland in the whole world. You put this thing, this beast, you carve out the wetlands, you blow up rivers, you destroy our fish. How are we expected to live? How are we expected to live? All the waters from this project would flow into our reservation. We are building infrastructure. We are building housing. How are we going to do that if we have a shotgun to our head every single day with that pipeline? As it exists now, it's a shotgun to my head, to the heads of my children, to our cultural, spiritual, and physical existences. That is not articulated in the EIS. The EIS absolutely needs to be revised, thrown away, and redone.
Philomena, if I could, thank you. I appreciate your comments. Next up, we have Jacob Gingrich, followed by Riley Kaiser, and then Frank Cushman.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Gingrich. I'm at 6438 Grandview Road in Verona, Wisconsin. And tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Madison area chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. Madison DSA stands firmly with the Bad River Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, and all other Indigenous nations of Wisconsin. We stand for the water, land, and climate in our opposition to Enbridge's Line 5 project. We ask that all permits for this project be denied. The construction and operation of the existing Line 5 pipeline has already caused irreparable harm to land, water, and the people that live in the area. Line 5 has spilled 1 million gallons of oil and will continue to spill until it is shut down. Enbridge has a long history of pipeline leaks, frackouts, and aquifer breaches, proving time and again that they cannot be trusted to keep our people and land safe. As we saw during construction of the Line 3 expansion in Minnesota, Enbridge caused numerous frackouts and aquifer breaches, and there's no reason to believe it will be different with the Line 5 expansion. The DNR must uphold treaty rights and tribal sovereignty, and the Bad River Band must be allowed to make decisions about projects that directly threaten their land, water, and wild rice. These rights were attacked when Line 5 was first built through the reservation, and rerouting the pipeline to avoid the reservation will not resolve the issue. Rather, the additional pipeline footprint would damage even more of their traditional homelands, their ceded territories, waterways, and their treaty rights to hunt, fish, and gather off reservation. Not to mention the fundamental right to exist, as Philomena just said. Line 5 continues the legacy of colonization and environmental destruction that Indigenous people have been subjected to for centuries. But even if Line 5 could somehow be rerouted and operated without destroying ecosystems or threatening Indigenous sovereignty, which is clearly impossible, it will continue to play a role in propping up the fossil fuel industry and exacerbating global climate change. Wisconsin must rapidly break its reliance on fossil fuels and not allow Enbridge and similar firms engaged in their extraction to continue plundering the earth with impunity. It's critical for life on the planet that we reject any new fossil fuel projects and end the use of existing ones. We recognize that the crisis of climate change is not something that is inevitable or naturally occurring, but rather it is the result of a system that prioritizes private corporate profits over the well-being of all. Multinational corporations like Enbridge happily line their pockets while irreparably destroying ecosystems, polluting water that thousands depend upon, and contributing to global carbon emissions. This project is an explicit attack on the people of Wisconsin and on the climate. Line 5 is a threat to us all. It must be fully decommissioned and cleaned up, not rerouted to destroy even more delicate ecosystems and continue contributing to climate change. Listen to the people, listen to the water, listen to the future and the ripple effects that this decision will have. Deny every permit that Enbridge is asking for. Water is life. Thank you again for listening.
Thank you, Jacob. Next up, we have Riley Kaiser, followed by Frank Cushman, and then Mary Rewald.
Goodness, your choice is pretty clear, isn't it? You've had a lot of incredible people offering you some really wonderful advice. I'm glad that you have so much community input. That's wonderful.
Riley, if you could share your address with us before providing your testimony, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, I'm at P.O. Box 575, La Pointe, Wisconsin, 54850. I'm 27 years old. I've lived in Chequamegon Bay since 2013. I've been working on small scale farms since I was 13 years old, and I'm a volunteer EMT. Before I get into what I'd like to share, I'd like to invite each of you as policy makers and deciders, as human beings. I'd really like to welcome you up to this area, Chequamegon Bay. This is a really beautiful time of the year to visit. You can walk out on the lake. There's frost everywhere, you know, on outhouse windows, on cars. It's magical. So the biggest concern that I have is the blatant disrespect that you are showing my community members and my neighbors at Bad River, who have been among my biggest role models for teaching me how to live here in a good way and teaching me how to live as a human being. I have a lot of role models over there, including Phoebe. She's really encouraged me to just go inwards and also to think of how to serve our communities, and that she's one of the people who motivated me to be an EMT, just like with the work that she does. So I want to talk as a emergency service provider. This DIS doesn't acknowledge how construction or an existing expansion of this dangerous pipeline would affect emergency services at all. What stands out to me the most is having a huge influx of people, especially people who don't have any connection to this area, don't have any support networks, and people who may be very dangerous to fellow community members. And then also from a logistical standpoint, we could have some really serious road closures. And that might not sound like a lot, but when you're in the back of an ambulance with somebody having a seizure and losing their airway, every moment matters. My radio is linked with everybody in Ashland County. Can you turn that off? Sorry. So I can hear when there's calls going out at Bad River. I can hear when there's calls going out in Mellon and Ashland and all of these places. We're strapped really thin right now. You want to talk about job creation, investing more in our emergency services and our medical services, that's where we can be looking. I also noticed that your DIS does not mention the 4 intersections between the proposed reroute and 2 different natural gas pipelines. 2 of these intersections with 2 separate pipelines would be happening just outside of Ashland in the vicinity of our regional hospital where I take patients. And then the other 2 intersections.
Riley, if I could ask you to
yeah,
wrap
I'm
up.
working on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would be right on the western edge of the Bad River Reservation. If you have road closures out there, if you have an emergency out there, it's going to be extremely difficult to get the people who can do anything out there. You are affecting our lives, and you are affecting my ability to care for and save my community members and potentially yours. Thank you for your time. I urge you to take your role as seriously as I take mine. Reject line 5.
Thank you, Riley. Up next, we have Mary Rewald, followed by Megan Pierce and Emma Needham.
Hi, my name is Mary Raywald, and I live at 1616 Beezer Avenue, apartment 21, Ashland, Wisconsin. I just want to say one thing in the beginning here, and that is the testimony this evening has been astoundingly wonderful, and I've learned so much from everybody. So I want to thank you for testifying. It seems to me that the divide represents what's happening in our country right now. The divide is so wide between corporate America and people who want to protect land and water. And I just want to tell you that I think the major thing here is climate change. I lived out in California in Indian Falls, right near Greenville, that burned down this summer in the middle of the Dixie Fire. And for 7 weeks, while my twin sister, who also lived in that area, had to evacuate and go up to northeastern California during the fire. We communicated every day, and it totally changed people's lives. It burned 1 million acres, and I've never felt any impact like that.
Is there anything? I'm sorry, Mary, go ahead.
I did see the videotape showing where the line went through the Bad River Reservation and the oxbow that was threatening the line there. And I found that to be very scary. I'm pretty upset about the link between Enbridge and the state legislature, which I know had a great impact on the fact that it is now a felony for Anishinaabe people and others to walk on the land where the pipeline is proposed. So many good things have been said. I took notes, and I guess that'll be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we have Megan Pierce, followed by Emma Needham, and then Frank Cushman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Megan, please state your name and address, and then your comment.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Megan Pierce, and my address is 1202 North Forest Lane, Prairie du Sac, Wisconsin. And I am a Sierra Club volunteer, and I asked the Line 5 relocation project is denied. Line 5 has a long history of unleashing environmental damage, and in the last 50 years, the pipeline has had 29 spills and releasing a total of 1.1 million gallons of toxic oil into the environment. This proposed reroute segment edges the Bad River Reservation, and any spill would still contaminate the area's watershed and pose a risk to the reservation's waters. And these are critical to maintaining genetic diversity of wild rice in Lake Superior, as it is the only extensive coastal wild rice bed in the Great Lakes region. And it could also have a disastrous effect on fisheries. And the pipeline crosses the upper stream of Copper Falls State Park and Brownstone Falls, where any spill would see the toxic oil launch downstream faster than anyone could organize a response. An oil spill here would be particularly devastating, as it could easily contaminate the web of interconnected waterways that nourish the nearby community. And the fact is that any reroute would prolong use of this disastrous fossil fuel and continue to put rivers and Lake Superior at risk and threaten the sacred lands and food supply that the Bad River tribe relies on. Line 5 also perpetuates our reliance on dirty fossil fuels when climate scientists have made it clear that we urgently need to transition to clean energy. Fossil fuels seriously impact the local region, our state and nation, and it has global impact. We must take responsibility for our state's actions. I was a Peace Corps volunteer from 2015 to 2017 in Eswatini, Africa. And the Peace Corps states as part of their mission to promote world peace and friendship. But when it comes to climate responsiveness, that is not the case. I saw firsthand the everyday impacts of the climate crisis while living in the community of Mjoli. Their local dam ran dry. The water from their boreholes were so salty it was hard to swallow, and times to collect water were even minimized. And though the family I stayed with there was lucky enough to afford trucked-in water, I could see it become progressively muddier. I will never forget the individual stories from people and their struggles to obtain clean water. And this is a clear example of why we need to ensure our local waterways, like around the Bad River Reservation, are not polluted. The fact is our low income and minority communities, along with countries like Eswatini, face the brunt impact of our state and nation's actions. For these multiple local and widespread impacts, please reject the Enbridge relocation project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Megan. Up next, we have Emma Needham, followed by Frank Cushman, and then Roy Setgas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Emma.
Hi, good evening. My name is Emma Needham, 1017 13th Avenue Northeast, Brainerd, Minnesota. I am an Anishinaabe woman who feels deeply uncomfortable reciting my address due to threats to myself or my family, especially after seeing Enbridge's police and security tactics in Minnesota. However, I believe this is important, and if I'm forced to place myself in danger to speak on this matter, then that is what I'm going to do. I'm a member of the Red Lake Nation in northern Minnesota, and I am here in solidarity with the Bad River Band of Chippewa. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing regarding the draft EIS for Enbridge Energy's relocation operation of Line 5. I'm asking that the Wisconsin DNR deny this and any other permit requests for Enbridge Energy's Line 5, as well as any other future proposals from Enbridge Energy, unless such permit is to shut down and decommission Enbridge lines. You may wonder why someone from Minnesota is attending this hearing in Wisconsin, but I know that I am not the only person from your neighboring state here tonight. It seems that the Minnesota and Wisconsin DNR have short memories when it comes to Enbridge Energy. In Minnesota, all the worries of those who opposed Line 3 in Minnesota came true. Frackouts, polluted lands and waters, violence, treaty violations, aquifer breaches, extreme water usage, and damage to wild rice. Enbridge Energy has one of the worst track records of any oil company on the planet. They recently had a spill in Atkinson, Wisconsin in 2019 and failed to report it for over a year to the Wisconsin DNR. And to my knowledge, the Wisconsin DNR is still investigating the reason for the delay in reporting instead of working to prevent these types of spills by protecting Wisconsin from the blatant disregard for environment and ongoing greed of a foreign oil company. This doesn't even begin to mention Enbridge's spills in Minnesota, at Kalamazoo, and the spills from Line 5 since it began its operation in Wisconsin. I urge the Wisconsin DNR to learn from their past failures and from the ongoing failure of the Minnesota DNR to protect land, water, and people by denying any and all Enbridge permits and shutting down Line 5 in Wisconsin completely. Please uphold your responsibility to Wisconsin and deny this permit for Enbridge Energy's Line 5 pipeline. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Emma. Up next, we have Frank Cushman. Frank, I can't hear you if you're talking. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to go to our next speaker, Roy Setgas, and then we're going to come back to Frank.
Hello?
Yes, Roy.
Okay. Yeah, my name's Roy Setgas and I reside at 75405 Church Corner Road, Washburn, Wisconsin, 54891. I've resided in the vicinity of this proposed project for more than 40 years and have spent considerable time in the woods and hills of the eastern half of the project route. It is not a landscape that I consider in the least bit appropriate for burying or operating an oil pipeline. There are numerous aspects of the draft EIS that need attention, but in the 3 minutes afforded to me by this process, I want to offer one point to supplement what you have already heard from many others. And it is, as an informational document, the draft EIS is unacceptably lacking in detailed information regarding impacts of alternatives to the proposed project. In particular, the impacts of the alternative described as the no action alternative, which covers 2 scenarios. One, continuing to operate Line 5 in its present form, and the other, decommissioning Line 5, require more substantial and detailed analysis. I presently serve as an elected member of the board of directors of Bayfield Electric Cooperative, which provides electricity to most of the proposed project area. My comments here entirely reflect my personal opinions and do not represent those of Bayfield Electric Cooperative. I do, however, note this role to highlight my appreciation and understanding of the tremendous amount of flux in the energy industry. This flux is due to the transition, which is well underway from a fossil fuel energy economy to a renewable energy economy. And this transitional flux is not properly reflected in Section 9 of the draft, which addresses the effects of the no action alternative. Section 9 consists largely of description of how many trucks, trains, and boats it would take to transport the current oil capacity of the pipeline. It is extremely narrow in scope, short-sighted, and wholly inadequate to its task. This no action alternative is favored both by Enbridge, who would continue to operate Line 5 in its present location if they could, and by the opponents of this proposed project, most of whom favor decommissioning of this pipeline, as you're hearing plenty. With the no action alternative being the preferred one by both by the applicant and by most project opponents, I submit that this alternative and its potential impacts under a diversity of energy scenarios deserve and require much greater scrutiny than is afforded in the current draft EIS. Thank you very much, and good luck doing your job. And
thank you for your comments.
As has already been said, this just shouldn't be happening in this day and age. We should be looking ahead.
Thank you, Roy. All right, we are gonna try to get Frank Cushman back on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, please state your name, address, and provide your comments.
My name is Frank Cushman. I live at 3310 169th Avenue in Kenosha, Wisconsin. I've lived in Wisconsin nearly my whole life. I grew up swimming in two Great Lakes, Superior and Michigan. I feel so lucky that I call this place my home, nestled between two of the most beautiful sources of fresh water in the world, not to mention the greatest river on this continent, the Mississippi, which forms our western border. I grew up trusting that the government cared for and protected these waters and this land. I grew up to admire the DNR and the work they did. But I've learned in the last year acutely that this is a lie. I learned it protesting Line 3, another climate disaster sponsored by Enbridge. I learned it as I stood shoulder to shoulder with people who made the most incredible choice to put their bodies between the genocidal machine of extraction and the land. I stood there with the bravest people I've ever met as DNR officers, not on our side, not on the side of protecting water, forests, animals, and entire ecosystems, but instead as the lackeys of a foreign company pumping and pouring millions of gallons of oil into the Mississippi and Lake Superior watersheds. As those DNR officers, armed with guns, mace, and batons, surrounded and harassed us because we were saying what they were too spineless to say. No more pipelines. In June of 2021, at the start of one of the worst droughts in Minnesota's history, the state's DNR approved Enbridge's permit to use 5 billion gallons of water, a tenfold what they originally asked for, during construction of Line 3. Even as vast swaths of the state burned and the devastation of the drought was clear, they refused to enforce temporary permit restrictions on the company during construction. This resulted in lasting damage to aquatic habitats all over the state, most notably destruction of wild rice beds, a food source vital to the livelihood of Indigenous communities in so-called Minnesota. An act which meets the standards of genocide as defined by the Geneva Convention. This, all while conservation officers with sleeve tattoos depicting idyllic landscapes of forests and rivers oversaw the brutalization and imprisonment of over 900 people standing up for our Mother Earth and the future generations of all beings. The DNR oversaw and enforced the rape and destruction of the land and water they swear to protect. This hearing is a sham, just like your agency. You'll sell this land and our future to the highest bidder. In fact, you already have. This is all for show, Fuck the DNR, fuck Enbridge, and fuck Line 5.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. Thank you. All right. So just a reminder, I want to make sure that there's no inappropriate, offensive, or vulgar language so we can move on. Up next will be Kristen Hipnar, followed by Mary Hansen and Devin Cuppery.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Heipner, and I'm calling in tonight from 1948 LaPorte Avenue in Fort Collins, Colorado. Though I have Midwestern roots, I grew up in Michigan and lived there well into my 20s, and Michigan is still where the majority of my family resides. So the Great Lakes region is near and dear to my heart. Thank you for providing this space for public comment tonight. I'm going to echo what a lot of other folks have said tonight in asking you to not grant any permits to Enbridge, not for Line 5 and not for any future projects. The clear and imminent threat that Line 5 poses to not only the Bad River watershed, but to the entire Great Lakes region is too significant to ignore. You've heard from many others about Enbridge's record for oil spills and the permanent damage that the pipeline will cause. And I fear that the DIS seems to bank on the assumption that a spill will not occur and that if one does, it will be minor and easy to clean up. I urge you to reconsider this assumption and further investigate the potential secondary and cumulative impacts of large-scale spills like those that we've seen in the Kalamazoo River and in Enbridge's Line 3 project. I remember taking many trips to the shores of the Great Lakes when I was a child, and I still remember the first time I saw Lake Superior after cresting the last sand hill at Sleeping Bear Dunes. I remember marveling at the pristine, sparkling body of water so large that it stretched all the way to the horizon. And now when I return home to Michigan, I get to share these treasures and memories with my young niece and nephew and to teach them about the importance of the Great Lakes watershed. It pains me to think about this region being permanently damaged and made unrecognizable because of Enbridge's valuing profits over people. However, more important than my own personal connection to the Great Lakes is the significance that the Bad River watershed has for entire Indigenous cultures. I do not believe that the DEIS sufficiently analyzes the long-term, secondary, or cumulative impacts of Line 5 on tribal nations, or the very real scenario of a large-scale spill. It is clear that representatives from directly impacted tribal nations have always indicated their strong opposition to the project, and we heard from many of them tonight. They've already provided more than enough testimony to show the DNR that the only acceptable solution for Line 5 is decommission. To continue to conduct these listening sessions and host meetings only to ignore the lived experiences and clear no's from members of these sovereign nations we are constitutionally treaty bound to ignore this and then move forward with Line 5 relocation perpetuates the historic and ongoing patterns of violence, racism, and cultural genocide against Native peoples. I urge you to listen, to break this pattern, and to do better. Thank you for spending your time listening to us tonight.
Thank you, Kristen. Up next, we have Mary Hansen, followed by Devin Coopery and Nora Rassman.
Hello, I am Mary Hansen, and I live at 389 South Ellis Avenue, and I'm in Peshtigo, Wisconsin. I am up here fighting for our river also. We have the Menominee River, and we're at risk for a sulfide mine. I guess to say I'm an elder, a boomer by birth. Since a teen, I held up my sign for all it was worth. All the taxes and jobs that Enbridge can tout will all be for nothing when the tar sands leak out. Our water's at risk, and we all live downstream. A glass of clean water should be more than a dream. My grandson's in college. His life's at the start. He's studying environmental science, so he will be a part of protecting our water and protecting our earth. Now I'm just an elder, a boomer at birth, but I'll still hold up my sign for all it was worth. For the sake of our children, the fish, animals, and the ground, for the sake of the winged ones that fly all around, the sign I will hold says respect the treaties and shut Line 5 down. I just want to say, if Guy Ryder, if you're still listening, you are my brother, and I will stand next to you and to all my First American sisters and brothers. Thank you for hearing me, Ben.
Thank you, Mary. Up next, we have Devin Coopery, then Nora Rassman, followed by Kevin O'Connor.
Hi.
Hi, Devin. Can you please state your name and address and provide your comments?
Sure. My name is Devin Young Caperi. My address is 3124 44th Avenue South, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55406. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I live in Minnesota now. I've lived in Wisconsin for most of my life. And I speak today to urge the DNR to reject the proposed reroute of Line 5. I call for the decommissioning of Line 5 and for the DNR to use its resources to protect the interests of the people who live in the state, in the area that would be impacted. And I call on the DNR to uphold federal trust responsibility with the Bad River Band, who made it clear that there's no consent for this pipeline route or any route that endangers the watershed. I want to speak to some of my experience getting to know this region. And this is not the first time that there have been threats to the water of Bad River. In 2012, a company called Gogebic Taconite proposed to dig a 4-mile open pit mine in the headwaters of the Bad River. And I worked on a documentary about the conflict around this mine proposal. As part of this project, I spoke extensively with Bad River tribal members, experts on the ecology and geology of the area, and farmers who have all been here for a long time. And what is clear is that water is the lifeblood of this region. And it's clear that a threat to the headwaters of the Bad River is a threat to the sovereignty and the sustenance of the people there and to all who depend on this water. One of my most vivid memories from this experience was going out on the Bad River Kakagan Sloughs, the vast wild rice estuary at the center of Bad River's cultural stories and practices. It was a warm August evening, and the tribal chair, Mike Wiggins, took a colleague and I out in a boat. And what I remember most is how amazingly sweet the air smelled. It was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. It was the wild rice, the abundance of life coming off of the marsh. And when we got back, I drove my car down the road through the sloughs and saw literally hundreds of frogs in the beams of my headlights hopping across the road. I'd never seen such prolific life before. The Bad River Kakagan Sloughs are an outstanding and unique wetland ecosystem, one of the highest quality ecosystems in all of the Great Lakes. And it's clear that running a tar sands pipeline through every tributary of this watershed is an ultimate recipe for disaster. The inevitable spills in these waterways would violate the federal trust responsibility of the United States to protect the treaty rights, lands, assets, and resources of Bad River. And I urge the DNR to uphold this responsibility and reject this proposed pipeline route. I yield my time.
Thank you, Devin.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Appreciate it. Up next, we have Nora Rassman, followed by Kevin O'Connor, then Robin Ruan.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nora Rassman, and I live at 3172 North Bremen Street in Milwaukee, and I'm a senior organizer with Wisconsin Working Families Party. I also want to echo the previous speaker's concerns and wonder about other creative ways DNR can verify speakers without publicly having to share our home addresses just because of the ongoing criminalization of water protectors. Thank you so much for folks who are still on the line and for the opportunity to provide comment alongside so many others. I'm testifying in solidarity and support of the widespread concerns of the Bad River Band of Chippewa about the draft EIS and asset DNR both reject this proposed relocation and decommission Line 5. As it stands, the EIS fails to address how updating Line 5 enables oil to flow and be burned for many more years, ensuring that the climate-enhanced disasters we've seen all summer and fall, the wildfires, droughts, heat waves, and hurricanes and flooding, will continue and intensify. Enbridge has a legacy of degradation of the land and waterways that they occupy, and it doesn't seem as if this will be any different. U.S. government treaties with the Chippewa tribes guarantee the right to hunt, fish, and gather in ceded territory, as well as exist, as Ms. Quebec reminded us earlier, land through which the Line 5 expansion is routed. This right would be nullified if a spill results in contamination of the resources there. Enbridge already has a proven track record of their financial bottom line at all costs, from massive public relations campaigns across the Northwoods to ongoing support for the criminalization of water protectors. At this crucial moment in history, elected officials and government agencies are deciding whether they believe in a future where environmental justice is possible and we can begin to repair and return the land that has been destroyed and stolen, or continue on the pathway of extraction and destruction. Wisconsin has an opportunity to support Indigenous-led solutions that move toward a more sustainable future, and that includes an immediate shift away from extractive industries destroying the planet and our people, alongside accountability for the irreparable damage already caused by corporations like Enbridge. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comment, and I look forward to a much longer process with the DNR.
Thank you, Nora. Up next, we have Kevin O'Connor, followed by Robin Ruan, then Carrie Kiernan.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kevin.
Thank you. Kevin O'Connor, 222 South 9th Street, Minneapolis, 55402. I work for an environmental health and safety consulting firm, and I'm based in Minneapolis. I grew up in Oshkosh. I graduated from the University of Wisconsin, and I still have family in the state and visit often. In my job, I have worked on a wide variety of Enbridge projects over many years. I've had the opportunity to meet many Enbridge employees at all levels and all backgrounds, and have worked closely with them on projects big and small. They're dedicated professionals. I see the professionalism, dedication, time, and effort that goes into environmental aspects for development of a proposed pipeline project. The outreach they conduct with landowners, communities, tribes, elected officials, and other stakeholders to keep them informed and to take into account their questions so projects can be adjusted to address issues. Having spent time with the DEIS, there are areas throughout where issues are raised regarding impact on the environment. I don't always see in the document the mitigation techniques and plans that Enbridge has in place to make sure this project is built in an environmentally sound way. Those plans have been provided to the agency previously, and it's important that they are reflected in the final EIS so we all have the full picture. Additionally, there's been a great deal of misinformation about the inadvertent returns and horizontal directional drill process, or HDDs. HDDs protect waterways from being disturbed. It's the preferred construction method within the industry for pipelines crossing bodies of water, and involves drilling a tunnel under a designated area and then pulling a pipeline or utility through. It actually protects water bodies from unnecessary disturbance. Drilling fluid, also known as drilling mud, is a non-toxic and primarily made up of naturally occurring clay and water. The topic came up with regard to Line 3 in Minnesota. This drilling mud formation was approved by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. Inadvertent returns of drilling mud are an expected part of the process. They're cleaned up quickly, and they have no long-term effects on the surrounding area. And then with regard to the water use by Enbridge, Enbridge did not take millions or billions of gallons of water from Minnesota on the Line 3 project. During pipeline construction, a trench is dug for installation of the pipeline. Where the water table is high, standing water appears in the trench. Water is pumped out of the open trenches for worker safety. While this water appropriation was permitted, it was not, quote unquote, taken. Instead, the water is gradually released back to the ground near the appropriation site, and this practice prevents depletion of the water table and follow strict environmental permit regulations and oversight. The environment and pipeline infrastructure can coexist. They have for decades and must continue to in order for us to have safe delivery of the energy that we all require. I encourage the Wisconsin DNR to provide the necessary permit to Enbridge for Line 5.
Kevin, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your
can be
comments.
constructed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we'll have Robin Ruan, followed by Carrie Kiernan, and then Juliana Stoner.
Hi, my name is Robin Ron. I'm coming from 425 Nevada Avenue, Sunnyvale, California.
Thank you, Robin. Go ahead with your comments.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Robin and I'm a youth living on Ohlone land. I'm against Line 5's construction. There's been numerous breaches and 28 different cases of fracats or toxins being released with Line 5's construction already. And the land it's being built on is fragile since wild rice is grown here. This makes these past frequent incidents even more worrisome. I understand wanting to build a pipeline for energy and sustaining jobs, but we need to think of our futures as well. Tar sands, which is being used in Pipeline 5, account for 2.7% of greenhouse gas emissions in Canada, or the equivalent of 3.7 million cars releasing greenhouse gases annually. So it's pretty clear that this pipeline will have a harmful effect on the environment. We need to switch to sustainable energy and think of our futures, as it will reap more profits and create more jobs in the economy than fossil fuels will. Renewable energy growth pulled us out of a recession in 2015, since the solar workforce grew 12 times faster than the rest of the economy. And according to Forbes, by 2025, it's going to cost more to operate coal plants versus renewable energy like wind and solar. As a youth, I can say that we're all terrified of climate change. Our future seems really uncertain as the sea level rises every day, and it seems like our biodiversity is dying out even more now. And it's really scary because the corporations on top, like Enbridge, get to decide what they get to do with our lands and homes, and their decisions directly impact us. Like this pipeline could harm people's health and land, but ultimately Enbridge gets the privilege of walking away if there is a potential mess and the people living on this land don't. I know many people personally who have health conditions or, relatives who died earlier because of the environment they grew up in, and it can be really heartbreaking. It can make you feel helpless. So please do some unbiased, accurate research on this pipeline's construction and update the DIS. We need to invest in sustainable energy for the sake of our communities and our earth. The people know what they need best, and spaces like these are incredibly important. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Up next is Carrie Kiernan, followed by Juliana Stoner, and then Sarah Kahn.
Hi, my name is Carrie Kernan, and I live at 1012 Chauncey Street in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, and I'm here in solidarity with the Bad River Band of Lake Superior Tribe of Chippewa Indians. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. In my opinion, the EIS report is weak and is revealing of the lack of transparency surrounding the project Enbridge is proposing to do in northern Wisconsin. The Bad River Slough and the Kakagan Sloughs are critical to Anishinaabe culture and maintaining genetic diversity of the wild rice in Lake Superior by being the only extensive coastal wild rice bed in the Great Lakes region. And I'm very concerned about what the EIS actually says regarding the wild rice in 16.9.1, quote, "There are no known wild rice waters in proximity to the proposed route. Additionally, no wild rice production areas would be crossed by any of the route alternatives. If other previously unknown wild rice production areas that could be affected by the project's construction are discovered along the project's route, Enbridge would work with the landowner and/or DNR to determine appropriate measures to be implemented to minimize or avoid project-related impacts to wild rice production areas," end quote. Isn't that what the EIS is supposed to already be doing? This report fails to recognize the basic physics of ecosystems, rivers, and wetlands. Of course, this pipeline could potentially affect the wild rice beds if there was a spill. We all know Enbridge's history of spills. The pipeline reroute would cross the Bad River and its tributaries, which eventually journey to the coastal wild rice beds. Concerning the pipeline crossing just upstream of Copper Falls State Park and Brownstone Falls, again from the EIS, Section 7.6.3, difficult to access areas, mentions that, quote, difficult to access areas like the two 100-foot gorges in Copper Falls State Park are not easily accessible by people or machines and could be impacted during a pipeline failure. Physical and manual cleanup in these locations would be nearly impossible. Cleanup and recovery would likely take years of days or weeks, and long-term impacts to these areas could occur, end quote. The EIS mentions using solvents upstream or delivered via air if this were to happen. No matter whatever Enbridge promises, no matter how many jobs they offer, no matter how much tax revenue they hang over our heads, we know better. They are the real fearmongers. We do not need their jobs. According to a study published on July 23rd, 2021, global renewable energy jobs will grow fivefold from 4.4 million today to 22 million by 2050. Financial security through fossil fuels is a pipe dream of Enbridge. They and their allies are taking advantage of economically depressed areas and struggling people of Wisconsin by dangling their numbers and tax incentives over our heads. And they know what they're doing. They've done it before in other states successfully. Don't let them fool you. We do not need to coexist with them, as they have not proven that they cannot uphold their promises. Please, I ask you deeply to consider the impact of your decisions regarding the EIS, as well as future permits. Please respect the tribe's wishes and their way of life. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Carrie. Up next is Juliana Stoner, followed by Sarah Kahn, and then Daniel Guzman.
Hi, my name is Juliana Stoner. I live at 911 East 8th Street, Duluth, Minnesota, 55805. So I'm 22 years old. I'm a member of the Twin Ports Democratic Socialists of America. I'm a climate advocate, not really because I want to be, but because my generation is forced to be. So I want to echo many of the previous speakers, the vast majority tonight of speakers, especially the youth. And I want to emphasize that the DNR pay particular attention to the voices of the many Indigenous speakers today as well. I grew up in New Mexico, where I personally saw and felt the effects of climate change fueled wildfires. And I now live in Duluth, Minnesota, where we've seen the impacts of Enbridge's Line 3, as many folks here have mentioned. These effects should worry Wisconsin and everyone who depends on Lake Superior for drinking water, recreation, etc. The Wisconsin DNR must deny Line 5 permits because the economic talking points that have been made tonight are all false. Line 3 made only 20 permanent jobs. Line 5 reroute would make fewer, if any. When they say pipelines are the safest form of transporting energy, that is absolutely ridiculous, as it clearly doesn't take into account renewable energy or alternatives. Let's get into environmental injustice. The draft EIS does not adequately address dangers from the inevitable oil spills on Monument, wild rice, as previous speakers have maintained. We've seen time and time again environmental injustices fall on Indigenous communities, other communities of color, and this EIS also fails to recognize the authority of treaty rights, as has been mentioned. And then to get into climate concerns, to quote the Wisconsin Governor's Task Force on Climate Change, to stay within the Paris Agreement climate goals, Wisconsin cannot build any new fossil fuel infrastructure. And that is also in line with the International Energy Agency, which says that to stay under 1.5 degrees Celsius, no new fossil fuel infrastructure can be built. The draft EIS does not even remotely begin to address climate impacts of extending the life of the Line 5 pipeline. To echo Michael's point previously about climate anxiety, I'm sick of people saying that it's idealistic to believe that my generation and generations to come should not have to feel constant anxiety about climate change, pollution, environmental destruction. I think this is our most basic right. And just look at who's calling in tonight. On one side, the 4 people are almost entirely energy, corporate, whereas against our youth, Indigenous communities, people who care about natural lands, and the DNR's job is to protect and ensure the safety of the environment and health of individuals in the United States of America. So please decommission Line 5. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Juliana. Up next is Sarah Kahn, followed by Daniel Guzman, then Matthew Horning.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Sarah Kahn. I'm from Flint, Michigan, 2013 Monteith Street. Also, I'd like to reinstate that as a water protector, giving our addresses out is dangerous. The head of security at Enbridge does attack and assault us water protectors. So that's something you should take into consideration at future meetings. I don't like giving out my info, but I will if it means protecting the water. A few things that happened with Enbridge just within less than a year. They lost a 15,000-pound anchor in the bottom of the Mackinac Straits. It was a few hundred feet away from the pipeline. How do you lose a 15,000-pound ship anchor? These are the people that we're supposed to entrust with the security of our pipeline. They also just recently ran a boat into the Mackinac Bridge. And there was a group that shut off a valve at a pipe station. They called Enbridge's emergency line to tell them, we're going to shut off your valve. They're an activist group. Enbridge didn't answer their emergency line that is there for emergencies such as oil spills. Nobody answered. And it took over 40 minutes just for Enbridge to collab with the police department about this rogue group shutting off their valve. So there's just a few things that I don't think have been mentioned about how neglectful and how we can't trust the security of an oil pipeline to a company like this. I think it was Kevin who spoke before, an Enbridge person saying they're professional. That's the absolute opposite of being professional in the energy field. I was also at line 3 and spoke with a DNR enforcement there. His name was Joe Albert. He was paid by Enbridge, and so was the police to protect the pipeline. The foreign entity, a Canadian company, bought our police and our DNR in Minnesota to fight against us water protectors as if we were the criminals. Enbridge is the criminals, not us. And I have little faith, like Frank did with all his swear words, that they haven't bought you guys off as well. And this is just for show. Also, earlier, a few hours ago, a rep for Enbridge said the sex trafficking was a lie. That can easily be looked up online. And he is a liar. Enbridge also said on June 28th that 2 of its employees were involved in that sex trafficking sting. And I'd like to let everybody know in the past 2 weeks, there's been 3 oil spills, one in Peru, one in Ecuador, and one in Thailand. And the Indigenous people have warned us about this for years and years. And when are we going to start listening? That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. At this point, I'm going to turn the hearing examination responsibilities back over to Drew Watermullen to continue with the comments.
Thanks, Ben. We're going to go right on to Dan Guzman, and following Dan, we'll hear from Matthew Horning and then Virginia Morris.
Sagoli Swagwake. My name is Daniel Guzman King. I'm a councilman of the United Nations, and I'm speaking on behalf of the United Nations and those who cannot speak for themselves. I'd like to express our concerns relative to the draft environmental impact statement for Enbridge Line 5.
Daniel, before you comment, can you just state your address for the record, please?
No, I cannot. I stood on the front lines of the Dakota Access Pipeline and got shot at, tear gassed. I also protested at the front lines of Line 3 and will protest at Line 5 if this goes through. So I will not. Thank you. The United Nations has reviewed Enbridge's proposed plan for the construction of Pipeline 5 and determined that the proposed construction poses a threat to tribal lands, environment, treaty rights, historical, cultural sites, and waters in the upper Mississippi watershed and the Western Great Lakes. many sovereign nations and indigenous communities live and rely upon the lands along the proposed pipeline, which poses a threat to indigenous way of life. And the proposed line could disproportionately impact indigenous people, threaten resources critical to the survival of indigenous communities, and exacerbate the already profound disparities in health access and outcomes that tribal communities face. The United will understand that water provides sustenance to all life on earth, including the land, and the threat of pollution to the land and waters is too great a risk that it is unacceptable to our people. The draft environmental impact statement has flaws that are of great importance. First, the EIS fundamentally misrepresents the treaty rights of the tribes. The United Nations knows that the 1842 treaty with the Chippewa Nation affects more than a few indigenous communities listed in the EIS. As a matter of fact, many of the Chippewa nations, not just in Wisconsin, hold usufructuary rights within the ceded territory of the 1842 treaty. Each tribe deserves to be accurately represented and given adequate consideration of the impacts this proposed pipeline will have to not only their treaty rights, but also to the livelihood of their people. We believe that the EIS does not contain enough data to determine what the impacts downstream could be if there was a spill. The United Nations is absolutely concerned about this, as Enbridge has not had a great history in this arena. As already stated, many tribal communities rely upon our waters for resources, including for sustenance. We believe that the EIS barely scratches the surface as to the potential impacts to the environment. It does not consider or address climate change vulnerabilities that are anticipated to occur relative to rainfall, flooding events, changes in Lake Superior coastal dynamics, and watershed vulnerabilities. For example, there are significant natural changes occurring to Lake Superior relative to coastal erosion on the south side of the lake due to the lake's north side natural rising. This is a natural changing environment in which the EIS does not address, but could be detrimental to the largest freshwater lake in the world. We also believe that disruption to the natural habitat, the wetlands, and the waterways could potentially have some devastating environmental impacts to endangered species. Researchers within the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife have stated that their surveys have found more endangered species than what the pipeline's consultants found, and are very concerned about the loss of rare plants and animals. Water quality impacts of an oil spill on aquatic systems at the spill site and downstream would again be devastating. No amount of money, jobs, or profit will cover the cost of destroying Mother Earth and all of her resources. This project and others like it are irresponsible, destructive, short-sighted, unsustainable, and should be considered a heinous crime against the rights of nature and humanity. Go, Donington.
All right, thank you for your comments, Daniel. Next up will be Matthew Horning, followed by Virginia Morris, and then Susan Nozzle.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Matt Horning, 920 Chapel Avenue, Ashland, Wisconsin. I'm a father of 3 children, a family doctor, and a member of Wisconsin Health Professionals for Climate Action. Also a landowner on the White River in the town of Jingles in Ashland County, adjacent to and just downstream from the proposed Line 5 expansion and the White River HDD crossing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. From our property, my family and friends fish, paddle, and swim in the White River. We forage for chanterelles, blackberries, wild grapes, and cranberries. We hunt deer, grouse, and turkey, tap maple trees, grow food in our garden, and drink water from our well. Our well and many other private wells aren't accounted for in the draft EIS. My comments and requests will be submitted in written form and are more lengthy, but briefly for this public comment period are as follows. Number 1, I request that the DNR conduct a full survey related to groundwater and private wells to ensure that those of us living within the Bad River watershed, adjacent to or downstream of Line 5, have clean water to drink. The current draft does not provide for adequate water quality baseline monitoring. Yet monitoring is critical before, during the construction phase, and throughout the operational life and following decommissioning of the pipeline, with data specifically addressing downstream effects of pipeline accidents like frackouts and spills on the water resources of the region. Number two, I request that the EIS list the names, chemical structures, and the amounts of all components in drilling fluid used or planned to be used, as we know these chemicals will find their way into our watershed, water supply, and into our bodies. I echo the requests of others that the DNR complete its own detailed analysis of the climate change impacts of this pipeline over its lifetime. A pipeline is a new and ongoing source of petroleum consumption and greenhouse gas emissions every day, 500,000 barrels per day in the case of current Line 5. While we are conducting an environmental impact statement of a future, longer Line 5, we must account for future flow and emissions. And finally, I ask DNR staff, scientists, and leaders, all of you that have stuck with all of us for this long session, to show continued courage and professionalism by foregrounding climate change effects in the EIS. We, the people of Wisconsin, depend upon the ethics and integrity of the DNR staff to represent the public interest, our shared interest, despite industry's near complete capture of the regulatory and permitting process. The facts, the true environmental impacts of the Line 5 expansion need to be presented. When the full impacts are described, the DNR and other regulatory agencies, on behalf of us all, can say no to the Line 5 expansion and yes to a future where the water and air of northern Wisconsin remain clean and our planet remains a place we all can live and thrive. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you, Matthew. Next up will be Virginia Morris. We'll follow Virginia with Susan Nozel and then Jackie Christensen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Virginia Morris. I live at 2327 19th Avenue in Oakland, California. Thank you very much for listening to my testimony. I'm a grandmother with two grandchildren, 15 and 11. I have told them I will do everything I can to turn around the fossil fuel system before I die. I am asking the DNR to deny permission to reroute Line 5 and asking them to decommission the current line. I have read the DEIS. I am wondering if in 7.2.2, you really believe, you in the DNR, that the measures proposed are enough to prevent serious spills. Enbridge Line 3 in Minnesota is reported to have pierced 1 to 3 aquifers. Are you aware of the consequences of both excavation of tar sands and sending them through the pipeline to the entire planet? We need to stop fossil fuel production in this decade. I ask that you stop construction of the Pipeline 5 project in its tracks. Again, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Susan Nozel and then Jackie Christensen, followed by Grace Johnson.
Good evening, or maybe even good morning. My name is Susan Nossel, and I live at 1105 Haywood Drive in Madison, Wisconsin. I really appreciate hearing everybody's perspective tonight. I'm a scientist and study atmospheric physics. To clarify today, I wanted to clarify that I'm representing myself and my personal views. However, as a concerned resident of Wisconsin, not an employer, but just my own personal views. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm writing to most strongly urge the DNR to most deeply more deeply consider the climate impacts of the proposed Enbridge Line 5 pipeline reroute expansion, and to deny the permit based on climate change, and to respect the rights of the sovereign Bad River Band of the Lake Superior Chippewa. In response to the release of the 2021 Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said the report was nothing less than, quote, a code red for humanity. The alarm bells are deafening and the evidence is irrefutable, unquote. He noted that the internationally agreed upon threshold of 1.5 degrees above Celsius above pre-industrial levels of global heating was, quote, perilously close. We are at imminent risk of hitting 1.5 degrees in the near term. The only way to prevent exceeding this threshold is by urgently stepping up our efforts and pursuing the most ambitious path, he said, unquote. We're already, as been noted tonight, we are already experiencing a wide range of extreme weather and other severe climate impacts that are present about 1 to 1.1 degrees above Celsius above pre-industrial times. The impacts are significantly worse at 2 degrees than at 1.5 degrees Celsius, as the IPCC has noted, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Quote, to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees this century, the world needs to urgently put additional policies and actions in place to almost halve annual greenhouse gas emissions in the next 8 years. Unquote, is from the United Nations 2021 Emissions Gap Report. At this pivotal moment in our global history, we must do all that we can to achieve a just and rapid transition away from fossil fuels. The Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources has the obligation to these and future generations and ecosystems to comprehensively consider the climate impacts of the Enbridge Line 5 pipeline and to deny the permit for the Line 5 reroute and decommission the existing Enbridge Line 5 pipeline. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Jackie Christensen will be next, followed by Grace Johnson and then Jane Perry.
Good morning. My name is Jackie Christensen, 12309 Fiona Avenue North, White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Thank you for this opportunity. This DEIS is incomplete. With line 3, and we've heard a lot about that tonight, but we really did learn a lot about what goes wrong as witnessed before, during, and after construction. Wisconsin friends, you too will be left to monitor Enbridge's harm. Do everything possible out ahead of the project to hold Enbridge accountable for their failures. Prepare for frac outs. The DEIS must contain updated information on the frequency and impacts of horizontal directional drilling, frac outs. Enbridge well exceeded the projected frac outs in the Line 3 EIS. We had 28 frac outs at 12 rivers, multiple frac outs at the same river, and there were 6 frac outs at the East Savannah River, whose water makes its way to Lake Superior. Imagine this catastrophe if Line 5 crosses 185 waters that feed the Bad River watershed in Lake Superior. This is an egregious breach of federal trust responsibility with the Bad River Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. Enbridge's response plan and monitors. From Enbridge's own drilling mud containment, response, and notification plan, quote, an observer will document and monitor release. In general, containment is not feasible for in-stream releases, end quote. This is absurd. The DEIS must require full-time independent monitors for all water crossings. With Line 3, monitors were rare, and 17 of 41 had ties to Enbridge. And if containment is not feasible, do not run a pipeline there. And to refute an earlier speaker's claim, citizen monitors in Minnesota found chemicals in drilling mud. Drilling mud impacts the water. Accountability. The DEIS should include a comprehensive water testing before construction to establish a baseline for remediation. It must clearly spell out accountability when there is criminal failure on Enbridge's part to follow their plans and uphold water quality. The DEIS should make clear that when there are aquifer breaches and frac outs, that all construction stops until it's addressed. For Line 3, there was criminal action by Enbridge to trench 18 feet, as we've heard tonight, but when the permit allowed 8 to 10. It resulted in the aquifer breach, breaching water for a year, but construction continued at breakneck speed. In Minnesota, we did everything possible to warn our decision makers of the atrocities of Line 3, but we were largely ignored, even on the backside of the project, with our worst nightmares coming true. Please do everything in your power to stop Line 5, or at least develop the tightest possible plan in the EIS. Prepare for the worst, be ready to respond, and hold Enbridge accountable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jackie. Next, we'll hear from Grace Johnson, followed by Jane Perry, and then Jorge Roman Romero. Grace, if you're speaking, we're not hearing you.
Able to hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. My name is Grace Johnson, address 111 North Mill Street, Madison. I would first and foremost like to urge those present to remain aware of and impervious to Enbridge's blatant and continued charlatanism. As a company, Enbridge's many glowing claims about the safety of their projects, as well as the jobs that would be theoretically created as a result of said projects, have been shown to be sorely lacking in practice. When examining claims that Enbridge makes, we have been given a clear blueprint in the completion of Line 3 of how those claims in fact play out. Line 3 was advertised to Minnesotans under the fictitious claim that Line 3 would generate nearly 9,000 jobs, 75% of which would go to local laborers. However, when fourth quarter jobs reports were published in 2020, it was revealed that only 33% of jobs and 28% of total work hours were held by Minnesotans. Most of the jobs creation metrics I've heard tonight, as well as the oft-repeated statistic of 2,100 trucks per day that would supposedly be required to replace the work done by Line 5, have not come from any objective source or scientific study, but rather straight from the mouth of Julie Kellner, Enbridge's own publicist. Moreover, Enbridge abstained for as long as possible from releasing these unfavorable figures in its personal reports. To expand on Enbridge's not-so-illustrious history of willful mismanagement, one cannot ignore the company's apparent incompetence at managing aquifer breaches. A single Line 3 breach took Enbridge nearly a year to rectify, and the effects on local ecosystems, farmland, and aquifer levels are still unknown. In a state that prides itself on agriculture, we cannot afford to ignore the adverse impacts that the construction and operation of pipelines have on crop yield and groundwater, factors that greatly affect the ability of dirt farmers like my uncle and my grandparents before him to keep themselves financially afloat. To construe the decision to expand Line 5 as a boon for working people is a fallacy. It is not labor that stands to benefit in this endeavor, but capital. When it comes to a contest between the wealth of multinational corporations and the well-being of the environment and the people who live in it, the game is always zero-sum. The interests of multi-billion-dollar fossil fuels companies and the interests of Wisconsin workers are not alike, and to pretend as though they are is an illusion that does nothing but sell the idea of a pipeline to those who would otherwise critically examine the existential threat that Line 5 poses to climate, wetland, and human health. Trusting an oil conglomerate with a demonstrated history of misleading claims, natural fiascos, and using money to grease its way into political favor would be a grave mistake. Uncritically citing their statements as fact and allowing a firm sympathetic to them to perform environmental assessments was a misstep that renders the current draft of the environmental impact statement inconsiderable. As someone who grew up in Wisconsin, attends school here, and wants to see the state remain undespoiled by the uncontrollable bituminous filth that the Line 5 expansion would release into local lands and waterways, I humbly implore that the DNR reject this project and refuse to issue permits for what will be yet another harbinger of doom for Wisconsin wildlife, public health, and the exacerbating climate crisis. Thank you for your consideration. I cede my time.
Thank you for your comments, Grace. Next, we'll hear from Jane Perry, followed by Jorge Roman Romero, and then Patricia Hamill.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Jane Perry, retired teacher and researcher from the University of California, Berkeley, and a member of 1,000 Grandmothers for Future Generations. I live on unceded Ohlone territory, 5814 Margarito Drive, Oakland, California, 94618. Thank you for listening. I recognize the Bad River Band of Lake Chippewa, the Red Cliff Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, the Forest County Potawatomi Community, the Lac du Flambeau Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission, and all other Indigenous tribes not included in the DEIS. I hope you and your loved ones are all safe and healthy and have everything you need. The heart of justice is truth-telling, seeing ourselves and the world the way it is. I applaud Section 8, Environmental Justice and MMIW for its inclusion, which is why I request that this DEIS be rejected and no permit be granted, and here's why. Environmental justice ought to begin the draft with any proposal addressing the protection and sovereignty of all beings in this federally recognized region. From the Wisconsin Administrative Code, the EIS is an informational tool that does not compel a particular decision and agency, nor does it prevent the agency from concluding that other values outweigh the environmental consequences of a proposed action or project. I learned a lot about this rich and beautiful region from the draft proposal. With humility to TRC staff and to DNR staff, the value to be decided in the DEIS is whether to heed the warnings and truth-telling of tribal participants or to outweigh environmental justice and the honoring and respect of women, water, and earth. Devaluing tribal truth-telling is a bit like eating a ton of junk food. While it tastes good at the time, it sits heavy in the stomach and the body is not really adequately nourished and remains in a constant state of lack and longing. While my letter goes into specific detail over dangerous and chilling omissions and grave concerns, tonight I impress upon the DNR that we are at a crossroads in protecting and valuing sustainable life. To quote from a tribal participant, "You're all in the same canoe and you've got to start paddling in the same direction." Make a choice that values interconnectedness and reject this DEIS and Land 5. Thank you for listening. Please stay well as we envision a healthy future that looks safe and just, clean and restored for all beings. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jane. Next, we'll hear from Jorge Roman Romero, followed by Patricia Hamill, and then Michael Gorman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Jorge, please go ahead and state your name and address for the record, and then we'll take your comments.
Sure, thank you. I am Jorge Roman Romero, an environmental attorney at Midwest Environmental Advocates at 612 West Main Street in Madison, Wisconsin. I am actually here to read oral remarks prepared by high school students who had to leave the meeting early. So I'm here to read the remarks of Felicia Sheng, a senior at McFarland High School, where she leads the Ecological Club, and Anna Engelbert, a senior at Wanakee High School, where she leads the Environmentally Compassionate Organization. Both are leaders of the Dane County Youth Environmental Committee, where they aspire to help their community reach net zero emissions. Now I will read their prepared remarks. We appreciate this opportunity to comment on behalf of Dane County Youth Environmental Committee and the respective environmental clubs in opposition of Line 5's inadequate environmental impact statement. The Wisconsin Environmental Policy Act holds the state government responsible for fulfilling the social, economic, and other requirements of present and future generations. To that end, DNR, as trustee of the environment for succeeding generations, must seriously consider the climate effects of this pipeline infrastructure project. Unfortunately, DNR cannot do that because the environmental impact statement fails to adequately analyze the climate effects of the pipeline project, which disproportionately burdens younger and future generations. The EIS fails to quantify, for instance, the greenhouse gases emissions associated with the project and does not monetize the cost of such emissions, even though the law requires the environmental report to analyze indirect and cumulative effects and to also consider the maintenance and enhancement of long-term productivity of the human environment. As young people active in our communities, we want to represent them today by conveying to you all how deeply affected by and invested in this issue we are. We are here to voice our collective call for Enbridge to provide an adequate report on the environmental impact of the rerouting of Line 5. The teens and young adults of today live with the understanding that our world has a time limit, one that is being continuously cut shorter and shorter by companies who refuse to take responsibility for their actions. Enbridge also owes us an honest assessment of the environmental toll that this reroute will cause, because we are the generation who will live with the consequence of the fossil fuels they transport and the lines they build. We're not asking for much. Many young people like us dream of playing a role in changing the world in some way and cleaning up the mess of climate change left behind for us. The impact of Line 5 is detrimental not only to the environment, but also to people like me, damaging our hopes of a cleaner future, making another sloppy mess that is left to us to clean up. As a study from the 4th National Climate Assessment estimates, climate change will lead to increased temperatures and precipitation that will reduce agricultural productivity, erode soils, contribute to poor air quality, and overall worsening of economic conditions in the Midwest. The scientific report even concludes that future risks from climate change depend primarily on decisions made today. In sum, the DNR cannot rely on the environmental impact statement because it inadequately ignores the impacts of greenhouse gases emissions and climate change, effects that will disproportionately affect younger and future generations. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment. And so that was the prepared remarks.
Thank you, Jorge, for sharing those. Next, we'll hear from Michael Gorman, followed by Samantha Cooper, and then Michelle Johnson. Oh, wait, sorry. Next, we're going to hear from Patricia Hamill, and then we'll hear from Michael Gorman, followed by Samantha Cooper.
All right. My name is Patricia Hamill. I live at 809 North Hogan Street in Antigo, Wisconsin. I'm hoping my internet doesn't go out a third time because I've been dropped from this Zoom meeting twice already. I represent individual people in the northern 33 counties of Wisconsin and the 11 recognized tribe as an attorney. And I care very much about the environment in the Bad River watershed. I feel like I'm in a committed relationship with the Tyler Forks River, and this is an exceptional waterway. It's unlike anything I've seen, and I've lived all over the upper Midwest. I've lived in the redwood forests of Northern California, but Tyler Forks is really exceptional. And the thought that it's going to be blasted underneath is really sickening to me. There are wood turtles there. I was going to post a photograph of one that I took a couple years ago in the Tyler Forks River, but we're not allowed to post photos. I don't think this environmental impact statement is ready for prime time. It's poorly written, incomplete. The table of contents is inaccurate. Information is repetitive and often irrelevant. Like I'm learning about Langlade County's northern woodlands, but this doesn't go anywhere near Langlade County, which is where I live. And it's unnecessarily lengthy. I think it's over 400 pages. And I applaud anybody who's actually read the entire thing. I haven't had time to read the entire thing. By the time I get done with work every day, I can't, absorb that much more material. But it lacks any real information about the effects of construction and maintenance of Line 5, from what I can tell. And I did get about halfway through it. There's no informed consent from the tribes, the indigenous people who are going to be affected by this permanent right-of-way. Bad River tried to protect their water by denying the lease, and now Enbridge is continuing to threaten them by just moving it outside the reservation boundaries and upstream from the Bad River, the Kakagan Sloughs, and all its tributaries. I don't think the other alternative routes have been really considered. The northern alternative goes through Canada, and this is oil that mainly comes from Canada. Some of it's coming from the Bakken Shale, but it's going to Montreal. It's going to Ontario. 2% gets siphoned off at the refinery in Rapid Rivers, the Rapid River Refinery near Escanaba, and the rest of it's going to Canada. I'm noting some of the specific things. I don't want to restate everything that's already been said so well, but there's a quote: in consultation between USACE and Bad River Red Cliff Band in Forest County, Potawatomi regarding additional data collection on cultural sites is ongoing as of EIS publication. So they're not complete. They haven't really, and I know this is not the DNR's publication, and I'm very sorry that the DNR doesn't have the scientific staff to do these themselves and instead has to rely on contractors that the company has hired. But they haven't completed the survey of cultural resources, which is required by law. And Michigan's trying to shut down Line 5. So what if that happens? What if they can't go through the states of Mackinac? Enbridge is...
Patricia, we're at time, so I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Okay, well, I represented some landowners suing Enbridge over their failure to provide pollution insurance in Dane County, and they refused to provide even information about what insurance they have. They refused to report spills immediately, which they said they're going to do. And the security plan, I'd like to know if they're going to use the same private security people that were setting dogs on people and shooting them with concussion grenades in North Dakota. And I do have photographs of some of those people.
All right, we've got to wrap up.
Under the Tyler Forks, what's that going to do? I'm sorry, I waited 7 hours. I got kicked
and there's people waiting after you, so we're going to wrap up.
Yes. And thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
It needs more work.
You're welcome to submit your written comments in addition to your oral comments.
I will.
Next up is going to be Michael Gorman, followed by Samantha Cooper, and then by Michelle Johnson.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to comment. My address is P.O. Box 91, Washburn, Wisconsin, 54891. It's located inside the ceded territory of the Anishinaabe, whose lands and rights to harvest natural resources are still protected by treaty with the United States. I stand with the tribal leadership of Bad River and Red Cliff in opposition to Line 5 and to the proposed reroute around the Bad River Reservation for the threat it poses to those rights. The draft EIS is a ridiculous piece of fantasy fiction that minimizes the likelihood of mishaps, negligence, and permit violations, resembling the incidents that have occurred repeatedly during Enbridge's hasty expansion of Line 3 across Minnesota. Enbridge is still being investigated for its unlawful breach of the Clearbrook Aquifer, resulting in the loss of millions of gallons of water. And the extent of that damage caused won't be known for years. Why would Wisconsin invite a repeat performance from Enbridge? The recklessness that Enbridge has displayed during the Line 3 expansion proves it cannot be trusted to reroute Line 5 in such a sensitive ecosystem. This project risks contaminating the White, Marengo, and Bad Rivers and everything downstream, including Copper Falls State Park, the Bad River Reservation, the Kakagan Slough, Lake Superior, and the Apostle Islands. The people of northern Wisconsin literally cannot afford such a catastrophe. Our economy, culture, and health depend on protecting the Lake Superior watershed from environmental violence and petro-colonizers like Enbridge. In closing, I urge the DNR to reject this draft EIS and to commission a more extensive study from a less compromised organization than TRC. A thorough and thoughtful document would have to eliminate the contradictions, gaps, unsupported generalizations, and half-truths contained in this draft. And were this to happen, of course, it would become evident that the proposed Line 5 reroute is irresponsible. Thank you again for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your comments, Michael. Next will be Samantha Cooper, followed by Michelle Johnson, and then Gordon Cunningham.
Hi. My
Hi.
name is,
Oh, go ahead, Samantha. Your name and address for the record.
thank you. My name is Samantha Cooper. My address is 629 Spencer Street Road, Brighton, Michigan. I would love it if you could clarify to everyone, maybe you did at the beginning, who all is listening and who all will listen to these comments this late at night and how that will happen. I'd also like to share that earlier this evening, David Stefan stated that pipelines are the safest way to deliver energy. I believe David meant to say oil instead of energy, as there are renewable energy sources that don't require either pipelines or complicity in ecological degradation and environmental racism. I'm sincerely asking the DNR to consider if this draft EIS is leaving certain people, places, and beings out of their definition of safety. If pipelines are truly the safest way to transport oil, which I doubt, then this is unacceptable because the spill rate statistics are abysmal and many of the cleanups are woefully incomplete, including the Kalamazoo River, where I'm from. I'd like to read a quote from Christopher F. Jones of Time magazine. Over time, pipelines have become more reliable, featuring better welding of their joints along with extensive monitoring systems. However, the development and implementation of these technologies has rarely happened on its own. In most cases, regulations and public pressure have been necessary to spur change. Without strong penalties, it is cheaper for companies to allow small leaks than to build better pipelines. Yet despite improvement, pipelines remain imperfect. In the US, a pipeline spill occurs nearly every day, with over 1,400 accidents in America between 2010 and 13. Historian Sean Corral recently demonstrated that even a pipeline that has operated with a 99.99% success rate in Canada has averaged a spill and a half a year and discharged about 5.8 million liters over oil the past 40 years. A very low failure rate, one likely to be understated as it relies so heavily on self-reporting by leakers, therefore can still produce heavy environmental damage. I lived in Kalamazoo during the Enbridge oil spill. I was in Minnesota when Enbridge pierced aquifers, caused frackouts, and disregarded federal treaty rights. I'm one of over 1,000 defendants who were punished for attempting to peacefully protect the headwaters, which were shortly thereafter damaged with frackouts. I do not trust Enbridge with our water. The governor of Michigan does not trust Enbridge with our water. The Bad River Band doesn't want the pipeline in their watershed. I urge you all not to trust this high-risk, low-reward Enbridge project to further edit your EIS and to ultimately deny these permits. Don't trust Enbridge, protect your land. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Samantha. I do want to remind everybody that a recording of this hearing will be available on the DNR's Enbridge project website. So we know it's late and we still have a number of people who want to testify, but we will make all comments that we receive, all the written comments available on the website and a recording of this hearing. Next up will be Michelle Johnson, followed by Gordon Cunningham, and then Barbara With.
Hello, this is Michelle.
Go ahead, Michelle. State your name and address for the record, and then we'll take your comments.
Michelle Johnson, 119 North 25th Street East, Superior, Wisconsin.
You can go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to share comments tonight. I'm responsible for community engagement at Enbridge. I've lived in Wisconsin, specifically the North Woods, my entire life. I grew up fishing, hunting, and camping, enjoying all the wonderful natural resources of our beautiful state. I've shared these values and my love of Wisconsin with my children. I have 3 points to share tonight. Our state can protect and manage our natural resources and support critical energy infrastructure. Our state and country has extraordinary resources and knowledge available to support both the environment and energy. In fact, energy plays a role in enjoying, managing, and protecting our natural resources. The best example is simply our ability to live in the North Woods, staying warm during the winter and fueling vehicles to travel long distances to work and school. Energy fuels our law enforcement, first responders, military, school buses, our high-tech lifestyles, our recreational equipment like fishing and hunting, and even our clothes. Products derived from crude oil also help the environment, water quality testing materials, erosion control measures, asphalt, and many other products. The US is a global environmental leader. Like others on this call, I too am concerned about climate change. I do my part to live lightly, recycling, reducing fossil fuel use, and reusing materials. We live in one of the most advanced countries of the world with the most strenuous environmental protection and management policies and practices that safely allow for the intelligent construction and operation of pipelines, refineries, and industry that supports our way of life. We all benefit from the use of fuels, petrochemicals, and other products delivered by the oil and gas industry. We should be leaders in developing and managing energy infrastructure and be an example to other countries of how to have both affordable and plentiful energy and a fruitful and productive environment. As a state and a nation, we can't afford the not in my backyard mentality. The nation's energy supply chain is large and complex. Millions of barrels of oil and gas are shipped on millions of pipelines in the US every day. Pipelines are safe, efficient, and have the least impact on the environment. Most people don't realize where pipelines are, and that's a good thing because they are playing their part in the energy system. Most importantly, Wisconsin consumes 12 million barrels of oil every day, but we produce zero. Wisconsin residents are dependent upon a network of pipelines in our state and in our neighboring states to safely deliver crude oil to refineries, followed by deliveries of refined products of gasoline, diesel, home heating fuels, and other refined products to local areas. In addition, we all benefit from the various petrochemicals refined from oil, including plastics for food storage, medical equipment, lightweight parts for electric vehicles, computer and cell phone parts, and so much more. As an Enbridge employee, I have seen firsthand how Enbridge maintains or manages construction projects and operates pipelines. I've worked at Enbridge for nearly 10 years, and I'm proud to work for a company that works with respect and integrity. I realize it's difficult for people who don't work at Enbridge or who haven't been out in the field with us to understand or trust us. Our values of safety, respect, inclusion, and integrity truly guide all of our decisions, big and small, and how we treat others, our coworkers, community stakeholders, and project opponents. We are open and interested in hearing people's concerns about the project and are vested in the permitting process that results in a solid environmental impact statement. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you for your comments, Michelle. Next up will be Gordon Cunningham, followed by Barbara With, and then Leela Allen. And Gordon, I'm going to unmute you. It looks like you are on twice. If you have two connections, we may end up with some feedback and I will have to remove one of them.
Okay, how about now? Does this
Yeah,
work?
we're getting an echo. I'm just going to remove. I'll remove your other connection.
It's still echoing. It's off.
Oh, now we're sounding good. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Please go ahead and state your name and address for the record, and then we'll hear your comments.
My name is Gordon Cunningham, 159015 Zaromsky Road, Mosinee, Wisconsin. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I live on land stolen from Menominee and Ho-Chunk nations. Always when the name Enbridge comes up in the news, in conversation, I brace myself for their latest crime against Native Americans, against the environment, against the laws and regulations of whatever state they occupy, against faith organization representatives who have come to speak and stand to protest to protect land, water, and all living things against the destructive construction of pipelines and their inevitable multitude of ruptures. The name Enbridge is almost universally associated with lawless, destructive activity. When Enbridge's pipeline in Kalamazoo, Michigan burst in 2010, spilling about 1.7 million gallons of tar sands crude oil, along with all the toxic additives necessary to make it flow into the Kalamazoo River. It became the largest inland spill in our country. $1.4 billion has been spent trying to clean that up, and it's still not cleaned up. 30 years before that, in Grand Rapids, Minnesota, 1.7 million gallons of tar sands crude spilled into the Prairie River, a tributary to the Mississippi. Many hundreds of reported and unreported ruptures in those 3 decades have had devastating effect on communities and the environment. Highly toxic additives, chemicals, and solvents make any rupture a highly dangerous event. Not only does the ground and water become irreversibly polluted, explosions, fires, and the toxic fumes endanger communities, all the EMTs, firefighters, law enforcement, healthcare workers, and average citizens. Specialized equipment and training is required to deal with each and every rupture. In all these decades, Enbridge has not learned how to build reliable pipelines to avoid disastrous spills. What Enbridge has learned, however, is how to avoid regulation, how to skirt or change laws, how to hire their own militarized militias, arresting 1,000 people just in the past year, how to avoid jail time for their employees and executives for crimes committed ranging from environmental disasters to routine rape, abduction, and murder of Indigenous women and children. Please, DNR functionaries, realize that allowing Enbridge this pipeline permit, you will inevitably, irreversibly be your historic legacy of shame to yourselves, your families, and your beautiful state of Wisconsin, or deny the Line 5 permit and be heroes to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Gordon. Next, we'll hear from Barbara With, followed by Leela Allen and Sandra Goki.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you for having this hearing. I won't take up too much time.
Could you start, Barbara, with your name and address for the record?
Yes, Barbara With, WITH. I live on Madeline Island, PO Box 153, LaPointe, Wisconsin.
Thank you.
I just have a few things to say. I've been listening to all of this, and it's taken me back to the last time that I testified before the DNR in August of 2013. And I'm going to tell you guys what I told that bulk sample permit hearing. If you listen to all of these people who are here to protect their lives, their very lives. I'm sorry, Michelle, but we don't believe what you're saying. We're here to protect our very lives. And if you move forward with this and allow Enbridge to bring their dirty business up into those hills, you are going to be causing a whole bunch of trouble. And it's not going to be our fault. I'm looking at a possible year in jail for going to prey on the easement in northern Minnesota, while Enbridge people get to just walk free. And what this is when corporations collude with elected officials and public officials to craft laws and draft permits that favor the corporation at the expense of all of us. That's something Winona LaDuke would call regulatory capture. But what I call it is corporate fascism. And what I want to ask of you people in the DNR, I know you're a different administration, but you still have your challenges in this area, is that when you're considering all of this, first of all, remember that we're not going to take it. We're not going to allow it. We're all, and these are people fighting for their lives, self-defense up in those hills. And if you put this forward, that's what you're going to invite. So when you go back and do your process, be brave and do what you're supposed to do. do not be captured by this corporation. I understand there's probably a lot of pressure. There certainly was a lot of pressure on Janet Bewley to turn us in, but do what is right for the people and the water, because this is going to be a hill that many people will die on. Do what is right. Say no to Enbridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, for your comments. Next, we'll hear from Leela Allen, and then Sandra Goki, and then Shannon Davis Faust.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. So my name is Leela Allen. I would also like to echo a lot of the sentiment that these are dangerous times, and
Leila,
giving our addresses out loud to people that might be listening is dangerous. So let's just suffice to say my zip code is 53222 for verification purposes. Thank you. This draft EIS has given me a fresh outlook on how special and unique northern Wisconsin is. And reading this report, it was reminiscent of Aldo Leopold, albeit without the soul or the poetry. Several traits to this unique area are mentioned throughout this report, such as the soil of a superior coastal plain in section 4.251, and the outstanding resource waters in section 5.10.2. Unfortunately, what this report does not include is an adequate environmental analysis of what this project will produce. This report is deeply flawed, filled with inconsistencies and contradictions, and clearly rushed. Wisconsin DNR is responsible for determining whether infrastructure projects are environmentally sound. And so it is the obligation of the Wisconsin DNR to deny this dangerous plant and reject Enbridge. First and foremost, Enbridge is already operating illegally. Easement permits in Bad River have been expired since 2013 and they have been ordered to cease operations in the Straits of Mackinac since May of 21. Operation of Line 5 through expired easements constitutes a continuing trespass under federal law. How is it that they are allowed to continue to operate? How is the public trust doctrine upheld? Where is the integrity of the Wisconsin DNR? Second, this pipe has ruptured 30 times in 50 years, which we've already heard several times tonight. Might I also remind you that the Great Lakes holds 21% of the world's fresh water. Enbridge profits do not commensurate the risks. Enbridge plans to cross so many rivers, all tributaries to Lake Superior. They would have you believe that this reroute is necessary because of the suit from the Bad River. However, this reroute is still located within the watershed and does nothing to prevent the impacts from construction or spill. This report is egregiously inadequate. The state has failed to analyze the environmental impacts that it will have on the watershed or the interconnectedness of the surface water and groundwater. Any leak would contaminate drinking water from discharges from construction or fill changes or a spill. It would make its way throughout the entire watershed. This report has failed to accurately analyze impacts to rare species or discuss cumulative impacts from construction or to operation. This project will go through 3 aquifers and 10 watersheds. In section 6.8.1.5, Enbridge admits to breaching their own plans and piercing the aquifer near Clearbrook. We've also heard about that a lot tonight, which their own words in the report say caused an ongoing and uncontrolled flow, which was not immediately addressed and has not been resolved. We know that aquifer hemorrhaged millions of gallons. Enbridge is dangerous and cannot be trusted to even follow their own plans or to remediate damage caused. This report is filled with where practicable responses. Section 7.63, the EIS declares some sections as difficult to access areas. 2 100-foot gorges in Copper Falls. Physical and manual cleanup would be impossible. Cleanup and recovery would take years and long-term impacts will occur. Section 7.6.4, complete cleanup may never be accomplished. 7.8.13, spill would create permanent
Leila,
negative
I'm
changes.
going to ask you to begin wrapping up.
Sure, no problem. I would just, in conclusion, like to say that based on the inconsistencies and the contradictions alone, that this permit should be denied. Enbridge lies, Enbridge is rogue, Enbridge manipulates, Enbridge is irresponsible, Enbridge destroys. The public trust doctrine must be upheld. Stop line 5, decommission it. It's time to stop Enbridge. The future is in your hands. Thank you so much for taking the time and being with us for so long tonight. I love you all, water protectors.
Thanks for your comments, Layla. Next up will be Sandra Goki, followed by Shannon Davis Faust, and then Benjamin Bishop.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Sandra.
Oh,
Please state your name and address for the record, and then we'll take your comments.
Wayne Pushtabe Indigu. Sandy Goki is my name. I live in Ashland. Kuju Ninawe Magane do Wayne Pushtabe Indigu. Makwendu Dame we kwe ang Nindunjaba, we kwe dong in Danongom Nimu work ni Janasug. I've heard a lot of comments tonight, and one thing that seems to be missing is that you're only asking humans what we think. And you're not considering a whole nother citizenship in our area, which is the trees, the water, the fish, the birds. Those voices have not been heard. And I think much like many of us humans here are saying, no, don't rape us with your pipe. I feel like they might say the same thing. Why would they want to be destroyed for something that they get no profit from? They give themselves to us every single day for everything we need, the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat. Oil is not necessary for that. This is our home, this is their home. And when we speak our language, as I just did to introduce myself and my children, we understand that we are interconnected. That voice hasn't been heard tonight, and I'm here to speak for that voice and for myself and for the voices of my grandchildren that haven't been born yet and their grandchildren, because that was what was done for me in 1854, 1842, 1836, 1837, and prior, and all of those treaties. And in those treaties, when those people were speaking for me who wasn't even born yet, they secured our right, they retained our right to never give up that right to fresh food, water, what was called harvestable resources by Judge Crabb in the LCO cases. Those harvestable resources are our relatives. You're putting at risk resources, relatives that are not yours to put at risk. There is no line in the water saying, this is ours, Anishinaabe peoples, and this is yours, state of Wisconsin, United States. These are not your relatives to put at risk. So I urge you to deny this permit on the very premise that you have not gotten word from all of the citizenship that is being affected by this. Oh, miigwech bizendoyeg, you.
Thank you for your comments, Sandra. Next up will be Shannon Davis Faust, and then we'll hear from Benjamin Bishop, and then Ashlyn Sweeney.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Shannon.
My name is Shannon Davis Faust. I reside at 4946 Broderick Road, Amro, 54963. Thank you for holding this hearing and listening to so many of us. I'm normally one of the silent ones, but I'm compelled to respond because I happen to live on this planet. I resonate with the positions of the majority of people testifying tonight. I'm a Wisconsin native. I have a PhD in ecology, and I worked for the DNR for 12 years. I'm an environmental science educator at the University of Wisconsin, and I also lead a chapter for Citizens Climate Lobby. Considering climate science, it's hard to conceive that we are still entertaining the idea of any oil production project on Earth today. Besides the inevitable direct danger the pipeline poses, it's ridiculous to suggest that an EIS could even begin to address the mitigation needed for climate change. Besides air and water pollution, biodiversity loss, and a host of human health problems, consider also the economic downturn as production of a non-renewable resource inevitably declines. In the name of sustainability, there is no way to sanely justify the continued use of fossil fuels. I've been listening to the people who support Line 5, which I want to specifically address their misconceptions. Not only does Wisconsin have the ability and innovation to transition off of fossil fuel use, but we know how to do it without tanking our economy. Appropriate carbon pricing will actually create an economic boost. Canada is already doing it. The clean energy sector provides more jobs than fossil fuels. I teach in my classes that climate change is the most important environmental issue. Without a stable climate, nothing else matters. It will be a lot less painful if we taper off our addiction to fossil fuels proactively rather than as a reactive emergency in catastrophic times. Stopping the pipeline is just a first step. It's more than just Line 5. The rejection of the rerouting of this pipeline and its eventual decommissioning holds a great deal of promise to affect decisions on other fossil fuel projects. We have to reach a post-carbon future one way or the other. There is no intelligent logic that justifies the passage of any oil through Wisconsin. Much respect and love to the discipline of those who are fulfilling their roles, their employee positions, who are unable to share their views. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to go next to Benjamin Bishop and then Jamie and Delp, followed by Sophia Cawthorn.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record, and then go ahead with your comments.
Benjamin Bishop. I live at 1650 Monroe Street, AA, Madison, Wisconsin 53711.
Go ahead with your comments, Benjamin.
My name is Ben Bishop, and I am from Madison, Wisconsin. I have spent over 3 years of my life living close to Lake Superior. Thank you for listening to me. I am writing about the draft Line 5 relocation EIS describing the impacts of Enbridge's proposed new 41-mile section of the pipeline through the Bad River watershed. I am asking that no new permits are authorized for oil pipelines regarding Line 5. There are 3 specific reasons not to authorize the new Line 5 reroute project that I am going to talk about. This includes native tribal rights, impact to the Lake Superior watershed, and climate change. First, the 1842 U.S. treaty with Chippewa tribes guarantees them the right to hunt, fish, and gather in ceded territory through which the Line 5 expansion is routed. This right goes away if the spill results in contamination of the resources there. The DEIS did not realistically consider the consequences of a very possible spill into the Cagogan Sloughs, home of wild rice in Lake Superior, and it lists only 3 out of 10 tribes granted these rights. Further, Winona LaDuke, a member of the Mississippi Band Anishinaabe, who lives and works on the White Earth Reservation in what is currently known as Minnesota. LaDuke is an advocate for Minoan wild rice too with Indigenous and settler peoples. Her decision to do so tells a story that both Indigenous and settler peoples have a vital stake in the preservation of a healthy ecosystem, that we all have a responsibility to uphold our other than human relations. Next, the current Line 5 pipeline is 65 years old and was built to last 50 years. The continual deteriorating pipeline poses a threat to the Great Lakes, which are about 20% of the world's fresh water. It is concerning that on July 25th, 2010, an oil pipe Line 6B, also operated by Enbridge and any partners, LP leaks 800,000 gallons of Canadian oil into wetlands, Amach Creek and Kalamazoo River, putting the Great Lakes watershed at risk. Additionally, climate change is a real crisis caused by a human industrial civilization emitting greenhouse gases, species extinction, natural disaster, wildfires, droughts, famines, and wars caused by climate change are increasing rapidly. This means no new fossil fuel infrastructure and no new Line 5 authorizations. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thanks for your comments, Ben. Next up will be Jamie and Delp, and then we'll hear from Sophia Cawthorn, followed by Timothy Corden.
Hello, thank you. My name is Jamie Delp. I reside at 230 Murray Avenue in Ann Arbor, Michigan, 48103. I am a writer and a professor of writing at the University of Michigan. Much of my work deals with the protection and preservation of the Great Lakes Basin. I actually haven't crafted a written response today as I'm accustomed to, because I'm at a loss for words. Truly, what else could I possibly say? The voices here today, the voices of Indigenous peoples, of youth, of people who are specialists in their respective environmental and scientific fields, they have already spoken. They have been speaking for years and years and years, and they're speaking the truth. Anyone who values critical analysis, logic, reason, science, fact, not to mention humanity, empathy, the protection of life, anybody who values these vital, fundamental, foundational core values knows that Line 5 must be decommissioned. Any circumstance in which you or I is asked to compromise the integrity of the very source of our survival, of the survival of our children, is unacceptable, because that's what this is. This is the indignity of profit over the lives of people, of creatures, of the natural world that sustains life. So many have already suffered at the hands of Enbridge. And I'm scared, I'm terrified. I'm a mother. I have a 3-year-old son. I grew up in northern Michigan around the Great Lakes. I go to the water to find clarity, to find some kind of peace in a world that feels incredibly fragmented and scary to me. And I worry that until a thing becomes deeply personal, until somebody in a position of power, somebody at Enbridge is wiping oil off the wing of a bird, or goes to take a drink of water from their faucet and they can't because that water could hurt them, that water could hurt their children, that they're not going to care. I beg the DNR, I beg everybody who is in a position of power to truly take pause, to stop and imagine for one moment, if you can, the thing that you love, whatever that is, that person, that place that brings you peace, that brings you life.
Jamie, and I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
That is a source of love. And imagine what you might do to protect that and decommission Line 5. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, we have 10 people left who have indicated that they would like to speak. Next up will be Sophia Cawthorn, followed by Timothy Corden, and then Eric Shivink. If anybody else who has not testified wishes to make comments, you should raise your hand now or press *9 on your phone if you're calling in on the phone. And we'll go ahead with Sophia.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi. Well, I would just like to start off by saying that it's completely ridiculous that any of us have to be on this call tonight doing your job for you, although I do appreciate your time. I am here today.
Sophia, before you comment, could you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Sophia Cawthorn and my zip code is 34787. I reside in Florida and I do not feel comfortable sharing any more of my address. I'm here today to urge. I'm here today to urge the DNR to deny Enbridge this pipeline permit and to shut down the decaying section of Line 5. It is time for Line 5 to be decommissioned immediately. Enbridge is dangerous and a huge threat to the public safety beyond just Wisconsin. I spent several months up in northern Minnesota over the summer where Line 3 was being constructed. Which has now been renamed to Line 93, by the way. Enbridge originally claimed that it was a replacement project, but the renaming just clearly shows that it was never really a replacement project to begin with. But anyway, Line 3 in northern Minnesota that crossed 22 waterways. Enbridge polluted water at 63% of these horizontal drilling locations. In my time in northern Minnesota, I watched Enbridge drain entire rivers and streams, frack out areas that were once pristine, and kill off clams and fish almost entirely. And this wasn't even these frack outs, these horizontal drilling frack outs, these rivers and waterways being drained, and as well as the several species of wildlife just dying off. This was information that was never reported by Enbridge, but found independently by people doing their own environmental reviews and going out and monitoring Enbridge construction sites. This is a pipeline that's being built for profit with the cheapest labor and materials possible to maximize as much profit as possible. Public safety is not the heart of interest with this project. Additionally, we have less than 10 years to minimize the catastrophic effects of global warming. And as someone who's grown up in the state of Florida, I've seen these effects firsthand on my community. As storms have begun to worsen down here, floods have begun to increase, and the coastline has begun to basically diminish as the sea creeps closer to land. I'm here along with several other folks today to ask that the DNR do what is right for my generation and the next 7 generations and decommission Line 5. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Timothy Corden, and then Eric Shivink, and then Sydney Wydell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm Timothy Corden. Live at 205 North 6th Street in Madison, Wisconsin. Thank you, DNR representatives, for your time and your respectful listening. Thank you to all who have spoken before me. I'm truly humbled by the wisdom and heart that so many of you have shared. I'm not going to outline the numerous horrific oil spills, the frack outs, the leaks, or the other forms of pollution that Enbridge and other pipeline companies cause. I'm not going to talk about the man camps or the increases in missing and murdered Indigenous women, relatives, and Two-Spirit people that accompany such pipeline expansion projects. I'm not going to talk about the violations of sovereign treaties with nations that were here long before Wisconsin, or the broken agreements and numerous violations of the public trust that cannot be remedied by simply paying fines and moving on to continue with the same shameful practices. I'm not going to talk about any of the problematic construction outcomes or Enbridge's long history of putting monetary gain over the real well-being of communities, land, water, and life. The fact of the matter is that even if Enbridge was a model of environmental stewardship, even if they cared so deeply and went above and beyond and made sure that they were 100% successful at not breaching aquifers or destroying the environment in any way, even if their pipeline didn't scar some of the most beautiful waterways on Earth, even if Enbridge truly gave more than they took, even if the claims of jobs and economic gain were all true, real, and lasting, burning tar sands oil is unthinkable at this time. We are on the brink of biosphere collapse, global biosphere collapse. And we have to ask ourselves, what are we leaving for our children? We keep hearing these justifications, how we need safe, reliable, and affordable energy, but burning carbon is not safe. We have to face the inconvenient truth that we can't afford to invest in burning carbon any longer. The only truly safe, reliable, affordable energy will come when we transition to solar, wind, biofuels, geothermal, high-speed rail, extreme conservation measures, and the like. As one human family, as inhabitants of one biosphere, we the people have to face that we are on the brink of cataclysmic changes that have already begun. And we must do everything imaginable to make sure that we do not remove, transport, sell, profit from, or burn tar sands oil.
Timothy, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up.
Thank you. What are we leaving for the children? Thank you for your time. Thanks for doing what's right for the planet.
Thanks for your comments. Next will be Eric Shivank, followed by Sydney Weidel, and then Paula Mohan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to appreciate all the testimony I've heard today. Excellent testimony again from our citizens here in Wisconsin. Hello, am I back?
Eric, could you just start with your name and address for the record?
Yeah.
And then jump into your comments.
Get on the jump. Eric Shivank, that's 509 Chapley Avenue, Junction City, Wisconsin, 54443. I'd like to say thanks again for all of the great testimony from the citizens of Wisconsin. And let's look again at Enbridge is continuing to operate Line 5 as it deteriorates through problematic areas on the Bad River, the Oxbow we've talked about. I know they talk about maybe mitigating that, but they've kind of blackmailed, I think, the people of the tribe and surrounding area to now move through a less invasive route, actually through the reservation, through several of the tributaries for the Montreal Bad River complex. And that watershed just can't sustain, the wild rice beds, the things that we all sustain, our water, our fish, our manure, our wild rice. The draft EIS, I've got through 219 pages of it, believe it or not. Appears rather incomplete. I would urge the Wisconsin DNR to listen to the testimony we have here. Very much like with the situation, Gogebic Taconite, after they had the regulatory capture from ALEC and other organizations, moving our Ferris mining law ahead. They were playing around in our sacred hills up there, Pinocchio Hills, the same waterways where Enbridge is now attempting to go. Very interesting, these vampires like to go for those energy sources, don't they? But the plan that we see here appears incomplete. All the other comments tonight further illustrate our transitioning away from fossil fuel industry, maybe to being such a consumptive society, transition to something more sustainable. But to these plans, we say Gawin, and that Enbridge is not your friend, buddy, and they're not your buddy guy. Reject this plan and decommission Line 5. It's not going to go through Michigan. It's not going to go through Wisconsin. And it's certainly not going to go through the Pinocchio Hills and the Bad River watershed. Good night. Good morning. Have a good time. And I'll yield my time.
Thank you for your comments, Eric.
You got it.
Next up will be Sydney Weidel, followed by Paula Mohan and Cheryl Barnes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name
Hi.
and address for the record.
All right, I'm Sydney Weidel calling in from 53703 in Madison, but I'm a lifelong Great Lakes resident and occasional guide and also freshwater science student right now at Madison. And I am here to demand that the DNR reject this Plan EIS. But first, I just want to begin by saying thank you for taking so much time to listen to all our comments, and also to Chairman Wiggins for all his leadership here and everyone who's done their diligence and yeah, brought a lot of great points to the table tonight. Also to see Tasha Marno and the queue here, and I'm really thankful for them and all their leadership in Minnesota, or those territories, and everyone else who's put their body on the line to stop these lines. And I think we in Wisconsin have a lot to learn. But we shouldn't have to be here asserting Indigenous sovereignty and fundamental facts that water is life, but I'll affirm that anyway, I guess. But my biggest concerns that haven't been addressed so far tonight in the specific text of the EIS have to do with the 100-year flood metric, which is Enbridge itself, if memory is serving, I think that was in section 5. Enbridge acknowledges that that's not a good way to measure flood risk anymore. That's a very dated metric that assumes climate is stationary, and we haven't seen these enormous increases in flooding. I mean, especially in the Bad River watershed. I'm thinking about Saxon Harbor in 2016, if that's ringing any bells for anyone, alarm bells. And then it goes on to talk about how they're only seeking special permitting in areas currently mapped as being within these floodplains, which are delineated by very dated maps. And I think that that's something that needs to be technically revisited with, up-to-date engineering and independent engineering too, I would add. And in addition to that, I have concerns about the amount of erosion, and I know it's possible to quantify the amount of sediment that these streams could be transporting into Lake Superior. And Enbridge claims that the lake is big enough and deep enough to that this extra sediment input is going to have negligible impacts on water quality, but we know that that's not true in Chequamegon Bay, and we've seen even in the last few summers tremendous algae blooms where that traditionally has not happened. And part of that is because excess sediment and processes like more precipitation driven by climate change, releasing that sediment into the bay, fueling algae blooms with nutrients carried off the land. And so practices that would cause more erosion are a huge concern for me as well. And I would like to see some quantification of the amount of sediment load and sediment transport that we should expect to see entering the lake. And also just more sense of accountability and what that means and what that has looked like in past communities where Enbridge has been based. And I want to see.
Sydney, I'm going to need you to wrap up.
Okay, yeah, I can be done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next up is Paula Mohan, followed by Cheryl Barnes, and then Jason Goward.
Hi, thank you for hanging into the early hours of tomorrow. My name is Paula Mohan. I currently live at 1026 Spate Street in Madison, Wisconsin, 53703. I'm a political scientist who does research based on state tribal relationships within the context of federalism. I'm just going to read tonight because I'm really tired and I think it'll go more quickly that way. Based on the 1842 treaty, which was affirmed by the Voight decision issued in 1983, the state of Wisconsin is obligated to recognize the treaty rights of the Ojibwa tribes and to ensure the health and sustenance of hunting, fishing, and gathering within the ceded territories. Because of this obligation, the DNR must reject this draft EIS as inadequate. It does not protect the Bad River watershed, and Enbridge has not engaged in meaningful consultation with the tribes, which is critical and mandatory. Simply relocating a pipeline outside of reservation territory does not excuse the tribe from engaging with tribes and being held to stricter Bad River water quality standards, which is recognized by the EPA as treatment estate. There's a very complex hydrology in that area. Water is everywhere and everything is connected. A leak or a spill from the pipeline could potentially affect the entire Lake Superior watershed. And if a spill occurred, it would be extremely difficult to get machinery in to repair it, if it could be repaired. It's likely that some fragile resources would not be restored for generations. Wild rice is one of those resources. And because it's central to cultural practices, Manuman has been recognized through right of nature legislation as a species which needs to be protected. This is an emerging branch of law and is growing and gaining recognition rapidly. Because of the importance of protecting all of the resources in this area for tribal, non-tribal, human and non-human life, the DNR should reject this draft EIS as inadequate. I'll put the rest in written comments. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Cheryl Barnes, followed by Jason Goward, and then Consuela Vargas Howell.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record, and then we'll listen to your testimony.
Thank you. Cheryl Barnes here on Piscataway lands, 8001 Maple Avenue in Maryland. I want everyone here to know Winona LaDuke set aside her evening to join this hearing, but after listening for over an hour, she said, quote, "Tell the people I have too much PTSD to watch this happen again." These are true words of a powerful leader representing so many who have been deeply traumatized by a very similar, very recent project by the same company on treaty lands. As for me, I'm on the board of directors for Climate First in Washington, D.C., co-chair of Rapid Shift Network, membership coordinator for Stop the Money Pipeline, and a water protector with Honor the Earth. Mostly, I'm a homeschooling mother of 3. That last one might not sound the same, but it is. Our job as parents is to keep our children safe and help them build a secure future. In this day and age, what that means to me is doing everything in my power to stop the climate emergency that is upon us and speed the transition from fossil fuels to safe energy. I sit on my couch with my 3 kids, studying multiplication and democracy, wondering how we can accomplish this. It's why I am here today at 2 o'clock in the morning with my daughter sleeping next to me to ask you to do everything in your power to help us stop the destabilization of our climate. Deny Enbridge permits. Enbridge is like a drug dealer telling us we cannot live without their product as it kills us, telling us they must make more in your backyard. while at the same time referring to supply projections as demand forecasts and not using their new Line 3 capacity as their imports are on the decline, and telling FERC their mainline system has only 18 years left so that they can transfer stranded asset costs to their customers and on to consumers. Fortunately for us and future generations, there are now safer, more secure, more reliable, more affordable ways to get energy. Each one of us must do everything in our power to kick our fossil fuel addiction and accelerate a just transition to safe energy. It is important that we do everything possible to make this energy transition fair and democratic, and not follow the well-worn path of exploiting Indigenous people and others with less financial and political power to defend themselves. People say the truth hurts, and in the case of climate, I have found it very difficult, frightening, and painful to face the truth about what we have done, what we must do now, and how quickly we must shift. People also say when you are in a deep hole, the first thing to get out is stop digging. I am asking you to please use your power. I am speaking to you. Please use your power to help us face the truth, stop digging, and shift this power. You personally can help secure the future for our species, for the eagles and the
Cheryl, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
It is abundantly clear we must stop even considering new fossil fuel infrastructure, which is by design always built in places where people are the most vulnerable. The climate emergency is here for all of us. It is here for your family as well, unfortunately. We don't have any more time to play with this. Perhaps we can forgive Enbridge for not knowing what they do, but at the same time, as my 10-year-old daughter says, we have to help them stop.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm sorry, honey.
Okay, next up will be Jason Goward, followed by Tammy Skinaway, and then Elizabeth Ward.
Jason Goward, 1661 Reservation Road, Cloquet, Minnesota. Buju Wabanang Gizigo Nini Indigenous Cause Nagatunang and Dunjaba Migizi and Dundam. My great grandfather signed the Treaty of 1854 and upheld the treaty in 1889. And here we are still fighting 133 years later. And this is totally in-house project with the inspectors on the pipeline. I have worked the pipeline and I have seen it firsthand. All the work that is being done by contracted companies, including inspection. So to say non-reporting, is the DNR themselves going to be there monitoring this pipeline? Are we going to have more cultural monitors anywhere that digs? Does it actually speak on the ancestral burial grounds that may or may not be there? What about the eagle nest that may or may not be there, endangered species, long-eared bats, all these endangered species? And to say this is not on the reservation land, no, it is. It's within ceded territory of Bad River, Fond du Lac, Red Cliff, Boys Fort, Mille Lacs. When this is all shared treaty territory. And for not to weigh in on even Minnesota Chippewa tribe consultation is bogus. So I will say this much, and that McGeezy will fly, and you will expect resistance on line 5 from us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Tammy Skinaway, followed by Elizabeth Ward, followed by Joe Bates.
Bonjour, Anine. Can you hear me?
Yes, Tammy.
Miigwech, thank you very much. My name is Tammy Skinaway. My address is in Minneapolis, zip code 55411. I am uncomfortable giving you my home address.
You can go ahead with your comments.
Thank you. Well, everything that was in my heart and on my mind has been expressed already. These mutual views are offered and were and have been begged, demanded to be heard for so very long. Please notice that what was heard came from humans from many different cultural backgrounds and nationalities. We are now in a paradigm shift on this planet. Now is the time that a choice has to be made. The information has to be there. It is there to expedite our healing. Different cultures across the globe understand what is now at stake. We are in a code red for humanity. That, as well as the Anishinaabe, or even the Hopi prophecy, can be investigated by you on your own, behind closed doors, if that's what you'd like. But please learn that these choices each and every one of us make affects us all collectively. There are things to look forward to. When toxic oil pipelines will be teaching stories for the past times. They will be teaching stories of the past times. When us humans will let go of fear, greed, and sadness. When the love will win. That fellow human beings, we will not allow things like these to happen. To look into the mirror and to heal, to look at ourselves and understand our duty to our children, to what gives us life, and allow us to give it in return. Water is alive, literally, with so many brilliant minds here tonight. Is the heart, is the empathy and compassion, not in the numerical equation? At the beginning of this hearing, I heard tell about anticipated effects on the quality of human environment, which included social, human health related effects. This brings to mind interactionist perspectives, which is an emphasis on how both an individual's personality and environmental characteristics influence behavior. Comes to mind PTSD. I'm going to get off that script I wrote there, and I will talk just for a moment about being in northern Minnesota and me trying to interact and be the go-between with my mediation experience, my trained negotiation experience. I tried to be the go-between and to educate people on murdered and missing Indigenous women and boys and girls, to have them look into their souls and understand where we're at. There are answers. Please look up the 7 grandfather teachings. They are here for all of us.
Tammy, I'm going to
cannot
have
see
to
your
ask you to
eyes.
wrap up.
I will. Thank you very much. I can't see your eyes to know what you're thinking, but I hope that it's the right thing to do for the future for us all. Chimigwich, thank you very much. Please do the right thing. And please do not let that line go through. Let's clean it up. I will help clean. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Tammy.
Yes.
I had a technical glitch here and I inadvertently skipped over somebody who was in line. Consuela Vargas Howell would be next, and then we'll follow up with Elizabeth Ward.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please just state your name and address for the record, and then we'll
Okay.
hear your comments. And I
My name-
apologize. I'm sorry I skipped over you. I did Didn't
Oh,
mean to do that
that's okay. I
intentionally.
didn't know how to raise my hand on there. It didn't really show. Well, I did, but then it kept saying it was going down again.
Yeah.
Okay, my name's Consuela Vargas Howe. I live, well, I don't want to really say my address, but I guess I will. 1819 Willow Tree Lane, Ann Arbor, Michigan, 48105. And I wanted to I wanted to give thanks to everybody in the room and a lot of the elders that spoke up. It's really important because we as generations are looking, towards, how our elders, they've taught us since we were little about, how to respect our, our relatives, the water, the trees, the plants, the aqua life, the animals, and that give to us so much. And this pipeline is just, not giving anything really to us. It's, causing cancer, causing different diseases in us as humans. It's just reckless. And Enbridge, I mean, actions speak louder than words with Enbridge. I mean, they're, them with their toxic pipelines, I mean, they just, leaks after leaks. Here in Michigan, 33 plus leaks with pipeline 5. The Kalamazoo still never cleaned up. And how many years ago was that? Back in 2010. There's just a whole bunch of things that Enbridge has done, which, they, and even with the pipeline 3, and that really is expansion pipeline, just so they can get, more money for the bigger pipeline. That's what it was really. But what do they do with the pipeline there? They just leave it in the ground and just, oh, well, the earth will, Mother Earth will fix the pipeline and derode it while it stays in the ground and pollutes the ground. It's just, I urge you to just reject this toxic pipeline. Also, I wanted to talk to the union people. This Troy Kirby is, he worked for Amazon as a union buster. I don't know, how do they feel about working with him when he worked against own union people? And then also we have the banks funding these pipelines. We have Chase, Wells Fargo, US Bank, and then we also have Bank of America, and then tons of other banks. I suggest that the tribes and the people divest from these banks because these banks are funding this pipeline. I'm even telling my own tribe to defund from banks that are supporting these pipelines because, I mean, Enbridge is just after the money. They don't really care about, us as humans. I mean, I don't even think they care about their own selves as a human. The corporations, we ain't got no feelings. Go ahead, make your money and be gone. Our people have always taught, like Native people, or even, other, people in general have always taught, to think of your next generation, 7 generations, think of your people, think of your children.
Consuela, we're at time, so I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Destroy Mother Earth, we will not have any more generations here. Please divest in the banks and reject this toxic pipeline. And fuck Enbridge too.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Elizabeth Ward, followed by Joe Bates, and then Martin Tasha.
Hi, thank
Hello.
you. Taking the time to listen to my testimony. I'm Elizabeth Ward with the Sierra Club, and our office address is 754 Williamson Street in Madison, Wisconsin. Given the hours of testimony you've heard, I'll be brief since everyone was so much more eloquent than I could ever be. I think it's pretty obvious anyway what you're supposed to do. The public wants to see you reject the permits for the pipeline, and I don't really see how you have a choice, given the destruction it would cause to our wetlands and the way the project contradicts the number 47 solution listed in the report put out by the Governor's Task Force on Climate Change. Moreover, Enbridge blatantly defied their permits while constructing the Line 3 pipeline and told a Michigan court that they don't believe they are required to follow guidelines set by state governments. If you were to grant a permit with conditions, you can't trust them to follow the rules of the permit. However, before you do any of that, you need to completely redo the environmental impact statement and host new public hearings around it. Given how well demonstrated the interest was tonight, I'd recommend you hold multiple hearings on multiple days so people don't have to wait for hours and high school students don't have to lose their chance to testify since they have to go to bed. I defer to you whether you want to replace the EIS completely or supplement the bulk of it with new information. Either way, it needs a complete overhaul. In your rewrite, I expect to see some serious and deep analysis about the things you left out. This list includes, on a very basic level, an accurate list of the tribes that are impacted, cumulative analysis, which was completely missing from the current DEIS, an accurate and realistic description of the way new fossil fuels extends the life of the new fossil fuel infrastructure, extends the life of the project, and enables the continued use of these fossil fuels, and in this case, the most carbon intensive form of oil. A spill analysis with details the devastation that could be caused to the area if there were a spill. And most importantly, sounds like you need to be much more explicitly clear how this project violates the demands of Bad River to remove the pipeline from the watershed. It's something I don't think could be more clearly stated by Bad River, but Enbridge clearly doesn't seem to understand. This is just the start of a long list, and you'll get an even longer list submitted in writing, but I think it's long enough to demonstrate the need for a complete redo of the DEIS and many more public input opportunities. Thanks for sticking with us through the night.
Thanks, Elizabeth, for your comments. Next up will be Joe Bates, followed by Martin O'Tasha, followed by Eric Franz.
Good morning. Can we hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you?
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. Can you state your name and address and then your comments?
Yes, Buju, Ganoni, Gnu, Inini, Indigenous, Migizi, Mendodan, Migizi, Indigenous. My English name is Joe Bates, and I live and work on the Bad River Reservation. I'm also a member of the Anishinaabe Environmental Protection Alliance Committee. It's a committee approved by our tribal council. I'm concerned about the proposed reroute of Line 5. Currently, Line 5, across 12.3 miles of reservation, we have 101 confirmed anomalies by Enbridge themselves. What's alarming is what kind of anomalies we're looking at over 645 miles from Superior to Sarnia, Canada. And now the DNR is looking at adding another 141 miles of potential anomalies within the Bad River watershed. I'm concerned about the methods that Enbridge is going to use, which concerns or includes, you have to excuse me, it's late, I know. You know, since 4 p.m. I've been sitting here on my 65th trip around the sun, waiting to have my few minutes to speak. Thank you very much. But I'm concerned about blasting over 20 miles across a bedrock that we have here in northern Wisconsin, the trenching that they're going to be doing through some of our class 1 trout streams, which includes the Lawrence and Potato River, right at the confluence right there. They want to trench across that trout stream. I'm concerned about all of the other streams that Enbridge is going to cross in this 41-mile reroute, where they all empty into the Bad River. And any kind of break that Enbridge suffers in that pipeline, it's going to end up in those deep gorges down on the south end. And it all goes to Lake Superior. 20% of the world's fresh water resides right here in our Great Lakes. 10% in Lake Superior alone. I'm concerned about our animals, our plants, our medicines that have grown here since the beginning. Since the beginning. My ancestors have died to keep what we have here for generations to come. And I will also uphold those same promises that my ancestors made to our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren that are still to come. Enbridge has been doing what they wanted to do by buying legislation in favor of a foreign company and forcing their will through treaty lands, which I have seen with my own eyes in Standing Rock, North Dakota, in Minnesota, and now they're trying to do it right here in northern Wisconsin.
Joe, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
We will defend our right to exist here in northern Wisconsin on the Bad River Reservation. Thank you for hearing me.
I appreciate you staying with us, and I appreciate your comments.
Next up will be Martin Otasha, followed by Eric Franz, followed by Jake Spotted Wolf.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Martineau.
My name is Tasia Martineau. I am from 17 Fond du Lac Home Street. I come from the Fond du Lac Reservation. Bonjour, Debikigisa Skijikwe, Nindishnakas, Nagachiwanang, Ndunjiba, Migazine, Dodam. I'm here today to speak about the direct correlation that the Enbridge Corporation has with our missing murdered Indigenous women and relatives. When corporations such as Enbridge comes through your area, and keep in mind that I'm coming from the frontline fight against Line 3, there is an increase of violence against Indigenous women within these communities that these pipeliners come through. There is an increase of both drug and sex trafficking. I'm not here to beg you to stop this project. I'm here to uplift the voices of those directly affected, asking you to hear them as human beings, as parents, as mothers, as grandfathers. I'm asking that you take a moment to do what's right so that you don't have to face the resistance that Minnesota recently saw with the Line 3 fight. And I'm here to let the community know that McGeezy stands with you, and we are ready and prepared to stand Bad River strong to support our relatives in the upholding of their treaties, our treaties, as our connections go as deep as these waterways. We're connected by land, by language, by culture, and I will not allow a tar sands corporation to continue choking out the voices of those directly affected. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Eric Franz, followed by Jake Spotted Wolf, followed by Megan Owens.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My
Please
name-
state your name and address for the record, and then we'll hear your testimony.
Thanks. My name is Eric Franzi, and my zip code is 53202. I'm not comfortable sharing more, and I think the fact that certain folks have been uncomfortable with sharing their information is a reflection of the bigger problems with this format. This whole hearing is ridiculous, and the fact that it's even happening and they've gotten to this point reflects deeper issues with the state of Wisconsin and with our entire system that doesn't prioritize our environment, doesn't prioritize Indigenous voices, and instead is beholden to corporate greed. An agency like the DNR is tasked with protecting and promoting environmental stewardship. Your own website has many quotes about the dire threats that climate change apparently poses to Wisconsin and the world. But this is total hypocrisy to even be considering a pipeline that we have already seen fuel trauma, death, and complete pollution just across the colonial border in so-called Minnesota. Even this experience and this system here is one that is beholden completely and relies upon the system of colonial violence. This testimony experience is isolating and we can't see one another. We don't know exactly how many people are listening or who is listening and how much our words will be taken into effect. And promoting this format doesn't allow the people's voice to actually be heard. And I'd like to appeal to the DNR and any semblance of morality that officials have left and ask you to not continue to choose violence and even consider projects like this that reflect no morals and instead just complete hypocrisy. Pipelines are a form of violence in many ways, as Tasha and others were just speaking about. Violence against people is violence against the land, is violence against future generations and the water. And I could go on and on. I think enough people have spoken tonight that the choice for the DNR, for the state of Wisconsin, is apparently clear. And a reminder too that the voices that matter most in this conversation are Indigenous voices. And Indigenous voices here are clearly calling for this project to be halted and for this draft to remain a draft forever. It doesn't need to be finalized or go into another format. It needs to be just rejected and left as it is now with the entire project. If Indigenous voices are saying this needs to end, those are the voices and the leadership and the stewardship we need to be following. So thank you to all those who have lifted up their voice today, especially people who have been severely traumatized by Enbridge and its horrible track record and past legacies nearby and around Turtle Island. So protect the water, stop line 3, stop line 5. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Eric. Next up will be Jake Spotted Wolf, followed by Megan Owens, and then Austin Graham. Jake, if you're going to testify, you're going to need to unmute.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, sorry. I thought it was unmuted all the way around. Hello, I'm calling from occupied Duwamish territory in Pacific Northwest. My name is Ochangu Washte Mani Wiya. My English name is Jake Spotted Wolf. I come from the 3 affiliated tribes of Sainish, Mandan, and Hidatsu out of northern North Dakota. If whoever is on that board has that job that came from the violence and the absolute devastation that happened to Indigenous bodies over the course of the centuries. And I don't know how many Indigenous people you have on that board or on your council. But I want that to be taken very, very seriously when you consider the choices that you will be making, not only for Indigenous bodies, but also for your white bodies and your white communities and any other brown and black body that are highly marginalized and that always pay the price for resource extraction projects throughout this entire country. They suffer the highest rates of cancer. They suffer the highest rates of food inequality because they cannot access their clean drinking water from the fact that their water tables have been destroyed. And they have no access to better infrastructure. So consider also that there are other ways to produce energy that you and your cities could be investing in, should you choose to make that proper choice to invest in them. And when you are held what you feel will go hostage by this billion-dollar corporation and told that you have no other choice but than to take this deal, or else they will come in and fine you or find ways to punish your communities by withdrawing all their support and all the money they could have thrown at you. Realize that there are other options and that you will be complicit in if you accept them coming into your state and destroying your lands, destroying all of the trafficked people that will be, as people have mentioned already before, all the trafficked bodies that will be coming up and down that pipeline that has happened in any pipeline in this country up to this point. Sex trafficked, it does not matter what age, you will be complicit in that abuse. You will be complicit in the trafficking. You will be complicit in destroying your water table. You will be complicit in poisoning the ecology, the wildlife, and the environment around your area. So how much ever this feels like it means to you in terms of playing nice and fair with this company to feel like you fit in and that you somehow have done this job of good partnership with a foreign country that's bringing a product in through the state that will ship it out into a port where you will not benefit after the project is over. Think about your complicity and everything you did to approve the harm to all of your community when that pipeline bursts, when those bodies are trafficked, when the ecology is destroyed, and you cannot clean up the oil spill that will happen completely. Look at the video that Ecuador just put out this last weekend of an oil pipeline bursting, drowning the river. You can't see the water anymore because the oil is spewing out so fast. They won't be able to recover that land. So you will be complicit in destroying your community with the oil. Consider how you are going to drink water, how you're going to bathe, water your lawn, swim in a swimming pool in the hot heat in Wisconsin in the summertime, if you have destroyed your water source, and along with it, everything else I've just listed. So please use your conscience, look into the other resource projects that are available to you.
Jake, I'm gonna have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay. Consider solar that doesn't have to mine on reservations, and look into hemp, look into anything else that will get the job done that does not involve the destruction of the human race. Thank you for your time. I know you have a hard job to do, but make the right choice and decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up will be Megan Owens, followed by Austin Graham.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Megan.
Okay, my name is Megan Owens. Currently, I reside in Watertown, Wisconsin. As a former victim of domestic violence and stalking, I do not want to say where I reside currently. So I, about 20 years ago, dedicated a year of my life, my time, and my service to the AmeriCorps Vista program on the Bad River Indian Reservation. And I'm not trying to make myself sound better because of that, but when I worked on the Bad River Indian Reservation as an AmeriCorps Vista, I did that because I believed in the process of different groups of people working together to make America, this country, a better, safer place and fairer for all people, including environmental justice for the natural world. I would like to acknowledge the respected Anishinaabe elder Joe Rose, my former teacher, my former supervisor, Luis Salas, and all of the native and non-native water protectors in this effort to protect the land and water of this very special region, which provides watershed for so many ecosystems in Wisconsin. I would like people to seriously consider what is the legal recourse now for people with spills near or on their land. In my experience as a Bad River Vista AmeriCorps volunteer for a year, I interfaced with many interdisciplinary government and non-governmental agencies and daily with community members whose lives were impacted by Line 5. In my experience, I observed that only proper maintenance and monitoring of Line 5 was done by tribal members themselves, not the Enbridge Corporation. The company did not and does not provide sufficient or adequate monitoring or maintenance. Now that the line is planned to be moved, how will non-native and native people without a cohesive tribal community affiliation create local coalitions to self-monitor these lines, since we, the people, cannot trust the words of the corporation to keep the line properly maintained? Why should a community be shouldered with the burden of having to watchdog a pipeline that potentially threatens their health and the health of the water and the ecosystems where they reside? The DNR is forcing people into a David and Goliath situation. The EIS is not sufficient. The plans of Enbridge are not safe. There is no guarantee for the people and the land and the citizens of Wisconsin that anyone is going to clean up those mistakes and spills. For 2 years, I have been looking for a property to purchase around the area to move back to start a small organic farm in that region. But because of the confusion about where the line will be put in, I've not been able to determine where I would go. I do not want to give up 80 feet of property on either side of my land, which I would like to be held pristine, or possibly up to 250 feet on either side of that line to their domain. The old saying, give them an inch and they will take a mile, definitely applies to Enbridge Corporation. Having a pipeline run through your private property greatly impacts the health of the land and the property value of these places. Please consider not supporting this line and other alternative options. Just ask the people of Crystal Falls, Michigan in the UP when they had 220,000 gallons of oil and natural gas in 1999 spill in their community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Megan.
You're welcome.
Next, we'll hear from Austin Graham.
Hello?
Yes. Go ahead and
Hello,
state your name and address for the record.
My name's Austin Graham. I'd prefer not to state my address. I'm calling from stolen Anishinaabe and ancestral Dakota land. And I just want to say a bit about Enbridge's track record along the Line 3 route. A little over a year ago, on around January 8th, Enbridge was drilling at a terminal in Clearbrook, Minnesota, where they broke the agreement they had made with the Minnesota DNR on how deep they would be drilling into that land. Their permit was to dig about 8 to 10 feet deep, and instead they dug about 18 feet deep, puncturing an aquifer that had since leaked about 30 million gallons of water just into the ground. And they did not report this to the DNR. The DNR found it out in about June of last year, 6 months after they permanently damaged this aquifer. And it wasn't until just a few weeks ago that Enbridge stated that they stopped the unrestricted flow of water from this aquifer. It's believed that about 2 other aquifers were damaged during the construction of the Line 3 pipeline. There were also 28 different locations in which Enbridge was drilling under rivers and had frack outs during the boring process, releasing toxic chemicals into rivers, killing fish, harming wildlife, harming microorganisms, harming plants, harming people, because this was in the Mississippi multiple times. And millions of people get their drinking water from the Mississippi. So this is literally poisoning people and causing so many issues for people's lives. 28 different locations. Enbridge is responsible for the greatest inland oil spill to ever happen on this land. And they're just not good people. They don't care at all or have any concern for the original stewards of this land, the indigenous people, the Anishinaabe and Ojibwe, who inhabit the land that they're destroying. They don't care about the Karankawa people in Texas, whose sacred burial grounds they're standing to destroy as they expand their export center that they purchased from Moda Midstream. The Karankawa have ancestors that are resting in those grounds they plan to build on. They have pottery and jewelry there. Enbridge doesn't care. They care about money. They care about power. They care about control. They don't care about the land. They don't care about the environment. They don't care about whatever agreements you make with them
Austin,
in this
we're
environmental
over
impact
time, so
statement.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
The colonization and genocide of indigenous people on this land has gone on for far too fucking long. And if y'all allow this pipeline to be built, y'all will be complicit in that. And you should not partner with Enbridge.
Thank you for your comments. We have one other person who would like to speak. That would be Sarah Huerta.
Hi, yeah, my name is Sara Huerta, and I'm calling from occupied Anishinaabe land, so-called Michigan, where I grew up, and because of the huge scope of abuse and power that Enbridge and other corporations like it have been able to gain, and the amount of abuse that they've inflicted upon people, I, like so many others, won't be sharing this, and that is something that like does not exist within the scope of an environmental impact statement. I'm going to try to keep this short and sharp, but that's really such a big and crucial thing there, is that this environmental impact statement will not do enough. You're limited by the scope of the borders that you operate in. You're limited by the scope of just focusing on Wisconsin right now, and picking and choosing when and where for different DNRs, how far you'll look at the impact, and you lack the longevity. You lack longevity in your vision. And Enbridge has already contaminated waters in Michigan beyond repair. Like this, we know. This is something that everyone here has spoken about. And millions of spills throughout construction and decades of pipes underground aren't things that we could ignore. A foreign power should not be allowed to render our land poisonous and ruin my future and the future of so many other people. The track record that Enbridge has, that heavy weight that it carries from decades of damage and so much worse, like it's all so clear, like it is a fact, and like it's too often that we've seen environmental impact statements fail us, and we really can't keep doing this. The scope of the damage that is going to be done, the impacts that it's already having across the world. There's so many nations who are being impacted by this. There's so many states outside of Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, the Dakotas, where so many big fights like against pipelines and for our lives, for the waters, for native sovereignty. So much of this is just absolutely ignored, and your scope really is not holistic enough. It is not, honestly, it is a disgrace to science. This is not something that's okay, and we need to be able to honor the sovereignty of these nations. That is really the only way that we're going to be able to survive this, and I pity the children that come after you, for those of you on these boards that make decisions and don't have to live with the consequences decades down the road. All you have to do is say no.
And thank you for your comments, Sarah. At this time, no one else has indicated an interest in speaking. I want to thank you for your attendance and for sticking it out. I know this was a very long hearing. I want to remind everybody that in lieu of, or in addition to, an oral statement at today's hearing, written comments will be accepted by the DNR until March 18th of 2022. Written statements will have the same weight and effect as oral comments presented during this evening's hearing. Written comments on the draft DIS can be sent by email to DNROEEA comments@wi.gov, or by US mail to Line 5 Comments, EA/7, Wisconsin DNR, 101 South Webster Street, Madison, Wisconsin, 53707. All electronic and hard copy comments must be submitted or postmarked no later than Friday, March 18th, 2022. We will post those comments on our website along with a recording of this hearing. Thank you for attending. It is 2:06 a.m. This hearing has concluded, and we are now off the record. Good night.